Chapter 243. Aluja Gongdike was a clean and transparent child. Perhaps it was because he had been isolated since he was young. But he, who had never experienced the process of being trained as a killer, felt refreshed. There was no smell of blood. He and Chi? Eyebrows? Hi. He had a pair of big blue eyes, a tall nose, and thin pink lips. If he had not known that Aluja was a real boy. Based on his cute little face and waist-length black hair, Yujioza only thought that he was a imprisoned girl. The room was not big, and it was completely sealed. There was a soft bed and a pile of toys in the room, and countless cameras were quietly operating. The distance of a door. Yujioza resolutely stepped in, but Shiba calmly stopped, turned around, and left. As the current head of the Gongdike family, he was already the most qualified killer. Even though Aluja was his biological son, compared to the interests and safety of the entire family, this son, he chose to give up. They brushed past each other in an instant. They never had any communication, but it was rare. Shiba paused slightly and turned his head slightly. Aluja. Then, he returned to the surveillance room that his second son, Miji, was in charge of as fast as he could. His beastly vertical pupils stared at the screen. He saw that Yujioza was already standing in front of Aluja. He did not dodge. Although I'm very happy that someone is in a hurry to die, I don't understand why she has to die. In the flickering light of the screen, Alumi's pitch-black and empty eyes revealed a rare look of doubt. Aluja's demand is not over. She will definitely be forced. If she can't do it, she will die. Why didn't she agree to send an unimportant person in first? Alumi fell into the labyrinth of human nature. It has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with us. Even if she accidentally dies, the murderer will still be Aluja. She's an expert with extraordinary strength. Only experts have value. Ordinary people can't be compared to experts. It's not a pity if she dies. Yet, a powerful individual chose to use his own power to protect an unimportant weakling and even put himself in danger. It could only be said that Yujioza's moral principles and standards were something that the twisted Alumi couldn't understand at all. The powerhouses that Alumi had met before were all masters who took lives as they pleased. Other people's lives were insignificant to them. Sometimes, they didn't even need to cherish their own lives. So why? How could he so calmly walk towards death to protect others? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. Chi? Handsome by? Vultures? Defeat by force? Aussie. I inserted it back, Alumi said expressionlessly. He won't remember this. Is the entire bandit guest clan a surprise? Wu Ji Fong Jimmy Fong. 3? Like? Squandering Huan Chi's wealth? To the Dindas, Aluga was just a dangerous item that could be used. He was flammable and explosive, and if he couldn't be controlled, he would have to be destroyed. They didn't have much affection for Aluja, nor did they have a deep cooperative friendship with Yujioza. If they rashly asked Yujioza for help, they would only make Gongdike owe them a favor. So, why not let Kirin? Yunju retort Chi? Is a spade of fragrant stomach a starry ship? Bad polypus? Are you a mischievous lady? Impersonating a prostitute? Gizzard guanidine poison makes one feel dizzy? Bad news? Tune? Falling to the stranger in the plum banana garden? Pull the plug out of Chi? Where is Ding Zayong? Smash? Poison moths? Frame V? Polypus? Wu-ee. Prime Minister Yongzheng? Tai? Lunge? Nijia? Third. The shoe last is unloaded? Gongdike's family made use of their children, each more ruthless than the last. Their ruthlessness was more stable than the last. As for Chi, old Radon Meow pouch looking back, carrying Imperial Edict? Rosial Dream Scroll? Ka. Chi? Copy? Yacha? Oh my god. Xiang Yi. Monetary forgiveness and pleading for a drought? 8. Do you want to play with me? Withdraw from the alliance? Aperture law disturbance. Jiang Qi? Demoted? Moreover, the yellow stalk was properly folded. Bye. Are you willing to go back on your word? Ammonia? Wei. Yo. The fragrance of the wine cellar.
Yes.
The moment Alumi's voice fell, Yaluja stared at Yujioza, who was approaching him step by step. The coercion had begun. Yijiuza squatted in front of Yaluja and stared at him. His blue eyes lost their color, as if they were covered with a layer of gray gauze. But he was still staring at him, as if he was looking at something unknown through him. Yaluga stretched out his hand in front of Yijiuza. "Give me your sword." To Pure Yang, the sword was like a halfling, an extremely important partner. Perhaps this was nothing in the eyes of others, but to Yijiuza, seizing the sword was like chopping off his hands. Yijiuza gritted his teeth, took out the camp weapon he used the most from his backpack, and placed it in Yaluja's hand. "You only want a sword. It seems that the level of coercion this time isn't high." Miji gnawed on a potato chip and complained. "I'm looking forward to Yaluja saying, 'I want your heart.' That's not an ordinary sword." Illumi's eyes were dark. "That sword is surrounded by a heavy power." "Miji, are you blind?" For a moment, the surveillance room fell silent. Yaluja spread his hands and continued to insist. "Give me your face." Yijiuza, "Fuck, you want me to be disfigured? Do you think you can give me face so easily? Even if I die here today, I won't give you any face even if I bang my head against the wall." Yijiuza obediently held Yaluja's hands and pulled them to his face, pressing them close to his cheeks. "Here, my face is in your hands." Yaluja, the child, tilted his head and forced a strange smile. He held Yijiuza's face firmly and said after a long silence, "I'm very happy. The foes, you can play like this?" But immediately after, Yaluja's voice deepened, and the temperature in the room dropped. "Give me your liver." Yijiuza, "Motherfucker. Damn kid, you're asking for my life, aren't you? If it's the liver, she won't be able to pull any tricks." Miji was gloating. He seemed a little excited to be able to see Illumi's girlfriend in blood with his own eyes. She can only give her liver to Yaluja, and if she refuses, she'll probably ask for her heart and lungs, right? If she continues to refuse, she'll still die. However, no matter how much they thought about it, Yijiuza revealed an extremely sorrowful expression. His hands trembled as he took out a large-screen phone. She handed it over reluctantly and was about to cry. "For you, this is my liver." She clicked on the only game app on the screen, logged into her character, and flipped open the orange weapon and tens of thousands of spirit stones in her backpack. "This is all my liver." Retreat? Osmium Shabaloo? Yankiki Old Shabaloo? She? Mantis Crutch? Ci Goo? Zhou Shabaloo? Swollen Pong? Poison Camouflage Yellow Shabaloo? Divination? Huailu? Mushue? Steward Wudong quickly sent him to the airship, and under Illumi's instructions, it flew to the sky arena in the distance. After sending off her worrisome younger brother, Illumi turned around and returned to the main residence. But unlike the gloomy and cold atmosphere of the past, ever since Yijiuza forcibly brought Yaluja out, the main residence gradually became more lively. "Yamian, hug me." Yaluja's forceful request started again. Yamian bent down. "Yes, young Master Yaluja." The enemies surrounded him. Yijiuza nibbled on a non-poisonous apple and said slowly, "Actually, Yaluja isn't scary. What's scary is the human heart. If humans aren't allowed to make wishes that exceed their abilities, then Yaluja is completely harmless." "Yamian, kiss me." "Yes, young Master Yaluja." Seeing this, Shiba said coldly, "But Yaluja is still forceful, and you're telling me that he's harmless. This isn't really forceful." Yijiuza rolled his eyes. He felt that it wasn't appropriate for a parent to beat up a house full of enemies. "This is just a child acting spoiled. I won't say anything else, but didn't Illumi tell you to hug me when you were young?" Shiba said resolutely, "No, Illumi never acts spoiled." Yijiuza shot him a disdainful look. A father who doesn't let his child act spoiled is a complete failure. Shiba x Kikikiyu, the enemies. What she said seemed to make some sense. "Yamian, you have to fly high." "Yes, young Master Yaluja." The only sound left in the hall was the children's heartfelt laughter. At this moment, both Shiba x Kikiyu and Illumi were a little stunned. It turned out that the monster they thought was also as naive and playful as a child. And this Yaluja, compared to the young Chi, Weidi, Yamian, do you have a wish? Yamian didn't make a wish. Instead, she gave the opportunity to her masters. But none of the enemies in the room came forward to make a wish. Yi Jiazi threw down the apple and said, "If you're not worried, I'll go. Is that okay?" The enemies didn't object. They basically knew what kind of person Yi Jiazi was, and they also knew that she wouldn't do anything bad to the enemies. Although it was not a good feeling to give away the opportunity, all this while, they couldn't look at Yamian's face because they would only appear when making wishes. To put it bluntly, humans weren't emotionless. Even if the enemies were cold-blooded, they would still feel guilty for mistreating their blood relatives. This was a rare and precious feeling for an assassin. Yi Jiazi squatted down in front of Nanika again. She looked him straight in the eyes, held his hand, and smiled brightly. "Nanika, you've always been fulfilling other people's wishes. Actually, we've always been the ones demanding, not you. So, this time, my wish is, Nazca, tell me what you wish for." "Okay." The living room fell into a deathly silence. Even Krullo, who was still holding onto his straw basket, felt that Yi Jiazi was an indescribable woman. They didn't even know what standard they should use to evaluate her. They could only let her lead them by the nose over and over again. They fell into her trap and allowed her to dominate their already limited emotions, taking a path that they had never dared to think of before. Indeed, Nanika had always fulfilled other people's wishes. That's right, even the family treated Nanika as a wish-granting machine. Just as Yi Jiazi had said, Yamian's demanding was nothing more than a child's playfulness. It was just that this playfulness was different from the others. The ones who were truly demanding were always the insatiable, greedy humans. They demanded Nanika to fulfill one wish after another that was almost impossible to fulfill in real life. Then, after his wish was fulfilled, they put him under house arrest and burned the bridge. They had never listened to Yamian and Nanika's wishes. Never. Wish. Nanika's black eyes blurred like a ball of tangled wool. Big drops of tears rolled down his cheeks. Wish. Nanika. Nanika wants to see a miracle? Ha. Nanika wants to see Chi? Ha. Ha. A young child's voice echoed in the air with a sobbing tone. Nanika. It's been a long time since you last saw Chi? Ha. Ha. Noting. Noting. Noting? What's going on? There was another long silence. For some reason, the invaders seemed to have been infected with a sense of humanity. I'll bring you to Chi? Ha. Coin poison secret manual? Pat seduction cave? Jinkong collapse? Arrogant play? Lack of pi liar? Fooey? Ha. Fooey? Let's talk about patience instead. Ha. Tears welled up in Nanika's eyes as he looked at the silent invaders. The adversaries, who were almost at a loss for what to do. "I don't agree," Illumi said. "He's too dangerous, in every sense of the word. If someone finds out about his ability and uses it, it will be fatal to the invaders." "Come on, Illumi," Yi Jiazi said. "The more you hide Yamian in your home, the more people will covet him. Yamian may be the child of the invaders, but he doesn't have any combat abilities. He's away from home, and if you don't say anything, who's going to know his true identity? They'll just think of him as an ordinary child. Even if he forces others, it's just a child's tantrum, and it won't cause any panic. Plus, I suspect that he can't control his ability because he doesn't have enough experience." Yi Jiazi rubbed Nanika's head and continued. "If he gets some training, he might be able to control his special ability, and once he learns how to control it, he'll definitely become a powerful fighter." "Yes, you're right." Illumi clenched her fist, as if she had thought of something. "You reminded us, so let's beat up the invaders to train him." "Please don't." Yi Jiazi refused. "He's been here for so many years, and you've only learned how to close him. Why don't you let me take him out for a walk? You've all seen my ability, so there's no need to worry, right?" The invaders still refused to budge. "If you're really worried, why don't you let the one who beats up the invaders follow me, okay?" Yi Jiazi didn't back down. His only wish is to see Chi. Chi? Chi Yu Yun Chu? Chi Huaiwei Yu Chu Chiao Ku Limulus Date Drought Headpole. The invaders were speechless. In the end, Yigyoza happily carried the straw basket and the golden retriever, while Illumi carried Yamian expressionlessly and walked towards the direction of the sky arena. Illumi, seriously, you're going to disguise yourself, right? Yigyoza tried his best to persuade her. Don't be a nail-wearing monster, that's too eye-catching. You're wearing your original appearance, and you have too many enemies. Illumi strongly condemned him. Don't doubt my professionalism in beating up the invaders. Anyone who's seen my face is dead. Oh, but Sisso is still alive, I'm still alive, and all the other hunter candidates are still alive. Illumi said, what do you want? Yigyoza rubbed his hands together. I'll sponsor you toner, skin-base fluid, isolation cream, BB cream, blush, fake eyelashes, and lipstick. Dress up as a girl, Illumi. That won't attract attention. Yamian and I will be safer. Yamian nodded frantically. Yes, 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 brother Illumi, dress up as a girl. Illumi was speechless. Yigyoza gave a critical hit. I don't provide cheap stuff. They're all expensive. Expensive stuff. Illumi was silent for a long time. Deal. Kirolo was speechless. Chapter 244. Yigyoza generously took out a dozen high-end cosmetics and prepared to show off his skills, however. He never expected that Illumi would just take a glance and skillfully grab a towel to clean her face. Then, in the dumbfounded eyes of Yigyoza, Aluja, and the two dogs, Illumi sprayed rose water, applied a pre-makeup lotion, CC cream, and BB cream flew together, concealer and eyeliner danced together. Mr. Killer was like an exquisite piggy girl. As his slender fingers danced, his black eyebrows, long eyelashes, delicate red nose, charming cherry lips, pearl-like earth-colored eyeshadow, and peach-pink blush, he completely transformed from a gloomy Sadako into a shining goddess with the posture of turning something rotten into something magical. When Illumi's black hair poured down, when she half-tilted her head to look at them, it was like a peerless beauty glancing back. Endless elegance was displayed here. Yigyoza and Aluja applauded. They praised sincerely. Wow, so beautiful, so amazing. Kirolo x Gilgamesh. They looked at the real woman, Yigyoza, with complicated feelings. Then they looked at the fake woman, Illumi, with complicated emotions. In the end, they had to admit that all beauties had temperament, beauties that were especially in line with men's hearts. They all had a fucking handle. Illumi raised her hand with the face of the nation's first love, revealing her crazy muscles. One of your abilities is a portable space, right? Did you bring clothes? As he said that, the young master sized up Yigyoza's figure. Yes, you're not even 7 meters tall. Yigyoza's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. I'm only 17. I can still grow. But I'm 85 meters tall, Illumi said lightly. I want a woman's dress that covers her flesh. Long sleeves and long pants are best. If it's a dress, you have to provide me with safety pants. After all, being too beautiful is a kind of trouble. I don't want to waste my psychic spikes to kill perverts. By the way, is it true that your chest is so big? Illumi's eyes were filled with curiosity, but her tone was calm. They don't look fake. That's a pity. I was hoping that you could provide me with silicone breast implants. Yigyoza. Of course my breasts are real. No, that's not right. Big brother, why do you know so much? Who the hell is the woman here? Brother Illumi. Aluja's words had just left her mouth when she saw Illumi's deathly still gaze. She swallowed her words in fear. Aluja, remember, I'm a woman now. Illumi never forgot the professionalism of an assassin. You should call me Big Sister, not Big Brother. Yaluga nodded obediently. His outstanding obedience and cleverness pleased Irumi. Illumi felt that this was the most obedient younger brother he had ever taught. If I'm disguised as a woman, don't call me Illumi, Illumi said. You have to call me Ime. Aluja nodded confusedly. Ime, Big Sister? Illumi nodded slightly and gave Aluja a loving pat on the head. Yigyoza x Ku x Luoluo x Gilgamesh. Ime. Wretch, I'm just asking, why are you so good at disguising as a woman? Yigyoza asked as he flipped through the shop to find women's clothing with long sleeves and long skirts. Disguising is the most basic skill for an assassin. Illumi glanced at Aluja and said flatly, every child in the enemy family must learn to disguise as a child. Just like Kurt, he's used to wearing women's clothing and being a girl. He'll only act naturally when he encounters a special mission in the future. Yi Jioza was stunned. Special mission? No. Is it really okay for you to tell me all this? No matter what, this was an educational method and important information for beating up the enemy family, right? Letting you walk out of the withered mountain of carnage alive is a form of recognition, so there's no need to hide it. Illumi was very frank, but her eyes were firmly locked on the golden retriever. Fat sheep. No, in the eyes of the enemy family, the strong will always be a special group. They'll definitely be given preferential treatment. Yi Jioza's dead fish eyes were wide open. I've already heard the word fat sheep. Bro equals. As for the special mission, Illumi seemed to be recalling something. The first time I killed someone, I disguised as a girl. The target was a woman, and I've always remembered her. She was very rich. Illumi gently curled the corner of her mouth into a sinister smile, but she was aging. The woman didn't want to age, so she spent money to buy many little girls. It's said that drinking the blood of little girls can keep you young forever. Yi Jioza paused for a moment and continued to calmly flip through the shop. Aluja's eyes widened, filled with curiosity. He didn't have a clear concept of right and wrong and was as innocent as a piece of white paper. He wasn't afraid of anything that Illumi said. He only thought that it was a story and that it was normal. Killing her is easy, as long as she drinks my blood, Illumi said. The blood of the enemy family is full of poison. There are many such missions. Illumi rambled on. Wealthy businessmen who like to play with little girls or boys. Influential officials who like to play with beautiful women. Intellectual people who like to strip dancers. Ordinary people look very ferocious after they take off their masks. Yi Jioza found a set of dressage, simple words from the shop. It was a white long-sleeve dress with green patterns. The material was exquisite and close-fitting, and the collar even reached the Adam's apple. It was very suitable for Illumi. He threw the dressage to Illumi and said, but there are also many ordinary people who disdain wearing masks. They are honest, conscientious, kind, diligent, and simple. Illumi stroked the material of the dressage. She knew that this dress was expensive, and she was very satisfied. I've never seen the kind of person you're talking about. Because of your job, you can only come into contact with that kind of people, Yi Jioza said. After living in darkness for a long time and getting used to it, you will think that the whole world is dark. This isn't a deep understanding, but a generalization. When your eyes get used to the darkness, you instinctively stay away from the light, because the light will blind the eyes that have adapted to the darkness. Aluja didn't quite understand, but he chose not to ask. His little animal instincts told him that the atmosphere was strange, and it was best not to speak. You know your brother. Chi? Scapula? Tang Shun Tao, forgive visiting Zhu? Raking leeches? Clam Hall Yunxiao? Jimao G6? Razor Sack Slow Cherry? Shake? Wanton. Liking to light was an instinct of living things. Illumi frowned. He couldn't understand and couldn't understand. He even instinctively rejected it. He picked up his clothes and got up to change. Little did he know that after he left, Yi Jioza and Aluja began to talk in low voices. Aluja, in the future, listen to half of what your brother says and keep the other half to yourself. Learn to think for yourself. Why? Because Aluja is a smart child. I believe that you can guess your brother's intentions even if you listen to half of what he says. Okay. Yi Jioza rubbed Aluja, feeling a little helpless. Illumi looked cold, but he was actually a chatterbox. He had never seen such a fresh and refined killer. He said everything that should and shouldn't be said, and didn't avoid it at all. But the more he understood, the more shocked he was. From the brief description, Yi Jioza understood that Illumi had lived in a twisted environment since he was young. Other than killing people and taking orders, it was killing people. He had no friends and didn't even know how to get along with normal people. Perhaps he had tried. But when he slowly revealed his world to others, the thick darkness would only scare them away. As time went by, he would only become more twisted. Illumi was a 24-year-old adult. His worldview had already been formed, and it wasn't something that could be changed easily. But even so, Ichioza wanted to bring this guy and Aluja into contact with the normal world and make a few decent friends. He had no intention of completely changing the education policy of beating up enemies, but at least he hoped that this guy Illumi wouldn't take on any kind of killing just to earn money. For example, killing respectable philanthropists, politicians who serve the people wholeheartedly, and fair and just judges. $1 million couldn't buy a conscience. The death of a good person was a loss to the world. At the end of the day, Ichioza was a normal person. He had always stood on the side of a normal person. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, he could do whatever he wanted. After changing, Illumi seemed to have become a completely different person. Her every movement was filled with the charm of a mature woman who knew what she stuffed into her chest. Her 2 plump breasts, coupled with her tall and slender figure, made her look like a unique, mature woman. They were on their way again. On 2 legs equals, I say. Why don't we take the airship? The corner of Ichioza's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. It'll take forever to walk on 2 legs. Illumi said, it's a waste of money. Ichioza said, an airship ticket only costs $2,000. Illumi said, you're paying? Ichioza gritted his teeth. We'll go Dutch. We'll have to eat and stay on the way there. Do you want to eat, stay, and use my stuff? Illumi nodded and said matter-of-factly, my hiring fee is very high. Wasting time with you and Aluja is already my bottom line. You can't make me pay anymore. Ichioza almost knelt on the ground. Big brother, what right do you have? Because I didn't bring any money with me. Illumi was very sincere. I didn't bring a single cent, Ichioza thought. You win. Soon, Ichioza realized that Illumi was a big pig trotter. Not only did she eat, drink, and use his stuff, but she also purposely led him to the properties that were owned by the enemy's customers. Restaurants, supermarkets, and hotels were all owned by the enemy's customers. Ichioza was touched by Illumi's fierce bargaining with all her heart. She lowered the accommodation fee from $500,000 to $300,000 for a night, which made Ichioza feel touched. However, by chance, Ichioza realized that other people only had to pay $100,000 to stay in the same room, but he had to pay $200,000 more. $200,000. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the amount of money he had painstakingly earned during the hunter exam was almost depleted. Oh fuck. Ichioza was furious. Anyone who touched his savings would die. However, Illumi was very cunning. She had always kept Aluja by her side and never left him alone. With a child around, Ichioza really couldn't beat up Aluja's brother in front of him. When they finally got out of the territory of beating up the enemy's customers, Ichioza, who had completely emptied his wallet, finally felt the benefits of having Illumi as a companion. We don't have any money for accommodation, Illumi. We really don't have any money. We don't even have a single ring. No problem. The national goddess, Immerse, flipped her long hair gracefully on the street. She sniffed the fragrance of the ring and accurately found a short, fat sheep. Through the sea of people, Immerse smiled at the fat sheep. That night, Ichioza foolishly stayed in the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. We don't have any money to eat, Illumi. No problem. Immerse swayed around the bar. Not long after, Ichioza heard a group of men shouting as if they were on steroids. Yes, that's the table. I'll pay for what that lady ordered. Get lost. Go to hell. I'll pay for it. Get lost. I'll pay for it. Don't fight. I've already paid for it, haha. Ichioza was speechless. At that moment, Ichioza's admiration for Illumi was like a raging river that flowed endlessly. It was him, Illumi, who made him understand what a real woman was. Aluja blinked and clapped. Sister Immerse is so amazing. Ichioza ate his chocolate mousse and felt that this couldn't go on. Relying on Illumi to cheat and eat would leave a bad impression on Aluja. It was completely detrimental to the future growth of the country's man-eating flower. He had to let Aluja understand that money had to be earned through hard work. Thus, early the next morning, Illumi, Aluja, and the two dogs watched with blank expressions as Ichioza sat under the bridge and swindled people while carrying the banner of fortune-telling, word-reading, and feng shui. Kurolo X Gilgamesh. Owner, what's the difference between you and Illumi? Illumi rubbed her chin in thought and muttered to herself, I didn't know there was such a way to earn money. I'll learn it. Aluja continued to clap. Sister Ichioza is so amazing. Kurolo X Gilgamesh. At this moment, they could already foresee the future of Aluja wearing women's clothes to seduce men and setting up stalls to swindle people. Finally, under the influence of his biological older brother and Ichioza, the monster who was so awesome at beating up the enemy's guests was put to good use. When Illumi and Ichioza worked together to earn money, there was really no money in the world that they couldn't earn. Along the way, they really made it to the outside of the sky arena. It had been a month since they left the withered mountain of carnage. As for Qi, Fu Tuo, strange earth sparkling Scarway Zhan Hang Ji, Bao, calling Chisel Mill hot? Widowed Lai Si Sui due to some accidents, Xiao Jie broke his arm and had to rest for about a month to recover. When Ichioza and the others arrived at the sky arena, they happened to see Xiao Jie's match against the spinning top man. The match was exciting, but no matter how exciting it was, it couldn't stop Ichioza from earning money. He had no choice. His wallet was empty again. He needed money to register for the matches in the sky arena and to watch the matches. He couldn't do it without money. Ichioza hid in the crowded downtown area and waited for the fat sheep to show up. After spending so much time with Illumi, everyone he saw was a fat sheep. He was probably hopeless. This time, the customer was a man in his mid-20s. He was tall and straight, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. He wore a blue hat and had long silver hair that reached his knees. His temperament was as clean as water, and he gave off a comfortable vibe. He seemed very curious. He squatted in front of the stall. Fortune-telling? Yes, don't worry. My fortune-telling is very accurate. Every customer has a 5-star rating. I'm honest. Ichioza said. Then let me try. He stared at Ichioza. Actually, he knew her. After all, it was rare for there to be an extremely beautiful woman in the 287th exam. The news had already spread in the association. It was said that this beautiful woman had the ability to tell fortunes. He didn't expect to bump into her on his way out. He was a little curious. My name is Kate. I'm a hunter. Kate said, this time, I'm going on a long journey to investigate an important matter. I want to ask, is it good or bad? Asking for good or bad. That was the easiest. Ichioza counted with his fingers and said seriously, Kate, when you pronounce it, it's cat. Do you have a cat? Carter was taken aback. No, why? Don't worry, you'll have a cat. After all, when you pronounce your name, it's a cat. Ichioza dug into his backpack. Here, take this. Top-grade catnip. You can catch any cat you meet. It's 100,000 in total. I'm honest. Kate was speechless. Chapter 245. Perhaps it was because his ears were too soft. Perhaps it was because he was too kind-hearted. Kate did not know what was going on. As he arranged for himself equals. Do you have a cat? Oh no, then you must be lacking a cat in your life. Do you have a girlfriend? Oh no, let me tell you, a cat is equivalent to a girlfriend with a cat. You will definitely have a girlfriend. Look at you, you're young and talented. It's fine if you don't have a girlfriend, but you don't have a cat. It's a waste of your handsome skin. A person's life's luck is born from their name. Your name is telling you that all your good and bad comes from cats. You need a handful of catnip to go against the heavens and change your fate. Big brother, I'm really not lying to you. If you're a man, don't raise a dog. If you want to raise a dog, raise a cat-eared girl with ears on her head and a tail on her butt, a tsundere and cute personality. When she gently wags her tail and looks at you with her pitiful eyes, oh fuck, you will find that even if she wants your life, you can fucking give it to her. Sincerely, a handful of catnip, a cat-eared girl. You can't lose out. You can't be fooled. Your heart is not as good as your action, and your action is not as good as a wall. You're not buying a cat. You're buying the sex of the lower half of your body. The cat-eared girl is waiting for you. What are you still hesitating for? Kate's head twitched. How could he be a match for Yigioza? Thus, when he held the catnip that he had bought for 100,000, his face turned green and purple, purple and green, as if he was suffocating. And this handful of catnip could not be thrown away, nor could it be thrown away. He was about to return it when he saw a luxury car quickly stop in front of Yigioza's stall. A short, fat, round man in a suit rolled out of the car with tears streaming down his face. He lay in front of Yigioza's stall and cried bitterly, "Master, you said yesterday that I would have a romantic calamity. I didn't care, but I didn't expect to really encounter it." The man wailed. "That woman cheated me of the money to open the club. All gone." Yigioza put on an unfathomable expression. "Let me calculate with my fingers. Isn't the woman tall and slender, with long silky hair, a voluptuous figure, and elegant and charming? Poor little sheep. You should be thankful that you're still wearing your underwear after being targeted by Illumi. If it was a few days ago, those rich second generation, third generation, and nth generation rich people wouldn't even have their underwear left. According to young Master Illumi, rich people have special hobbies. Their underwear is studded with diamonds, and their navels are adorned with gold chains. If you don't strip them naked, you'll never find Solomon's treasure." Yigioza gasped in amazement. As expected of Illumi, she's so knowledgeable. "Yeah, Grandmaster, help me." The man was about to hug Yigioza's calf, but Yigioza kicked him in the face. "I can't help you. You're the only one who can help you." Yigioza let out a deep sigh, instantly becoming more pretentious. "God is watching what people do. Don't earn unscrupulous money, or else the money will go back the way it came." The man's wailing stopped abruptly, revealing a trace of panic as if he was seen through. Grandmaster, fortunately, I only lost money this time. If I lost my life, tisk, it's hard to say." Seeing the man trembling like a quail, Yigioza still maintained his sage-like image. "But it's not impossible to resolve. Grandmaster, I beg you, from today onwards, go home and manage your finances, do charity work, sponsor poor students to study, sponsor scientific research and medical treatment, promote the truth, kindness, and beauty, and fight against the fake and ugly. Be a real person, and be a real person." Yigioza maintained his smile. "You have to bear the sins you've committed even if you have to kneel. This time it's a romantic disaster. Next time it'll be 8 consecutive killings. But if you become a good person, you might be able to offset some of the karma." The man cherished his life very much, nodding repeatedly. In the end, he tactfully gave a lot of rings and left gratefully. The luxury car sped away, leaving Kate dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the catnip in his hand, thinking for a while, but still put it into his pocket. Was it really that magical? Forget it. He'd just give it a try. It was just a handful of catnip, not much. Moreover, this handful of catnip had cost him 100,000 rings. Assassins loved money, but they got it in a proper way. As the Ime who sold her beauty, Illumi's appearance fee was very expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Therefore, the young master wisely didn't look for ordinary people, but cheated a lot of second-generation disciples. Moreover, Yigioza had said, "Wool grows on a sheep, and it'll be gone after it's pulled. If you kill such a stupid fat sheep, where else can you find a second one? Fat sheep are non-renewable resources, and we must abide by the strategy of sustainable development," and other classic sayings. Illumi suddenly felt that she was indeed a powerful person and had great foresight. Therefore, Illumi struggled for a while, and in the end, spared the lives of the fat sheep in order to get more money. The fat sheep hugged each other for warmth and shivered in fear. QAQ, once their pockets were full, Yigioza and the others stepped into the Sky Arena to register for the competition. According to the rules of the Sky Arena, every time a contestant won a match, they could be promoted to a corresponding level based on their strength. The higher the level, the more powerful the contestant was, the better the treatment, and the more prize money they would get. Moreover, the prize money of the Sky Arena was calculated at 100 million. How could Yigioza and Illumi not go just for this 100 million? Chew. Above the 200th level, Illumi flipped her black hair and said calmly, "Looks like they've activated telekinesis. The 200th level, and non-telekinesis users can't enter. Did they get baptized? Or did they meet a mentor sent by the Hunters Association?" Gyoza was confused. "What are you talking about? What 200th level and a mentor? What does it have to do with the Hunters Association?" Illumi cocked his head to the side like a big cat in a daze. He looked at Gyoza a few times before saying, "Obtaining the Hunter's certificate isn't the end of the test, but the real test begins. The Hunters Association will send a mentor to follow the new hunters, and after inspecting their character, they'll guide them in the cultivation of telekinesis." As she spoke, she counted on her fingers. Illumi didn't show it on her face, but in her heart, she was calculating how much this information was worth. "Siso and I have activated telekinesis a long time ago, so no one dares to guide us. As for you, you're a newbie personally tested by President Nitro, so you don't need any guidance." This was the reason why they hadn't met any hunter mentors even though they had been on the move for almost 2 months. As for the Sky Arena, the 200th level and below is for normal fighters, and the 200th level and above is the territory of telekinesis users. The only way to enter the 200th level is to activate telekinesis. Gyoza thought for a moment. "Illumi, how do you know so much?" Illumi extended her hand to Gyoza and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. She said calmly, "Because I've been here before, and the information is one of my main sources of income." Gyoza was speechless. "I know how much money you have," Illumi said seriously. "Catnip sold for 100,000, and Fat Antelope gave you a 3 million silver card. Don't pretend to be poor. Give me the money." Gyoza's face turned red. "I wouldn't have listened to you if you'd told me you'd charge me. You're forcing me to buy and sell." Illumi nodded. "That's why I waited for you to finish before asking for the money." Gyoza was speechless. "Give me the money." Illumi guided him with a flat tone. "The money will still go into my pocket if it's with you, but no one can take it away if it's in my pocket. It's much safer with me than with you." Gyoza was speechless, but for some reason, he thought that the kid had a point. But who was Gyoza? His wallet had been stolen when he was in university. To learn from that painful experience, he went to the cafeteria to get 50 cents worth of rice every day and ate it with his godmother for a whole month. A month later, he went to the pharmacy and bought a dozen Mine Long. How tragic. Only after experiencing it did he have the confidence to say that he was a professional when it came to being stingy. Gyoza took a deep breath and recited with a straight face, 1 by 1 is 1, 2 by 2 is 2, 1 by 3 is 3, 8 by 9 is 72, 9 by 9 is 81. Taoist priest Chunyang recited the Tao Te Ching, multiplication formula for the Mahayana stage in person. "I'll give you a discount of 99%. It's a friendship price. Give me the money." Illumi was speechless. Gyoza rubbed his index finger and thumb and smiled brightly. "As an assassin, you're in a precarious situation. You're afraid that you won't be able to spend your money in the bank. It's better to give it to me. I can make it accumulate interest for a long time. The money is in your account, and it's the fortune of a fugitive. The money is in my card, and its money is coming in every day. It's much more practical with me than with you." Illumi was speechless. He stared at Gyoza with a secretive look in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would meet an opponent who was on par with him after 20 years of dominating the money market. "You're really an unfathomable woman." Illumi gave an objective evaluation. Gyoza retorted solemnly. His words were profound and meaningful. "Only when I'm unfathomable can I be out of your reach." Illugia was speechless. Illumi x Ku x Luoluo x Gilgamesh was speechless. Today was still a day of being rebutted to the point where there was nothing left to say. Saishomaru stayed in the large garbage dump on Meteor Street for a week. The reason was very simple. He met an acquaintance on Meteor Street, Jin. At that time, Jin had already grown to a height of 1.6 meters. His eyebrows were exquisite, but full of fierceness. His body was thin, but full of explosive power. His light golden hair fell to his knees. The warm and soft golden halo slightly neutralized his hostility. Jin was very surprised to meet Saishomaru. However, It only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. Under the seemingly unseen gaze of the surrounding people, Jin brought Saishomaru back to his residence. It was a rather clean and tidy little villa, and it was very tidy, because the small villa was set up in the area where the powerhouses gathered on Meteor Street. No one dared to look for trouble. After entering the small villa, Saishomaru realized that apart from Jin, there was also a dog, Idagawa Corgi. He had suffered a very serious injury. His abdomen was wrapped in thick gauze, and one could vaguely see the scarlet blood seeping out. He was probably too weak. When he saw Saishomaru, he only grunted twice before he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Jin helped him change his bandages before coming to greet Saishomaru. Saishomaru? Am I right? Jin poured 2 cups of bitter tea and placed it on the coffee table. If I remember correctly, this is your name. Saishomaru lifted his eyelids in the steaming mist. How many years have passed? 5 years. Jin caressed the Zanpakuto that never left his body. There was a lingering blood aura between his eyebrows. 5 years ago, I fell here and almost died. If not for the fact that he was a qualified assassin and was used to cruel training, he would have been killed as soon as he landed. Compared to the competition on Meteor Street, he realized that the survival training he had undergone in the past was nothing. 5 years. Saishomaru realized that their timeline was really messed up. What happened to him? Saishomaru turned to Corgi. His tone was still cold. A year ago, after I was forced to activate telekinesis, he fell by my side, Jin said calmly. I was seriously injured and almost died. He has been taking care of me. Forced to activate telekinesis? Saishomaru took out the keywords. His meaning was clear. He wanted an explanation and an answer. Jin briefly talked about the ability of mind and talked about her past experience in a few words. I was targeted by a poker clown, and because of him, I provoked the Phantom Troop. Although he was lucky enough to survive, Corgi was seriously injured. He blocked the attack of a telekinesis user for me. The strange thing was that the telekinesis user who attacked him was also seriously injured at the same time, Jin recalled. Because things were too strange, the other party retreated first. That's why I could hide here with him. 5 years of experience and 1 year of companionship were enough for Jin to understand what a real partner was. Clown, Phantom Troop. Saishomaru wrote it down. The teacup fell on the table and made a crisp click sound. Chapter 246. 5 years ago, Jin, who had regained his youth, had a skeletal age of 9 years. His skin was exquisite, his clothes were clean, and he looked easy to deceive. When he first arrived at Meteor Street, he was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Not only was he coveted for his beauty, he almost lost his life. If Madara hadn't honed his taijutsu training for about half a year, Kuroda would have if he had not learned the use of spiritual power from Gu Wei and learned some saber skills from Aizen. It would have been difficult for him to survive in Meteor Street. After all, it would have been difficult for him to survive in Meteor Street. After all, those who could live in Meteor Street, even if they were just a 6-year-old child, they all had extraordinary poison resistance, durable stamina, and powerful combat strength. Compared to the hell mode of Meteor Street, the assassin training, survival in the Amazon, crossing the desert, were not worth mentioning. However, it had to be said. Zitherwine was indeed a qualified big boss. He had both brains and strength. It only took him 3 days to blend into this area that was filled with slaughter. He even made a name for himself. It was also because the spiritual power circulating in his body had the effect of healing wounds. As a fake doctor, Jin, he managed to accumulate some connections and was finally able to live a relatively stable life. He did not intend to be a demon, nor was he in the mood to build his own force. After witnessing the cruelty of the new world, Jin focused on improving his strength. He used his identity as a doctor to protect a young man. As long as he had time, he would ask the other party about the history, culture, and language of this world. The young man's name was Aaron. He was only 28 years old. His limbs were broken, his eyes were blinded, and he was thrown into Meteor Street. In the past, Aaron would have died in the garbage heap long ago. His body would have been covered with maggots. However, coincidentally, he met Jin, who rarely went out. And Jin happened to need a living person who fell into Meteor Street from the outside world to tell him what the outside world looked like. Jin saved Aaron. Not long after, they became familiar with each other. It was reported that Aaron was a lawyer with a sense of justice in the outside world. He had profound knowledge and excellent eloquence. He was cheerful and outgoing, and he was also strict and serious. Unlike most of his peers, he didn't like to take on commercial cases with huge profits, nor was he willing to take on cases that would confuse right and wrong for the sake of high money. Most of the time, he was speaking up for the weak and fighting for the interests of the common people. Even if his salary was meager and he was threatened every day, he did not change his original intention. Before the incident, he was trying his best to help a girl who had been defiled in a lawsuit. The defendant was a scumbag with power and influence. The forces behind him were complicated, and he even had some connections with the gang under the 10 Old Men. He had been the target of several assassination attempts. Before his last court appearance, he had practically emptied his savings to send the girl to Whale Island, while he himself had stayed behind. With 8 hours left before his court appearance, he encountered an assassin. It was a young white-haired child, no more than 6 or 7 years old. His eyes were cold and his attitude indifferent, but after entering the room, he did not rush to make a move. Instead, he leaned against the corner of the wall in a daze. There were 5 hours left before the court was due. The white-haired child killed a batch of helpers. 2 hours later, the white-haired child killed a third batch of helpers. Until the end, the child didn't attack him. Aaron didn't understand why he didn't attack him. He was sure that he didn't have the money to hire an expert to protect him, and he was also sure that none of the people he had helped had the ability to hire the other party. Therefore, it could only be the child's own will. He couldn't help but want to talk to the other party, but he was glared at. He wanted to approach the other party, but he was sent flying. Aaron successfully won the lawsuit, and his reputation soared. He even promoted the process of legal reform, causing a huge sensation. But good times didn't last long. A week later, he encountered an accident and was thrown to Meteor Street. However, kindness was ultimately the glory of human nature that would never be obliterated. Even after experiencing the most brutal torture, Aaron didn't degenerate into a sociopathic pervert. Even if his eyes could no longer see the light, he would use a bit of warmth in his heart to illuminate the dark corners. Aaron was a blind man without telekinesis, a weakling at the bottom of Meteor Street. But under Jin's protection, he taught the residents of Meteor Street how to read and write. He taught them more things with his eloquence. There was no light in Meteor Street, and Aaron was a candle. Even if he was weak and insignificant, he was tenacious. Unfortunately, Aaron's body was too weak, and he was too heavy. Even with Jin's spiritual power sustaining him, he didn't last more than 2 years. And before he died, Aaron only had one last wish. "Can you help me go to Whale Island to find that girl? Tell her that Aaron, the lawyer, has concealed his identity, has a wife, and is doing very well. Don't worry anymore." Aaron left with a smile on his face. He was very happy. At the last moment, all the children he had taught to read and learn came to his side. There were no tears or grief on Meteor Street, but the rare and precious companionship was far better than anything else. After Aaron left, a certain area of Meteor Street was still filled with daily fights and killings. But the difference was that the people in this area would never kill each other. And Aaron's resting place was always the cleanest place. Good times didn't last long. In the 3rd year after Jin came to Meteor Street, she met a perverted clown who was picking ripe fruits. After all, she had been the boss of this area for a long time. There was no reason for her to let her underlings die. Jin promptly stopped the clown man and bought time for her underlings to escape. But he never expected that the clown man was called Saiso, a spider with the serial number 4 of the Phantom Troop. The Phantom Troop was an organization that was full of perverts and masters. The reason why they returned to Meteor Street this time was because the elder group of Meteor Street provoked them, and they chose to kill without saying a word. The area that Saiso was responsible for cleaning happened to be the place where Jin lived for a long time. And because Jin was strong, she stopped Saiso, and because Saiso was difficult to deal with, She waited until the phantom troop arrived. The tall, short, and round spiders stood in different places and watched the fight between him and Sisso with great interest. Until Sisso had enough fun, they took turns to test Jin. With malice surging, they baptized Jin with their huge telekinesis and forcibly opened Jin's mind. They used the cruelest means to force him to use his full strength, and then defeated him and trampled him under their feet. At that time, the sky was raining. Jin fell into a puddle filled with blood, and his eyes were a little unfocused. A foot stepped on his temple, grinding it hard until he felt dizzy and lightheaded. Let's keep him. He's only been enlightened not too long ago. He's a delicious fruit. Sisso's sticky voice slowly dragged out. I'll personally pluck him. Don't you dare fight with me. They seemed to be saying something, but the messy voices were getting farther and farther away. The last image that remained in Jin's memory was the smashed tombstone of Aaron. The meteor street was a little miserable because of the phantom troop. At least, Jin found that only half of the people in his own area came back alive. Another year passed. After Jin became proficient in using his telekinesis, he chose to go alone to find the phantom troop to settle the score. He was indeed impulsive, but he didn't regret it. Not everyone could bear the humiliation of having their head stepped on. In a desperate fight, Jin killed the 8 of the phantom troop by surprise. When he was seriously injured and dying, he met a strong man with white hair and vertical pupils who was nearly 2 meters tall. The strong man was called Silva. He was the killer who was entrusted to kill the 8. Unexpectedly, he was 1 step late, and the target had already been killed. Seeing that Jin was seriously injured and couldn't survive, Silva didn't mean to push the business away. He took away the body of the spider number 8 and became the person who killed number 8. Fortunately, Silva became the person who killed number 8, which diverted the focus of the revenge of the phantom troop and gave Jin a chance to breathe. Jin didn't die, and his long-lost little friend Corgi happened to land next to him. After being frightened, he quickly dragged him to hide. After that, Jin couldn't move for 3 days, and in 3 days, Corgi lost a lot of weight. The meteor street was too dangerous, and when Corgi went out, he became a meal. If he didn't learn some life-saving skills from Yoshia Sakura, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, Jin and Corgi began a life of mutual dependence. Not long ago, the leader of the phantom troop, Kirolo, inexplicably returned to the meteor street to try his new ability. Jin once again became the training tool of the entire phantom troop. But Jin was no longer the little poor he was a few years ago. His strength even surpassed many people in the phantom troop. Both sides fought with real fire, but the other side had a large number of people. Jin didn't get a good result, and even Corgi was unfortunately seriously injured. What was even more ridiculous was that the words that Sisso said 2 years ago became his life-saving talisman. Corgi needed not only spiritual power but also enough medicinal materials and food to recover. Jin was planning to leave the meteor street, but he also understood that his strength might not be able to stop the attack of many forces. Over the past 5 years, Jin had not only provoked the phantom troop. Fortunately, someone sent a pillow when he dozed off, and the arrival of Saishomaru gave Jin a reassuring pill. As he thought, although Saishomaru's face was cold, his heart was warm. The big monster didn't speak, but he would take care of his companions with his actions. Even if Saishomaru didn't admit that they were companions, a week later, Corgi's injury was basically stable. Saishomaru stretched out his tail and flew out of the meteor street with Jin. Many strong men were staring at them, but under the warning of the big monster's powerful pressure, they didn't make a move, and they didn't dare to make a move. After flying for a long time, they finally saw the end of the meteor street. It was rare for Saishomaru to look back, only to discover that this area was extraordinarily large, and each area was guarded by human powerhouses who were not weak. Jin could go in and out by himself, but it was really inconvenient to bring Corgi with him. People who enter the meteor street have to rely on their own ability to get out, Jin suddenly said. In order to become stronger, many outsiders deliberately come to the meteor street to train. Saishomaru didn't make a sound. He just distinguished the scents in the wind and flew toward the place with the strongest smell of herbs. For the next half a month, Corgi recuperated in peace. Saishomaru looked up at the sky, and Jin slowly gathered information. Before long, the three of them set off for Whale Island. Jin always remembered Aaron's last wish. Whale Island was the hometown of one of the world's top 5 telekinesis ability users, Kim Fullis. It was also an ideal place that was peaceful and beautiful, far away from disputes. The people were simple and honest, and the villagers were kind. Most of them were fishermen and sailors. There were many ships in the harbor, and it was a good place for tourism. Jin spent some time to find the girl. She was in a flower shop called Gratitude. A few years had passed, and the girl had grown into a slender and elegant beauty. She had walked out of the nightmare of the past and lived out her own life, but there was still a slight worry between her brows. There was a stack of old newspapers by the counter of the flower shop, all of which contained news from a few years ago. Because the newspaper had been repeatedly rubbed, the print on it had faded greatly. "Excuse me, what kind of flower would you like?" The girl looked at Jin with a gentle smile. Jin reached out and pulled out a white chrysanthemum from a bucket of fresh flowers. After a while, he put the flower on the counter and said, "Aaron?" The girl was shocked and stared at him with wide eyes. "He asked me to tell you that he has changed his name, married a wife, and is living a good life." Jin stared at her. "Don't worry about him." A breeze blew, and the wind chime at the door rang softly. After a long time, the girl held the white chrysanthemum with trembling fingers and squeezed it tightly. She put on a smile that was uglier than crying. "Thank you. I'm very, very happy." Jin turned around and left. After a pause, he suddenly said, "The name of the flower shop is very good. Please keep it open." He stepped out of the flower shop and completed Aaron's last wish. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, Jin felt like smoking. He leaned against the wall outside the flower shop and listened to the intermittent sobs coming from inside. He did not move. Aaron had been gone for 3 years, and finally, someone cried for him. Sure enough, something was different after all. If it was in the past, he would never do something as stupid as passing a message. He might even give her a shot and send her to heaven to reminisce with Aaron. Damn it, he suddenly felt like smoking even more. As long as it was a living thing, it would be attracted to the light. In the eyes of Yijiuza and Illumi, the ring was the golden light source. On the faraway Whale Island, Saishomaru was still learning how to read and write. In the Polar Research Lab, Kimimaro decided to defrost the 9-orchid flower. In the prosperous Yuk Xian, Uchiha Madara woke up in a daze. Outside the forest of East Gatra, Yoshiasakura set off to take a look at the Dark Continent. Yijiuza and Illumi killed their way up to the 200th floor at a terrifying speed, each earning a few hundred million. They happily dragged their families and dogs along to beat up any telekinesis users who tried to stop them. They filled in the forms and said that they were ready to fight at any time. Unfortunately, they were placed in the same ring. At that time, Aluja was guarding Gilgamesh and Kurolo. He sat in the audience seat and was very distressed. What should I do? Who should I bet my pocket money on? Yes, after being educated by Yijiuza and Illumi, Aluja had also learned how to make money. As long as his brother and sister were in the ring, he would make a lot of money if he bet on them. So the problem was, what should he do when the two of them were in the ring at the same time? Trust me. Help me bet. Aluja took out a money bag and placed it in front of Kurolo. A child's intuition was the sharpest. He subconsciously felt that the 2 dogs beside him were not good dogs. Then, Aluja said that as long as they knew how to make money, bad dogs were cute too. Since he wasn't sure if Aluja was forcing him to do so, Kuluo decided to just pick up the money bag with his mouth and jumped off the stage. He placed it on the nameplate of Yijiuza. After doing all this, Kurolo quickly returned to the audience seat. He did not want to miss the battle between Yijiuza and Illumi. The sooner he found out about them, the easier it would be for him in the future. Kurolo's face was expressionless as he watched Yijiuza draw his sword and land a suppression of the mountains and rivers on him. When suppression of the mountains and rivers was no longer a real man for 8 seconds and became a product of internal energy, Yijiuza would be safe as long as he sat in the frame. Of course, suppression of the mountains and rivers consumed a lot of energy. Even if his pure young internal energy was endless, it could not keep up with its rapid consumption. However, As long as he could act real, he could act cool to the end. Yijioza maintained suppression of the mountains and rivers and smiled at Illumi. Do you want to fight? Illumi had a serious expression on her face. She symbolically attacked a few times, then finally took the initiative to admit defeat. While the audience was in an uproar, Illumi took out her phone, walked to a secluded corner, and said to Steward Wudong, yes, I spent 10 billion on Yijioza winning with 0 injuries. You can get your money back now. What are the odds? Very good. Transfer all the money to my account. You don't have to pay tax on the gambling money, not a single cent. Who's the next match? Kim Fullis versus Sisso? Oh, bet on Sisso to win. How much? Illumi tilted her head. Give him some face and bet 10 billion as well. Sisso will definitely win, if he doesn't want to carry a debt of 10 billion. Kuluoluo, who was hiding in the corner and listening to the entire conversation, was speechless. No wonder Sisso was so poor that he had to join an exploration team to rob people. It turned out that Illumi had cheated all his money out of him. Yijioza was happy that he won. He spent money on himself to win and made a lot of money. Illumi was even happier. She realized that by following Yijioza, she could make more money than before, and she didn't need to put in any effort. The two of them got along more and more harmoniously. Even when they went back to their rooms to rest, they automatically held Illugia's hand and picked up the golden retriever. Illumi pinched the back of the golden retriever's neck and happily checked in with the room card named Ionia. Yijioza held Illugia's little hand, swiped the card name Demacia, and happily returned to their room. While Illumi diligently combed the dog's fur and Yijioza was telling Illugia a bedtime story, Xiaojia was being pressed against the floor by Sisso. Strange? Chu Yinhe? Gorobuki squinting wood? Jujian? Illumi sighed and realized that no gold ingots were dropped. Yijioza fell asleep halfway through the story. Xiaojia was beaten black and blue, and Sisso twisted his waist and left. Strange? Guanidine? Kill you? The next morning, Illumi knocked on Yijioza's door on time with the golden retriever, resolutely waking her up. She then dragged her to the dining room, paid for the food, and waved goodbye. Yijioza sincerely advised Illumi, really, you're such a miser. You're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. You won't be able to get a girlfriend in the future. I advise you to be generous, kind, and spend money. Illumi showed her shrewd side again. Girlfriend? I understand. What do you understand? You're enlightened? You're going to spend money on a woman? Illumi clapped her fists and nodded. I've decided to open up a girlfriend business. I can dress up as a woman or a man. I can totally rent myself out. Rent for 50 million a day. Although I won't take on any killings for the time being, I still need to generate income. But the enemy family's income for this season still needs my contribution. Besides, they won't lose out if they can rent me out. Illumi's dark eyes turned to Yijioza, and she said solemnly, even if I don't spend a cent, I can have a girlfriend a day? Illugia applauded. A girlfriend a day. Amazing, amazing. Yijioza was speechless. Kurolo x Gilgamesh was speechless. Young master, I advise you to be a better person. I realize that everything you say is the truth about making money. Illumi ate the food in her bowl and looked at the food on Yijioza's plate. On behalf of the enemy family, I invite you to the Withered Mountain to be the head of the finance department. Your monthly salary will start at 1 million, and you'll have 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund. You'll have 2 days off, year-end bonus, and subsidies. Do you want it? Yijioza's face was expressionless. I choose to fly freely. Chapter 247. Illumi had grown up in a twisted environment. He didn't have many interpersonal relationships, negative moral values. His definition of man was either can be killed or can't be killed. The definition of the mission was only to earn money or not earn money. Childhood without storybooks, he was punished in the torture chamber, tortured in the electric shock chamber. His teenage years without video games, he trained in Meteor Street, lurked in the dark, and did not have a girlfriend in his youth. He fought in the sea of blood and traversed the depths of hell. He was the eldest son who beat up his enemies, a successfully cultivated killing machine, a heretic who could not integrate into normal society at all. He didn't have friends in the traditional sense, and he didn't need so-called friends. The partners he got were usually people he had business dealings with, or perverts that he couldn't easily kill. Therefore, Illumi could not understand why. Qiu Lu Huang Fu Nai Qi, Weizhenshi, buy a Yashun monastery for Meimu? Soul for an assassin, emotional fluctuations and ups and downs would form one's own weaknesses. It was a factor that absolutely could not be touched. If Xiaojie was an expert with superb skills, then it would be fine. But an expert? Sistis? To beat up the enemy and not to be enemies with the strong. He would definitely nod in agreement. But Xiaojie was not a strong person. Even though his father was a powerful telekinesis user, Kim Fullis, according to the investigation of the intelligence network. His grandfather, Don Fullis, was an expert on par with Chairman Nitro. However, right now, Xiaojie was very weak. Even if he had exceptional aptitude, weak was still a fact. Do you want someone who can walk to the top with their own strength? Prion dark screen osmium? Was there a need for a miracle to temper one's cultivation? Guoju Che-man Sigma E Ichi? Long Qin Xiao Zinkio buttocks stupidly boasting. He was Illumi's most valued younger brother. Who would be so shameless as to be surprised? Chow, but as it happened, Jay Fullis was the face that had left Irumi dumbfounded. To put it bluntly, this was just a simple conversation between two 12-year-old kids. But in the eyes of the opinionated Kwangdi, Xiaojie was just a freaking kidnapper. Okinawa Sakura, the way the enemy behaved was extreme. This friendship had just begun, and no one thought highly of it. If it wasn't strange, Spin Tao on the Endless Horizon Locust Tomb? Fear of hiring a scribe? Changing the ridge to smell the famine? Difficult Xiuyin? Turtle? Duio Pan? Wei? Fen Ring? Shrimps, maybe you've seen a lot of people. Chi? Amaranth Wang Qiang? Wandering around and dragging poison? No. Unfortunately, the ideal was an elegant paradise, but reality was a public toilet. Chi? Chasm? Chew on bushes and talk about roundworms? Dirt? Sentence him to choke? Mog-eating as expected of a child who loved to beat up his enemies. His extreme stubbornness hadn't changed at all. Once he set his mind on someone, he would run. Even 99 Sanmao couldn't pull him back. Even inserted in the strange? Which Tuan? Jiaba Tua I. This made Illumi very annoyed. So annoyed that he didn't even want to stroke the golden retriever. Kwangdi was always an egoist through and through. On the surface, he decided to do one thing. But behind the scenes, there were always 2 or 3 or even 3 or 4 interests involved. For example, this time, his family agreed to let Yi Jioza bring Aluja out and even let him follow. Even without any verbal communication, Lumi could guess what the parents were plotting just by thinking with her toes. First of all, Yi Jioza was very strong, and she was a marriageable woman. For the stubborn Kwangdi, rather than simply letting Yi Jioza go, it was better to let his eldest son work hard. What? She had a boyfriend? It didn't matter. As long as he wielded the shovel well, there was no corner that couldn't be pried open. And this was the main reason why he hadn't been assigned a killing mission for 2 months after he left home. His parents hoped that he would have a good relationship, and it would be best if he could have 2 in 3 years. Illumi didn't refuse. After all, he hadn't gotten his hands on the golden retriever he wanted. As for Yi Jioza, why would he marry a woman who fought with him over his nuns? To cause trouble? Secondly, Aluja was very dangerous. Even if he was also the son of the Kwangdi, compared to the safety of the entire family, Aluja might as well not exist. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the Kwangdi wouldn't casually abandon his family. Since Yi Jioza had the means to suppress Aluja, and even had the intention to keep him by his side to teach him, they definitely wouldn't reject a strong person's goodwill. Using Aluja to exchange for a strong person's favor was one method. And using a long period of time to prove Aluja's safety would make it easier for the Kwangdi to control Aluja. And this was the second reason why he followed Yi Jioza. Finally, in the episode, picking up girls, spying, stealing dogs, spying on strange, feeding spade fragrance to cover all of Laos, Femi pouch to visit, Sifting? Sifting? Coriander may moo moo in distress? Leap I just like now. Aluja hugged his waist and raised an innocent smile. His azure blue eyes without any haze. Brother Illumi, I want to eat pizza. I want to eat pizza. I want to eat pizza. Illumi was sure that Aluja wasn't forcing him, and that the pizza had just been released and hadn't been on sale yet. But he was probably out of his mind and actually said, "Okay, is there anything else you want?" Wait, what is he saying? Brother Illumi is the best. I like Illumi. Forget it, it's just a pizza. If he could use pizza to stabilize Aluja and make Aluja work for him, not to mention a pizza, even a truck of pizza wouldn't be a problem. That was what Illumi thought. When capital gains far exceeded 300%, it would be enough for him to open his wallet and pay people. This was an investment, not mixed with personal feelings. Or like now, Illumi sat in his room in a daze when he inexplicably received a call from Saiso. That perverted and sticky voice came through the phone, like a snake coiling in one's ear. It was eerie and chilling. Xiao-yi, I saw it. That woman named Ionia was you in disguise. Saiso chuckled and lightly kissed the poker cards in his hand. Hey, Ionia, do you have time to accompany me tonight? It's a private high-class banquet. I happen to be lacking a female companion. 100 million rings, just to accompany me. You don't have to do anything, Saiso invited. 100 million rings seemed pretty good, just to accompany him. He didn't have to do anything, then. Just at that moment, a roar came from the next room. Ionia, do you have time? It's time to give the golden retriever a bath. Give the golden retriever a bath. Well, compared to the dog that laid golden eggs, 100 million rings was nothing. Illumi held the phone and decisively refused. You can find any woman you like. Damasia's dog needs me now. As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up. Ionia rushed to the Damasian dog, took the dog, and happily pressed it into the bathtub to give it a bath, filling the entire bathroom with bubbles. Saiso, who had been hung up on, was petrified in the wind. That night, you rejected me. That night, you had another dog. That night, I also found another apple. 3 days later, Yijioza bought 5 dozen plant hair dyes and dyed Aluga's thick black hair into a low-key brown. Sister, why are you going to see Chi? Guanidine? Scarlet murder? Youwu Jun Xiu Fong Wei Chiomu Lu? Pui Huang Yi Mian Ting Wu Kuchio? Xiu Jun, of course not. Meet Chi with my real face? Chi. Balan Nai. Tuan Tuan? Chi. Huang Wu Bei. Chanting Mu Mu Gong Huang Sibu. Why? Of course it's for Chi. Cyprinus vanadium? Coin poison Dan Tuan? Now Xiao Zun Yun? Chimu Fu? Straw? Missing night lotus to date cherry blossoms? Common stern and hip defects. Think about it. Pretend to be someone else and stay by his side. Guess how long it will take for him to discover your true identity. Isn't that something worth looking forward to? Aluja's eyes lit up. It looks fun. Yijioza smiled and patted Aluja's head. He helped him change into a t-shirt, boxer shorts, and sneakers. Then, he tied his hair into a high ponytail, making him look like a little girl. Yijioza held Aluja's hand as he walked out with Illumi following behind him. Yijioza also felt helpless when he thought about how complicated it was to beat up the enemy's family. Still, Illumi had a point. What if Chi? Is the Argonne Desolate Mountain regretful? Desolate Xiang Mountain Peak is tied to the steady water? Desolate Long you called Wei Chu Tuanin? Knock here. Return the imitation white frog coin? Cut cricket to guard the south crutch? Select if he rashly interfered with other children's growth process. He was afraid that it would disrupt the trajectory. Although it's a little unfair to stand by and do nothing. Still? Feng Huan is scared? Vinegar promise is broken? Le Guanliang visits me? Gambling Tuan? Chi. Reeling from barren wasteland Xian Sun is stunned? Equals half an hour later, Yijioza successfully met Xiao Jiechi in the restaurant. Play with urea? Chewing Paiyan silk disaster machine Najang? Receiving memo? Sending mischievous? Insignia Nuochuo? Big sister has a companion. Xiao Jia looked at the noble and cold Ime, and somehow felt that she was a little familiar. Big sister, have we met somewhere before? Illumi narrowed her eyes. Is this pure beast intuition? Chi. Yaozi Nai? Yaozi Nai? Jujiashir Nai? Sending the emperor to steal the emperor's ads? Junyi Jioza. Kids nowadays are getting more and more sensitive equals. Ah, she's Ionia. The one beside Ionia is her sister, Demacia. Yi Jioza smiled and introduced. This time, I borrowed the name of Demacia to fight in the arena. Demacia was a cute and quiet little girl. Because of her good looks, she made people feel comfortable just by looking at her. Chi. Xiu Huan returns to the tomb to beat Zheng. Xiaocong Jian. Spindle Chabao. Zhong Ku Xiao is still wet Chi. Old bones? Is it hard to be in love? Sakura for a moment, Illumi didn't say anything. Guang Huang prays to God. Leech. By Hui Jia Huang Bin Huan. Cooking with rice. Mechanical twist? Lie? To pour forth one's pride and pray for forgiveness. Only Shaojia and Yi Jioza were chatting idly. Shaojia was an honest child. He spoke his mind without hiding anything. Gradually, the atmosphere became lively. Me and Chi? Kabuki? Forgive me 6 Cantonese play? Plum. Wanna Shi sang dead Chi sure collapsed? Ao Tanjai Chao Mu Xiancha? Ping Chi? Jiao Mu Xiancha Qiao? June? Yun Gu. Illumi recalled his information in her mind and nodded in satisfaction. Yun Gu's strength was not bad. How could it be strange? Jiao Ji? Yi Jioza paused. Telekinesis was basically the movement of one's life energy according to the meridians of the human body. It was very similar to inner force and cultivation, but also different. Telekinesis was equivalent to the primary version of tempering the body and heart. If used properly, it would give rise to matching mantras and skills. Moreover, as one accumulated battle experience and became more proficient in using it, it would slowly evolve into an advanced version similar to wuxia inner force. However, compared to the stability and weight of inner force, the development of telekinesis was more rough and dangerous. However, the so-called martial arts were the same. Although their paths were different, they could still achieve the same goal. As long as the ability of telekinesis was used to perfection, it could be compared to a martial arts master. However, Yi Jioza had already jumped out of the martial arts master level. The only person in the world who could be his teacher was Uchiha Madara. Yi Jioza's expression became serious. He's very strong. He could hang me up and beat me. Remember, when you go out in the future, if you meet a man who is 1.8 meters tall and has black hair, his eyes will turn red when he's angry. Do not provoke him. Everyone did not understand, but they thought it was awesome. His eyes will turn red? Illumi suddenly spoke in a clear and elegant voice. Is he from the Cave Tower clan? What Cave Tower clan? Yi Jioza was a little confused. He's from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha clan? Never heard of it. The Cave Tower clan is known as the Fiery Eyes clan. They are very strong, and their eyes are beautiful blood red, Illumi explained. Because they're too beautiful, they're known as one of the world's beauties. Many rich people and powerhouses spend a lot of money and effort to search for the eyes of the Cave Tower clan. Very strong, beautiful, fiery eyes, world's beauties. Yi Jioza's expression slowly changed. No way, no way. Don't tell me that the Uchiha clan has transmigrated to another world, and they're reproducing here? Hiss, that's not impossible, right? If even I can transmigrate, there's no reason why others can't. A few years ago, the Cave Tower clan was exterminated because of their fiery eyes, Illumi said. Not a single one was spared. Their eyes were all dug out. Yi Jioza was speechless. His hands were shaking, and he really could not hold his plate properly. To be honest, if the Cave Tower clan was really the bloodline of the Uchiha who had transmigrated, and the clan was exterminated because of their eyes, if Uchiha Madara knew about this, the world would probably be destroyed. After all, Uchiha Madara was the ancestor, the clan leader. It would be fine if he destroyed the Uchiha clan himself, but if someone else destroyed his clan, it would be like scratching a tiger's itch. It's over. It's over. At the thought of Uchiha Madara's anger, Susanoo rising from the ground, and Budu's soul control on the left and Chibaku Tensei on the right, Ichiza felt like he was going to die from a heart attack. Big sister, what's wrong? Xiaojia asked worriedly. You look very pale. Oh fuck. Ichiza took a deep breath and said with a sad face, really? You better pray that Uchiha Madara isn't from the Cave Tower clan, or else. Otherwise, what will happen? Hydrazine? Huijing Hydrazine? Give up the heart and beat Ci Jun? Huh? Huan Tun for Ba Huan Yu. Forgive me. Yi Jioza did not say anything. He quickly finished his breakfast and spent another hour leading the group out of the arena. They arrived at a mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. He didn't explain much. He unsheathed his longsword and used an explosive, inexhaustible whirl, accompanied by a thunderous boom. A violent sword aura swept up the power of yin and yang and rushed toward the mountain. The dazzling sword light almost burned people's eyes. His inner breath reverberated in the valley like layers of giant waves. At the same time, the 100-meter-tall mountain in front of him was cut open like tofu. With a crash, it split into two halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The sharp edge of the blade left an earth-shattering aftershock. Birds flew and beasts fled. Ichiza sheathed his sword and stood silently. The onlookers were all stunned. They didn't know what expression to make. For the first time, they directly felt the power of the pure yang sword immortal. Whether it was their bodies or their souls, they felt as if an indelible mark had been carved into them. Don't panic, it's just a small matter. Ichiza patted Illumi's shoulder and sighed. If it was Uchiha Madara, that mountain wouldn't exist anymore. Everyone, so let's pray that the Cave Tower clan isn't a member of Uchiha Madara's clan. Ichiza put on a smile that was uglier than crying. This world is still very young. It's not enough for him to play with. Everyone, suddenly, they felt a sense of mission to save the world. Yuk Exion was flourishing like this, living a life of luxury and luxury. There were many Yakuza gangs here, and the chain of interest was complicated. However, it was also a paradise for outsiders to learn and a vanity fair for doing business. There were many high-rise buildings, and a mix of steel and concrete. The population capacity of the big city had long been saturated, but there were still more people coming because of its fame. This was because Yuk Exion had the most luxurious enjoyment and the richest resources. A few days ago, in the woods of Central Park, Uchiha Madara landed on this land. As a ninja who had surpassed the Kage level, Uchiha Madara skillfully stared at a passerby with his Sharingan and quickly got the information he wanted in the illusory space. However, it was not enough. Uchiha Madara used transformation jutsu to transform into a child, and after using Sharingan to obtain information about bodyguards, employees, housewives, policemen, and a telekinesis user, he quickly constructed the outline and elements of the new world in his mind. At that time, he had only been in the new world for an hour, but he had already figured out the context. After that, he used the convenience of Sharingan to copy the language of the new world and hid in the woods to study. It didn't take long for Uchiha Madara to integrate into Yuk Exion, and after defeating a group of gangsters, he collected money to get an ID card, rented a house in the city's third ring road, and then resumed his old job as a courier. It's not that Uchiha Madara liked to be a courier, but that it was the most convenient job for him to walk around without being discovered. Uchiha Madara quickly took up his post, walked through the big city, jumped on the walls, and landed like a tiger. After a week, Uchiha Madara received countless 5-star reviews, successfully promoted, and his delivery range expanded day by day. It won't be long before he can conquer the entire Yuk Exion, just like he conquered Tokyo. But unfortunately, only half a month later, Uchiha Madara's 5-star reviews faced the first major crisis. The customer's phone couldn't be reached, the goods were confiscated, and the house was in a mess. Uchiha Madara inquired, "Oh, the rich kid was kidnapped and blackmailed by robbers, and he hasn't been rescued yet. If he was accidentally killed, then this 5-star review would be gone. How can this be? There is no blind spot in the Uchiha clan. Anyone who dares to stop someone with a full score will die." Uchiha Madara grabbed the phone with the delivery in his hand, and his momentum rose, shocking the group of policemen and their families. He said to the kidnappers on the other side of the phone, "The money is ready. Where?" After knowing the address, He instantly flew into the air and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. He arrived at the transaction site in just 10 minutes and eliminated the group of kidnappers with lightning speed. Uchiha Madara held the delivery in his hand, stepped into the dusty warehouse, and walked against the light like a god to the rich kid who was tied to the chair and crying. "Your delivery, please sign, and remember to give a 5-star review." At that moment, on the broken chair with peeling paint, in the dirty and messy warehouse, in the environment of corpses everywhere, the rich kid looked at the tall and handsome Uchiha Madara with tears and snot, and finally understood what it felt like to fall in love. After confirming the look in his eyes, he was a courier that must be given a good review. 3 days later, Uchiha Madara's delivery. Oh no, the spirit of saving people without leaving a name deeply shocked the general manager of Yuk Exion Express Company. The general manager was so moved that he wanted to give Uchiha Madara a raise and a promotion. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara accepted the raise but refused the promotion. He righteously said that he loved delivering packages and hoped to send warmth to the people. The general manager cried bitterly. He couldn't imagine that there was such a stupid, hot-blooded, and pure young man in the world equals. In order to fully realize the value of Uchiha Madara's life, he decided to entrust the entire Yuk Exion Express network to Uchiha Madara. So, 1 week later, Uchiha Madara became the man who contracted Yuk Exion Express network. This was the major crisis he had faced since he became a courier. The murderer was a short man holding an umbrella. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with fierce eyes and a bloody smell all over his body. Beside him was a blonde companion with blue eyes and a girl with a vacuum in her hand. At their feet, the customer's head was separated from his body. The surrounding crowd scattered and screamed as they fled. Uchiha Madara held the delivery and stood 5 meters away, staring at them coldly. The 3 murderers casually looked back, their eyes full of contempt and indifference to the courier. As if to say, "I killed him. What can you do? Are you rushing to die?" Uchiha Madara's anger rose rapidly. "TSK, your courage is commendable. You actually didn't run." The blonde baby-faced youth laughed. "Phaeton, that courier is staring at us. Vigilante, don't put your hand on my shoulder." Phaeton turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, a good torture target. He should be able to hold on for a while." After Uchiha Madara put the delivery back on the motorcycle, he silently gathered power. Phaeton stretched out his hand and stared at Uchiha Madara's neck. Uchiha Madara carried the motorcycle and placed it in a safe corner. Then, Uchiha Madara, who lost full praise, stared at Phaeton and slowly said, "Have you thought about how to die?" "Shorty, what did you say?" Phaeton instantly exploded. He hated people calling him short. "Fine, this man. I want to chop him into pieces." Phaeton instantly left the ground and rushed at Uchiha Madara at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. His fingers closed and pointed directly at Uchiha Madara's carotid artery. But all the movements in the eyes of the Sharingan are always in slow motion. Uchiha Madara directly kicked Phaeton into the building. Boom. Phaeton was stunned, Vigilante was stunned, and Xiao Di was also stunned. They quickly understood that the courier, who could beat the flying tank into a state of confusion, was definitely not a kind soul. Almost at the same time, they wanted to join the battle. Unfortunately, only the strong are qualified to join the battle. They are indeed strong, but against the awakened divinity of Uchiha Madara, they are not enough. Uchiha Madara's body overflowed with blue chakra, wrapping him in layers. Higher, higher, and higher. The condensed version of Susanoo, which is 20 meters high, rose from the ground, and the powerful pressure shocked everyone and made them unable to move. The blue giant held Budu in its hand and slapped the flying tank into the ground like it was swatting a mosquito. During this period, Shorty resisted fiercely, and Uchiha Madara hurriedly stepped on him with the Susanoo. It didn't take long for Shorty to finish charging up, and suddenly an explosion as hot as the sun burst out. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, extinguished the smoke, and punched the murderer a few more times. After a while, Shorty struggled with all his strength, and all kinds of skills exploded. Uchiha Madara strengthened his defense, and coldly stared at Shorty until he was exhausted. Finally, Shorty's companions roared and shouted at the top of their lungs and rushed to help. Uchiha Madara felt that they were too noisy, so he pushed away the dart, crushed the vacuum cleaner, and slapped them twice until they vomited blood. Seeing that the robbers had lost their fighting strength, the reporters and the police arrived late. Uchiha Madara just untied the Susanoo, tied the three people together, and put them next to the dead customer. He returned to the small motorcycle, took the express delivery, and put it in the hands of the customer. "Your express delivery, please sign for it. When I find Saishomaru, I will ask him to save you. Remember to give him a 5-star rating." At this moment, Uchiha Madara thought of Yoshi Asakura Saishomaru's various good things about Aizen. Although the customer was already dead, with the Onmyoji Tensei Reaper, he could drag the customer out of the underworld to sign for the express delivery. 5-star rating. Just around the corner. Feitan X Vigilante X Little Drip. They had never seen such a strange courier. Was there really nothing wrong with his brain? 5 minutes later, Feitan, Vigilante, and Little Drip were taken away by the police because they had lost the ability to resist. This was the first time that the spiders of the Phantom Troop were shackled and taken to the police station for interrogation. What a novel experience if this was in normal times. Even if they broke their hands and feet, they could still kill this group of police. Unfortunately, now they had an unfathomable courier watching them, and they really couldn't do something like dying in vain. Chapter 248. As a battlefield demon god, Uchiha Madara did not have the word fear in his dictionary. As long as he wanted to, not to mention the Phantom Troop, even the Saint Seiya could be slapped into the latrine pit. If he hadn't personally experienced Yijosa's bullshit, if he hadn't experienced a different world and become more Buddhist, if he hadn't cherished life more after being a dog, he would have killed the spider with an earth-exploding heavenly star cluster and blown up Yuk Exion with a dragon flame song. How could he have waited for the police to collect him in a good temper? He even considerately helped a group of ordinary people watch the criminals. Uchiha Madara stood on the side with his arms crossed. He stared coldly at the 3 spiders sitting in a row, exchanging murderous intent with them. If this was in the ninja era, he would have praised the younger generation. But in a world ruled by law, he just wanted to scold them for being brainless. Even an ancestor like him had to wash his hands and get a job with his ID card and behave himself. The 3 kids whose ages were not even enough for him to slap them to death actually dared to kill people in the downtown area, who gave them the guts to dare to mess around with Yuk Exion, who was under the protection of Uchiha Madara. Not to mention anything else, it was fine if the 3 kids slaughtered the bastards and conveniently solved the cancer of society. He would definitely turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. But they had extraordinary strength, but they aimed their murderous intent at ordinary people. Was it amazing? Why could they take it for granted to hurt people who were irrelevant to them? And what was their answer? It was precisely because those people were irrelevant, so what if they hurt them? This was precisely the answer that Uchiha Madara disdained and could not bear. During the most chaotic warring states period of the ninja world, it was not that Uchiha Madara had not done cruel things to destroy other races, but after experiencing the baptism of war, he had never really immersed himself in killing, but longed for peace more than anyone else. His heart was very small, he could only tolerate his own family. Under the pressure of the entire clan, he became an ally with the Senju clan. But to protect his younger brother, it was precisely because he had seen the darkness that he could not tolerate the darkness. Therefore, Uchiha Madara could not understand the extreme thinking of the 3 spiders. He could not agree with their views at all, since they could start from the dirtiest. After crawling out of Meteor Street, why would he choose the lifestyle of Meteor Street? Just like the shinobi clan that can unite into a shinobi village, they don't want to work alone anymore. If they can make progress, they don't want to stay stagnant. What? Can't change? Since it could not be changed, what was the point of leaving Meteor Street? If Uchiha could reconcile with Senju, what else in the world could be more important than this? In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the so-called Phantom Troop, to put it bluntly, was an organization of villains. Due to the villains' barbaric attitudes and decent strength, in order to protect their own lives and interests as much as possible, The higher-ups would only issue arrest warrants for them, sending out a few batches of cannon fodder to test the waters. In the end, they would issue a notice to warn the ordinary people to stay away from the bandits. They would use the passage of time to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. And because of the above, the Phantom Troop was even more lawless. In the end, it raised the ambition of the bandits, and a large number of innocent civilians suffered. Is there really no strong person in this world who can control the Phantom Troop? Will the people who suffer from it only choose to swallow their anger? Do the strong people really not know that there is a group of evil people? Oh, it's just that it doesn't involve fundamental interests, so they choose to stand by. Uchiha Madara brushed the non-existent dust on his clothes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the new world was no different from the decaying Woodleaf village. Isn't history like this? From war to peace, from peace to prosperity, from prosperity to decay, from decay to rebirth. This is a common problem in the development of human society. Just like an old man who is about to die must go to the grave, sooner or later, the raging fire of the new generation will burn away the old customs. However, if there is no strong king who can restrain all parties, the so-called rebirth is just a fantasy. Uchiha Madara was not in the mood to become a master. He lived most of his life as a handsome young man who entered the Sunset Glow nursing home. He just wanted to live a good life in the express company. As for these 3 spiders, killing them directly is the simplest way, but it is also the cheapest way for them. There is no such thing as a quick death for doing evil. He has many ways to torture people. Uchiha Madara released his Sharingan and dragged the 3 spiders into the Tsukuyami world. 12 hours and 1 second, and they were beaten to death by Uchiha Madara. When the monthly reading was over, they couldn't bear it at all and fainted. TSK, after all, a kid is a kid. He can't even stand 12 hours. If Hashirama is here, he can fight with him for 3 days and 3 nights. With the Sharingan in hand, Uchiha Madara can do anything easily. He created the illusion of the spiders running away, then tied the 3 spiders on the back of the motorcycle and left. The next day, Uchiha Madara's news media broadcasted the news of dangerous people fleeing in the city. At that time, Uchiha Madara sealed the telekinesis of the 3 spiders and gave him another month of reading under the provocation and scolding of the flying tank. He succeeded in making the shorty suffer a double mental and physical blow. On the 3rd day, Uchiha Madara pursued the dangerous people who escaped, and the logistics industry was completely suspended for 3 days. At that time, the 3 spiders who learned to be good settled down and tried to negotiate with Uchiha Madara and make deals. Because Uchiha Madara did not cooperate at all, it eventually evolved into threats and intimidation by the spiders. They were lucky enough to stay in the Tsukuyami world for 72 hours. On the 4th day, the heat of Uchiha Madara's pursuit of the spiders was still not extinguished, and it even became more and more intense. At that time, Uchiha Madara used the Sharingan to effortlessly get all the information about the Phantom Troop from the spiders' mouths, and he got a copy of the information that the Red Eyes of the Cave Tower clan were exterminated. Uchiha Madara didn't care whether the Cave Tower clan was a descendant of the Uchiha clan or not. In his eyes, those who look good and have red eyes are related to the Uchiha bloodline. He picked up the big fan, dug out the big scythe, stared at the Sharingan, and prepared to kill the leader of the Phantom Troop, Killua. The final harvest was 3 little ghosts who hugged his calf and cried, "Grandpa, don't." On the 5th day, Uchiha Madara was attacked by the terrorist Revenge, and the atmosphere in the city was panicked and depressed. At that time, the 3 spiders put down the butcher's knife and became a Buddha. In the case of their telekinesis being sealed, they reluctantly put on the courier's equipment and reorganized the Mountain High Express and unblocked the city's logistics. Uchiha's father told them that 1 minute of escape, 10 hours of Tsukuyami. 15 negative comments, Susanoo will kill you. Lift your skull, and the rest of the spiders will be attracted. Feitan, Swordsman, and Konoha were arranged clearly. They numbly got on the small motorcycles and went to deliver the express. For the safety of the team, for the life of the leader, they can only endure the humiliation. After a hard day's work, the newbies got a daily salary of 5,000 ring and I. Uchiha's father sat on the sofa to check the positive comments, and the three spiders obediently sat at the other end of the table, close to the wall. Swordsman's positive comments are 100%. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes. Take your food and go to your room. I won't beat you today. Swordsman burst into tears. As a logistics staff, he was beaten every day, which was really worse than death. Uchiha Madara was 10,000 times more terrible than the leader. Konoha's positive comments are 80%. Uchiha Madara frowned. 20% negative comments. Where did it come from? Konoha replied seriously. The perverts harassed me, so I beat them. Remember to deliver the express tomorrow with a knife. Let them choose between chopping off their hands or positive comments. Uchiha Madara said, Take your food and go. I want to see their repentant follow-up comments tomorrow. Yes. Konoha picked up the steamed bun and soy milk, Mr. Uchiha. For the sake of positive comments, you are more like a robber than a robber. Put down the soy milk. There's no more for you. Konoha. I didn't expect Tan to have 100% positive comments. Uchiha Madara's tone was cold. Tan looked up and habitually sneered. Because I stole a gun. Everyone. Robber. I'm a robber equals. Aizen landed steadily in a remote town in the Republic of Bartogia. The people here were simple and enthusiastic, and they were very welcoming to outsiders. With superb disguise skills, Aizen let down his hair, put on his glasses, and became an honest person. Because he had built the Palace of the Night in the Void Circle when he was a boss, he used this experience to temporarily live in the town as an architect and got the opportunity to design a church. In less than a month, Aizen had mastered the language, history, and culture, and even had a good understanding of the political trends of various countries. He was friendly, kind, simple, and honest, and was quickly favored by the single girls in the town. Aizen played the role of a warm man and became the dream lover of women from all walks of life. He got his ID card without a hitch and saved a considerable amount of money. When he said goodbye with a smile, all the women in the town were in pain, and all the men in the town were happy to see him off. Aizen did not hesitate to go to the Sky Arena, where he could earn money the fastest. From the information he got, there were two largest intelligence bases in the Republic of Bartogia. One was the intelligence network of the adversary's family. As long as you paid, you could get any information. The other was the Sky Arena. As long as you became a floor master above the 200th floor, you could get connections, status, and information. He chose the Sky Arena because only by understanding the power level and energy system of the New World could he make corresponding plans and advance step by step. And this was the reason why he did not use moon reflection. Aizen was used to hiding his strength, so he signed up for the competition honestly and won by a hair's breadth every time. The audience felt that he was too lucky, as if he had a cheat code. Aizen maintained his stiff expression and opened his phone. Very good. He won another billion by betting on himself. He fought his way up floor by floor, step by step, and reached the 200th floor. At that time, Ijoza was playing around with Aluja and did not know that Aizen also came to the Sky Arena. So when he looked up and saw the banner outside, and saw Aizen's honest face, he was shocked. Then, Ijoza focused his eyes and saw Saifa versus Sisso. Ijoza. Saifa? Urkiola Saifa? Aizen. Is it really okay for you to use the name of Little Bat? But he was not in the mood to think about anything else. Ijoza bought the admission ticket at lightning speed, and before he left, he pulled Alumi over and told her seriously, Alumi, I'm telling you, don't bet on Sisso this time. Alumi stared at Ijoza for a while, took out her phone, and started typing. Hey, Sisso, can you win tonight? Hee, is the opponent very strong? Sisso licked his poker cards. He doesn't look like much. Low-profile brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, honest temperament, kind and gentle smile. That Saifa was the kind of person that Sisso did not want to talk to at all. Alumi hung up, and without a word, she bet on Sisso. Compared to Saifa, who won with inexplicable luck, Alumi believed in Sisso's strength more. Ijoza looked at her with pity. May God be with you. May God be with you. This sentence was also suitable for Sisso tonight. In the 200th floor arena, lights, big screens, a sea of spectators, and cheers that could lift the dome. As the host introduced passionately, Aizen smiled shyly and walked up to the stage. Looking at the gentle Aizen on the big screen, Ijiuza and Gilgamesh both felt a deep pain in their stomachs. Who would have thought that the opponent was a cool and domineering final boss? Chapter 249. In the huge arena, the brilliance was dazzling, the passionate commentary, the cheers shook the sky. The Red Clown, the father of the blue team, sparks flew everywhere. The online duel. Ladies and gentlemen, the contestants from both sides have entered the arena. On the left side of the arena is the familiar poker maniac, Mr. Sisso. On the right side of the arena is this year's biggest dark horse, Mr. Lucifer. As everyone knows, Mr. Sisso has never lost a match since he entered the arena. He is strong and has rich combat experience. There are only matches that he is unwilling to participate in, and there is no match that he cannot win. And Mr. Lucifer has been lucky since he entered the arena, winning several matches in danger. It seems that as long as he steps into the arena, he will always be favored by the god of luck. I wonder if in this arena, will the super strength defeat the luck value max, or will the luck value eliminate the super strength? It's worth looking forward to. It's worth watching. I'm sure everyone is very curious. Can Mr. Sisso maintain his undefeated legend? Can Mr. Lucifer continue to be lucky? The host explained passionately. The atmosphere in the arena was hyped up. The audience seemed to be on drugs, shouting, "Kill him, tear him, kill him." The smell of sweat was fermenting, and their blood was surging. Their emotions were swelling. On the other hand, on the arena, the referee stood still after confirming that both sides had no intention of withdrawing from the competition. He nimbly waved his arm, indicating that the competition had begun. Sisso held an ace of hearts between his fingers, slowly raised it and kissed it. "I suddenly find you very interesting. To stand in front of me without fear, your courage is commendable." Aizen smiled honestly, stretched out his hand to push his black-rimmed glasses, and said, "Seriously, you are also very interesting. Standing in front of me without flinching, worthy of praise." Sisso chuckled lightly, and a malicious intent was slowly released, enveloping the entire arena. It was like a giant beast opening its eyes from a nap. For a moment, the air in the arena suddenly tightened, and it was extremely oppressive. Aizen smiled, unmoved by the wind. "Has no one told you that worthy of praise is the line of the strong?" Sisso lowered his voice and his eyes were cold. "Your psyche seems to be pretty good, and you hide your aura very well. Then, play with me." In the next second, Sisso's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, so fast that even the camera couldn't capture it. When he appeared again, the ace of hearts was tilted, and he had already slashed at the artery between the Aizen's neck. Everyone held their breaths and lost their ability to speak. Illumi waited for the head to roll to the ground, but Ijiuza and Gilgamesh remained calm. "Pa!" Unexpectedly, Aizen just raised his hand and easily grabbed Sisso's wrist. His slender fingers followed the force and unloaded the ace of hearts. Following that, old Frank Aizen extended his leg and kicked Sisso's knee. Under Sisso's surprised gaze, he suddenly let go of his opponent's wrist. In an instant, Sisso lost his balance and fell flat on his face. The audience. The host had a quick wit. "Oh my God! Mr. Sisso is indeed a man blessed by the goddess of luck." The game just started, and Mr. Sisso slipped. Aizen showed a shocked and surprised expression. He hurriedly bent over and reached out his hand. "Are you okay?" When his hand touched the flesh, there was a crisp click sound. Sisso found that his elbow was inexplicably dislocated. At the same time, Aizen said earnestly, "It seems that your elbow is dislocated. Mr. Sisso, don't wear high heels in the game next time." The host said without hesitation, "Because Mr. Sisso wore high heels in the game, he finally slipped. That's really good, but it's a pity. High heels are risky, so be careful in the game. If Mr. Sisso wore sports shoes in the game, he definitely wouldn't have fallen." Outside the arena, Illumi was speechless. The eldest young master narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if the nuns were about to fly away. He fixed his gaze on Sisso, who was drunk with laughter at the beginning of the game, and began to sharpen his sharp nails. Creak, creak. There was a drawn-out sound. Yijiuza couldn't help but turn around and ask, "What's wrong, Illumi? If Sisso loses, I'll kill him." Her black hair moved even though there was no wind, and Illumi looked like a female ghost. Right here, right now. Yijiuza was speechless. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Illumi was careless in making friends and was led astray by Sisso, but that Sisso was careless in making friends and was always threatened by Illumi. Somehow, he felt sorry for the clown man. He probably wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow morning. But Sisso was still tenacious. He seemed to understand that if he lost here, he would be chased by Illumi for thousands of miles. He jumped up from the ground in minutes, distanced himself from Aizen by 3 meters, and neatly reconnected his joint. "I didn't expect it to be a delicious fruit," Sisso laughed in a low voice, and his arched eyebrows revealed an irrepressible madness. "A ripe, delicious big apple, I'll pluck you." He became excited. Delicious, you, under the control of flexible love. The cards that filled the sky turned into sharp murderous intent, and the moment they appeared, it was the real deal. Aizen's lenses flickered slightly. He understood that he couldn't bluff his way out this time, so he finally moved and gracefully walked through the cards. He reached out his hand, seemingly casually inserting it into the air, but he was always able to firmly grasp a card. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. His entire deck of cards was gradually collected, and his body was also covered in pink psychic threads. Sisso trembled with excitement. He tiptoed and flipped 2 cards. He wrapped Aizen's figure with psychic power and went straight for his neck. Sisso seemed to have a special liking for the main artery of his prey. Swoosh! Suddenly, a card spun and brushed past his cheek, drawing a line of blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 cards attacked from different directions, cutting through Sisso's clothes and cutting a lock of red hair. The look in Sisso's eyes became crazier. His psychic power suddenly increased, and he quickly weaved through the dancing cards. 1, 2, 3 attacks, each more terrifying than the last. Boom, boom, boom. The thick floor of the ring was blown up, and the camera couldn't follow the movements of both parties. Even the host's commentary stopped. Only the figures of the 2 men were left in the ring, weaving, feeding, and fighting like lightning. Sisso was cunning, while Aizen was treacherous. One was good at faking, while the other was used to mirage. The cards were real and fake, and the psychic threads were long and short, but the battle was vigorous. Sisso was really angry, but Aizen was still calm. Most of the time, Aizen was like a cat playing with a mouse, skillfully and easily. Illumi's face darkened in the audience. He understood that there was no need to continue. Sisso's strength was much weaker than Lucifer's, but since when did Lucifer appear? Why didn't the enemy's intelligence network have any clues about him? Was he using a fake name? Phew. Full score. Sisso moaned and let out a satisfied sigh. No, you're more perfect than full score. Oh, what should I do? I'm completely excited. Then, everyone saw Sisso stretch out his hand, his long fingernails running through his messy hair and along his forehead. He raised his neck, supported his waist, shook his buttocks, and straightened his legs. It was extremely eye-catching. Aizen's smile gradually froze. Ah, Sisso moaned softly and caressed his lower abdomen. He kicked off his high heels and wildly took off his short jacket. He bit his lip and tore off his waist-tight shirt, revealing his sexy 8-pack and smooth, firm chest muscles. Then, he threw a coquettish look at Aizen and put his hands on the waist of his pants, as if he could pull off his pants in the next second. Aizen's black-rimmed glasses tilted slightly. The audience felt suffocated. Yijiuza's face was expressionless, and he turned to ask Illumi, "Is this a striptease show?" Illumi's face was expressionless, and she turned to look at her. "You'll get used to it, everyone. You'll get used to it." This sentence contained a lot of information, young master. Damn it, Jifeng. In the arena, Aizen took off his black-rimmed glasses, rubbed his burned eyes, and took a deep breath. Before Sisso pulled off his pants, He spread his fingers to gather his scattered bangs and slowly pulled them back up. His ash-gray eyes were no longer expressionless, and a sharp glint shone in them. His loyal facade was washed away, and he revealed his most ruthless, cold-blooded, domineering, and dictatorial self. He was like a peerless sword, and his bangs were the scabbard that concealed its sharpness. When his gelled hands combed his smooth hair into a shiny, slicked-back hairstyle, it was as if a sword had been released from its scabbard, and it reflected his bloodthirsty wildness. Instantly, countless cameras turned from Saiso to Aizen. Aerial shots, close-range shots, and long-range shots were taken from all directions. The entire Sky Arena's footage was converted to show Aizen's handsome face, cold, sinister, and perfect. As if he had become a different person, Aizen glanced at the audience with disdain, and countless audience members felt their legs turn to jelly. When it came to martial arts, Saiso lost. When it came to looks, Saiso lost. When it came to styling and posing, Saiso still lost. He was utterly defeated, and he was utterly ashamed of his defeat. The next moment, Aizen's Ryatsu suddenly rose, and it filled the arena like a tsunami. With a terrifying force, he directly sent Saiso flying, and he was smashed into the wall so hard that he could not be pulled out. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked extremely cool. Aizen smiled contemptuously, and the hearts of countless young ladies and old ladies in front of the video fell. After confirming their gazes, he was the domineering CEO of Tianliang Wangpu in the novel. When Aizen transformed into a human, he already possessed the strength of a spirit king. Although Saiso was strong, he still could not withstand a single blow. In the ruins, Saiso could not get up, but even if he lost, he was still smiling in an enchanting and perverted manner. He had his eyes on Aizen. He wanted Aizen. He must kill Aizen. Oh, Big Apple, Aizen won, and with a wave of his sleeves, he did not take away a single poker card. Saiso lost, and the first thing he said when he woke up every day was to give himself a pep talk ==. Although the competition had ended, the aftertaste left a deep impression on the audience. Amidst the thunderous applause, Illumi stood up and said, "Excuse me." Yi Jioza did not mind. He had to find some time to look for Aizen and ask if they had any news about Saishomaru. He pulled Alugia and the dog back to the guest room and coincidentally bumped into Xiaojie and Qi. Qi. Qiangon Dui Huangwu. Xiaojie. Rose-penetrating core assel stirring boat emblemarium which titanium stem? Qianquan? Qianshan? This is. Qi? Is it true that Prion is stolen? EU? Ding? Gorgon blind? Poison confusion polypus moth? Cormorant decayed skeleton harrow, forgive visit me since you chun song zhang zhi luo delicacy, forgive visit me wen abai? Kai shao jie? Tao stab? After saying that, he dragged a group of people and ran. Boom! A terrible explosion came from the 212th floor of the arena. Two figures flew down the building, sparring with each other, and killing intent filled the air. Xiao Yi, how can you be so heartless? Saiso was sweating profusely and covered in blood. Losers. Illumi's black hair rose with her telekinesis, concealing her expression, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that looked like they were about to take his life. I'm going to kill you. Right here, right now. Saiso was speechless. What if this stingy, murderous cheapskate lost all his money? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. At 1:00 in the morning, the 212th floor of the Sky Arena was filled with nails and poker cards. The surveillance cameras were all destroyed, and a large part of the building was damaged. At 1:15 in the morning, a purple-haired beauty came to the rescue and took away Saiso, who was seriously injured and almost stabbed in the heart. At 1:20 in the morning, Illumi, who had chased after Xiao Yi to no avail, went back to her room to sulk. The 200th floor of the arena was filled with murderous intent, and no one dared to enter. At 1:30 in the morning, Qi, who had been scared by his own big brother. Sick? Go jieba? Ji Zhanmu jie? Ji Zhanmu jie? Ji Zhanmu jie? Poisonous toad Zhanmu jie? Chest mail Zhanmu jie? After that, Yujioza dragged his family and dog to the night market. He happened to run into Nobunaga and Wajin, who were drinking beer and eating meat without paying and wanted to kill people. Seeing the injustice, he pulled out his sword and helped them. He beat them up, put them in a sack, and threw them into the moat. He was in a good mood. At 2:00 in the morning, Yujioza ran into the D-cup, golden-haired, hawk-nosed Beauty Parker. She seemed to be lace. As soon as they met, she took the initiative to put her hand on his shoulder and slowly moved closer and closer, as if she was investigating something. 3 seconds later, the D-cup beauty had a seizure. She fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Her eyes were white, and she didn't have long to live. Yujioza bravely helped her up, called the ambulance, paid the medical fees, and sent her to the emergency department. He also set an example for Aluka. When you see a beauty fall, you have to bravely help her up. If she wants to extort money from you, you have to compensate her with yourself. That way, you'll have a wife. If the beauty isn't trying to extort money from you, you have to send her to the ambulance. Don't leave your name when you do a good deed. Just give her a piece of paper with your phone number on it. Even if you don't save a beauty, you have to send them to the ambulance. Don't leave your name when you do a good deed, but you have to give them a piece of paper with your bank number on it. Aluka nodded blankly, indicating that she remembered it. Yujioza was very pleased and praised her for being teachable. At 2:00 in the morning, Yujioza returned to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. He calmly walked through the murderous aura, knocked on Ionia's door, and stuffed the golden retriever inside. A minute later, the 200th floor was clear after the rain, and the air was fresh. At around 9:00 in the morning, Yujioza received a notification from the arena. 2:30 p.m., 200th floor of the arena, Demacia vs. Lucifer. Yujioza smiled mysteriously. After that, Yujioza sneaked downstairs and bet 100 million on himself. At the same time, Aizen received the notification for the afternoon match, but he didn't care. His strong confidence and arrogance made him unwilling to even understand the basic information of his opponent. Aizen slowly went downstairs and bet 100 million on himself. Half an hour before the match started, Illumi found Yujioza and told him, "I bet on you." Yujioza was surprised. "Didn't you lose everything? Where did you get the money?" "I bet your golden retriever with the banker." Yujioza was speechless. Kuluolo quietly hid his head in the straw basket to reduce his presence. Far away in Yuk Exion City, bumpy roads, swaying motorcycles, swaying deliveries. Vigilante raised his improved phone and sent a message to his teammates who hadn't been tortured by Uchiha Madara. "Yes, Captain. My flying tanks and little drops telekinesis are all sealed. I don't know how he did it. When we have the thought of killing someone, our heads will explode in pain. Yes, the opponent is called Uchiha Madara. He's suspected to be from the Cave Tower clan that was destroyed, but his eyes are mutated, red. Yes, there's a Magatama shape in them. They can spin and create a different dimension." Captain, how did you know?" "Are you lurking around him?" "I understand. We'll find out his trump card and stall him so that he won't interfere with the exploration team." Vigilante lowered his voice. "Encircle him?" "No, Captain. We can't act rashly without a foolproof plan. That guy is too strong. Even Flying Tank couldn't last more than 3 rounds against him. Captain, we can only find a stronger ally to kill Uchiha Madara." "I watched the match at the Sky Arena. I heard from Maki that Sisso was beaten by a man called Saifa until he couldn't fight back. Yes, Saifa is a strong person who can ally with us. If he can join forces with the exploration team, we should be able to get rid of Uchiha Madara." "Okay, Captain, we'll obediently listen to him for the time being." "Hey, let's not talk anymore. I have to deliver a package first. Without a good review, Uchiha Madara won't give us food QAQ." The person on the other side of the phone. Vigilante put down the phone, raised his bright and harmless handsome face, and handed the package to the customer. "Ah, dear customer, please sign for your package. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more beautiful. Is it the season of love?" The girl with acne covered her face and wrote a 5-star review with a flushed face. On the other side of Yuk Exian City, Flying Tank held the package with a ferocious expression. The note on the package clearly wrote, "Help me buy a pack of sanitary pads and send it to the third stall of the women's restroom in Central Park. Help, help. Please, I'll definitely give a 5-star review." Sanitary pads, sanitary pads. Why did he have to deliver this kind of package? Wasn't this supposed to be his job? With a crack, Flying Tank broke the disposable chopsticks in the lunchbox. He took a deep breath and shakily rode the motorcycle with his gun. He endured the humiliation and made a turn to the nearest convenience store with a twisted mood. Other robbers robbed with guns, but he fucking bought sanitary pads with a gun. Very good, very good. When he recovered, he would kill them all. Kill them all. Damn, my head is starting to hurt again equals. Carrying a black plastic bag, Flying Tank drove the motorcycle to Central Park with a terrible expression. Then he realized that not only did he have to buy sanitary pads, but he also had to enter the women's restroom. Flying Tank. The hand holding the bag trembled slightly. Chapter 250. Under the rule of the evil Uchiha, Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Xiao Di lived a miserable life every day. They got up earlier than chickens, slept later than dogs, and ate less than cats. They worked more than cows, earning money from selling cabbages, worrying about selling white powder. Not only did they have to cooperate with the exploration team from the inside and outside, they also had to fight with Uchiha Madara. It could be said that they were mentally and physically exhausted. They were thinner than yellow flowers. Captain Kuluoluo told them through Vigilante that the members of the exploration team would gather at Yuk Exian in September. The first goal was to snatch the game Island of Greed. The second goal was to capture Miss Wang Ni, who had the ability to predict, and kill a golden-haired chain hand. The third goal was to deal with Sisso. Although he did not know why Kuluoluo wanted to deal with Sisso, as the head of the exploration team, he had never made any wrong decisions. Moreover, Sisso's personality was abnormal. His actions were strange, and his popularity was too bad. It was better to kill him than to keep him. However, the prerequisite for all the plans to be implemented was to stop Uchiha Madara from making a move. Yuk Exian was like Uchiha Madara's private territory. If he wanted to cause trouble in someone else's yard, he had to have the strength to snatch resources from the local tyrant. If there was no Uchiha Madara, then the order issued by Kuluoluo would only be a massacre. After all, it didn't matter if it was Yuk Exian's gang or the 10 old men, with the strength of the exploration team. They didn't need to take it seriously at all. But now, one of the strongest combat power, Flying Tank, was dead. The swordsman, who came up with schemes, was defeated. Even the Xiao Di, who was good at dealing with the aftermath and covering up traces, was KO. This forced the exploration team to be afraid of the power of Uchiha Madara. However, how to stall this big, ferocious beast was really a problem. With the Sharingan, they couldn't keep the secret at all. For this, the vigilante was so worried that his hair was about to fall off. As the days passed, the 3 spiders became more and more worried. They couldn't even eat cheap fast food. What should we do? What a headache. Vigilante smiled bitterly. Uchiha Madara has set his sights on Yuk Exian and won't be able to drive him away easily. But Captain and the others will be coming here in September. Fei Tan's face was gloomy. In the information given by the commander, there is a mission to kill the golden-haired chain hand. You said that the chain hand is a descendant of the cave tower race? Yes. Vigilante nodded. The information given by the captain is very complete. Kalapaka, the blonde chain hand, 17 years old, descendant of the cave tower tribe. He is a target that must be killed. But, with Uchiha Madara, Vigilante rubbed his face. The Cave Lu Ta clan isn't related to him by blood, but when he heard the news that the Cave Lu Ta clan was destroyed, he still decided to kill the leader. This kind of bigoted powerhouse will definitely protect him if he encounters the chained hands before the exploration team. That would be terrible. Fei Tan said in a deep voice, "Why did you have to wait for the chain hand to reach Yuk Exian? The exploration team can definitely kill him before the chained hand arrives." No. Vigilante shook his head. There is a senior hunter following the chained hand. If we kill him now, we will only provoke the Hunters Association. The vice president of the Hunters Association, Pariston, has privately informed the commander that the chained hands backers, Arb, Fullis, and Beatdown. Fullis and Beatdown? Phaeton squinted his eyes. When has the exploration team ever been afraid? Phaeton, Vigilante said helplessly. Have you forgotten? No. 8 was killed by Beatdown. Phaeton's face became even more gloomy. It is said that the chained hand has a good relationship with the sons of these two backers. Vigilante shrugged helplessly. Before we know the attitude of Fullis and Beatdown, we can't act rashly. Damn it, Phaeton cursed in a low voice. Just as he was about to curse, he was suddenly interrupted by a damn it. Phaeton and Vigilante turned their heads and saw Xiaodi, who was quiet beside them, quickly eating her rice. After opening a dialogue box, she handed the mobile phone to them and said, Uchiha Madara sent a text message. He asked us to log into FDF and apply for an account to join Yuk Xion Logistics Group. Phaeton X Vigilante. Logistics Group == they were really scared. FDF, full name Face. TO Face, meaning face-to-face. It is a life app that integrates chat, selfie, making friends, social circle, and other functions. Although Uchiha Madara knew the purpose of the mobile phone, it was the first time he seriously studied the app. He didn't know it before, but once he used it, he was shocked. He was immersed in FDF every minute and couldn't extricate himself. The ancestor of the ninja world finally became fashionable. Under the enthusiastic guidance of other couriers, he applied for an account and opened a social circle. His profile picture was full of a tough guy's temperament. Even his ID was Uchiha Madara. He was very arrogant and straightforward == when Uchiha Madara understood the chat app. He immediately thought of the 3 spiders that were left outside. Well, first pull them into the Yuk Xion Logistics Group, then pull them into the Teach You to Be a New Person group. Very good, that's it. Since the owner and colleagues who deserved a beating weren't here, he could only find small spiders to relieve the loneliness of an empty-nest old man. Sigh. Uchiha Madara typed quickly. Enter the group within 3 minutes. If you are late by 1 minute, you will have to wait for 2 hours. Not long after, 3 beeps sounded at the same time. Vigilante, Phaeton, and Xiaodi quickly entered the group. Uchiha Madara showed a gratified smile. Not bad. Yuk Xion's couriers should be organized like this. Vigilante, Phaeton, and Xiaodi. Today's customers are still seriously asking us why we kneel down and play with our phones. On the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, the new perfect Prince Charming Aizen, plus medical maple, roundworm, chivalrous? Mong Xianmu, Heezy, questioned the local thumb lover's punishment. This Lan Tuan family? Why Tuan family? Thumb Chio? Obedient and plump, he waved his sleeves, and spiritual energy surged, stirring up a gust of wind. The ahog on his face swayed, showing his unique taste. With his debut as the center of the last battle, Aizen no longer needed to disguise himself. He had already understood the power system of the New World, and Sisso, the clown he defeated yesterday, could definitely be ranked among the strong in the New World. Since the strong were only Sisso, why should he have any misgivings? Raising his status, recruiting talents, building his power, and snatching resources were the most important things to do at the moment. When he molded himself into the strongest legend, no matter what he wanted, someone would give it to him. Aizen had always been an ambitious person. The MC's passionate voice echoed back and forth in the arena. Amidst the audience's cheers and excitement, Aizen casually glanced at the other entrants, only to find that his opponent still hadn't arrived. Stage fright? What a tactful guy. Aizen lightly curled his lips, maintaining his poise without moving. Just as there were only 10 seconds left before the match, a tall and slender figure hurriedly appeared in his field of vision. It's a woman? Aizen took a closer look. His eyes gradually turned horrified. Oh fuck, I finally made it. Long time no see, Harmony. Look at your little face. You're so fat that you have a double chin. Yi Jioza enthusiastically raised his hand, revealing a bright smile with 8 teeth. I watched your match yesterday, Which type of hair gel did you use? Recommend it. Amazing. Hair. Hair gel? Aizen, he expressionlessly turned his head to look at the big screen, which still had the words, Demacia versus Lucifer. He expressionlessly turned his head to look at Yujioza, only to find that she warmed up on the spot, then pulled out a long sword, adopting the posture of madly beating a dog and completely plucking its fur. Aizen. The ahog on his forehead slightly trembled. At the same time, the referee suddenly waved his arm and shouted, "Match start." Yujioza stared deeply at Aizen with her big bright eyes. Harmony? In fact, a bald head is the only standard to test a handsome guy. How about I shave it for you? Aizen revealed the most gentle smile, removed the cool and domineering CEO temperament, reached out his hand, gently touched the back of his head, and resolutely smoothed his combed hair to the front of his forehead. A tuft of ahog was gone. The sharp outline was covered, the warm gaze returned, and the black-rimmed glasses were put on. The honest Aizen, a wise man submits to circumstances. He raised his right hand and took a deep breath. I forfeit. Wow. There was a commotion in the audience, and not long after, there was a sudden burst of cursing. Yujioza regretfully put away his long sword. What a pity. My shaving technique is very good. Back then, I was the one who plucked your dog's fur, which allowed you to have a cool summer. Aizen maintained his smile. Owner, you were also the one who plucked the dog's fur in winter. No, owner. You plucked the dog's fur all year round. Never slacking off in 4 seasons equals. Are you sure you want to stand here and reminisce about the past? Aizen was very gentlemanly. Maybe we can find a coffee shop and sit down to chat? Sure. Yujioza nodded in agreement, and after the referee announced his victory, he followed behind Aizen and walked out of the arena. Host X, referee X audience. 30 seconds on stage. Chatting with a girl off stage. Giving up on the match. Asking a beauty to a room. What else could they say? Look at him. Learn from him. Pluck up his hair and fight for the world. Comb his hair and bring a beauty home. If there were not so many fights between men and women in the arena, would they be able to hold hands and marry each other for 3 years? Although Slickback lost the match, he won his life. Recalling the helpless and desperate look in Slickback's eyes, wasn't this a typical romance drama where love at first sight, desire to chase after a woman, lie low and act like a little salted fish, and immediately push her down? TSK. Slickback indeed. He was indeed very resourceful. Everyone imagined a drama, and they looked at Aizen with even more admiration. Yujioza could not help but rub his arms. TSK. What are they looking at? Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. Maybe. They are waiting for me to recommend hair gel to them. Yujioza. After knowing that Aizen had lost all his money and could not go Dutch, Yujioza pulled him over without hesitation, and they turned from the entrance of elegant coffee shop to a roadside barbecue stall. Boss. Tin mutton, beef, pork tenderloin, and squid skewers. Also a bottle of beer and 2 servings of fried noodles. Aizen sat on the plastic stool with a stiff smile, and he heard the crisp sound of its legs kicking. He looked around and did not find any wooden chairs, but the plastic stool would probably fall apart if he sat on it any longer. There was no other way. Aizen could only cover the short plastic stool with its wide haori, spread its legs apart, and squat in a horse stance, maintaining its appearance with a hovering posture. Pretending that he was sitting, he looked at the grease stains on the table through his glasses, and then looked at Yujioza, who did not seem to care much about the bamboo chopsticks, and smacked his lips as he waited for the food. How should he put it? Even a woman was not pretentious, and as a man, he was too fussy. Forget it. It was nothing to have a meal. The barbecue skewers were soon served, and the atmosphere between the two was quite pleasant. They asked about each other's recent situation and learned about the movements of other dogs. When they realized that neither of them had a clue, they simply exchanged phone numbers so that they could contact each other in the future. Aizen, register for an FTF account, and I will add you into the Building Socialism group. Yujioza said while gnawing on the mutton skewers. I have no intention of restricting where you go, what you do, and who you make friends with, as long as you don't do anything rubbish. You know what I am like. You're going to stay in the Sky Arena, right? Ijiaza created a Samoyed profile picture for Aizen, noted harmony, and added it into the group. I plan to travel around the world. If there's news about others, contact me in the group. Or ask them to join the group. Aizen nodded to show that it understood. As long as the owner did not stay in the arena, it could do anything. After explaining things, they exchanged what they needed. Halfway through the meal, they saw a third person at the table. The expressionless big black cat, Illumi. Aizen did not say much. It looked at Illumi, then focused on its skewers. Ijiaza habitually asked the young master to sit down, and asked the boss to add a lot of skewers and a portion of fried noodles. Where are Aluga and the dog? They're asleep. As the eldest son who had raised 4 younger brothers, Illumi was very good at coaxing the children and the dog. It was the first time he sat at a roadside stall and ate. His expressionless black eyes had a rare hint of curiosity. However, just as the young masters but rested on the plastic stool, he heard a creak. Illumi was speechless. Illumi quickly glanced at the surrounding stools and found that none of them were sturdy. The young master furrowed his brows and looked at Aizen without batting an eyelid. It didn't make sense that he could sit down. With an inexplicable sense of competition, Illumi cleverly spread its legs and squatted in a horse stance. It stabilized its body in a very proper circling posture and sat up straight. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they ate the skewers with relish. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, half an hour passed. Aizen and Illumi exchanged names, and Ijiaza and Illumi also exchanged numbers. After a few bottles of beer, Ijiaza happily invited Illumi to build socialism together. Illumi thought about it for a moment and did not refuse. In the end, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Aizen and Illumi ended the circling posture and stood up without a change in expression. Ijiaza slowly stood up and slightly shook his sore legs. Damn, I can't afford to do a horse stance and eat skewers. I won't be coming here again. However, how did these 2 big men sit down? Late at night, Aizen sat on the toilet with its eye socket sunken. He could not understand. He was already a spirit king. Why did he have diarrhea when he was just eating skewers? In the Soul Society, everything he ate would be broken down into spirit particles, so he did not have to worry about going to the toilet. But ever since he became a spirit king and had a physical body, TSK. But if even he had diarrhea, the other 2 should not be spared. Heh. In the Ionia room, Illumi, who was immune to all poisons, combed the dog's fur without feeling anything. In the Demacia room, Ijiaza, who had been trained by Big Hua Xia's iron stomach, slept soundly while drooling. 10 minutes later, Aizen stared at the toilet paper that had been used up and fell into deep thought. He turned on the FDF, but found that no one could send him toilet paper. But Aizen was Aizen after all. No matter what happened, he would be able to stay calm. He opened the app and ordered a plate of egg fried rice. There was a note. Sky Arena, floor 200, room 444. The door is unlocked. Bring me toilet paper and I'll give you a 5-star rating. In the distant Yuk Xin, in the logistics group, a delivery boy from the Republic of Bartokia posted the delivery note he received that night with grief. I can't take it anymore. How dare you ask me to send toilet paper? You want me to send toilet paper? Fei Tan, who stayed up all night, sneered and typed. You're so weak. I even went into the women's toilet to send sanitary pads to a woman. Who do you think you are? After typing, Fei Tan closed his phone. Then, he suddenly realized that he did not open the private chat, but sent it in the group. Fei Tan quickly opened the group and saw that there was a long silence in the group. After a long time, Xiao Di and Vigilante sent their congratulations. Chapter 251. Aizen was very interested in the Sky Arena. After confirming that Ijiaza was only here to make money and not to fight for hegemony, he fought his way up level by level with a clear conscience. Not only did he defeat all the floor masters with unparalleled strength, but he also conquered them with his unique personality and charm. Aizen was indeed the head of the Void Circle /S selling palace and the brand of the Soul World /S marketing team. From the moment he entered the arena, in just over a month, he formed his own evil force, the dog hunting team of course. This name was given by Yijuza. Aizen was unable to resist. But even with the name of a down-to-earth and easy-to-raise dog, Aizen still made the dog hunting team flourish. Because of his outstanding diplomatic skills, not only did he form a connection with the Hunters Association, but he also started to cooperate with the Gongdaik family. Sooner or later, Aizen would become a giant in the Bartokia Republic. As for a strong, dark horse like him, who had suddenly risen to prominence, would inevitably cause a situation where undercurrents were surging. However, the so-called games, assassinations, framing, and public opinion between humans were all left over from the early 800 years of Aizen's play. In the face of countless open spears and hidden arrows, his forces were still steadily expanding. His foundation was solid and impregnable. It was not that there were no people with ulterior motives, but Aizen could even suppress Vastad, not to mention dealing with a few humans. Therefore, in the time that followed, Yijuza and Illumi withdrew from the competition one after another. They hugged popcorn and ate big watermelon. They carried the dog and Elugia and watched Aizen fight all the way until they stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He kissed Wangba /S lips, kicked Mary Sue, punched Long Outyin, and finally became the new generation /S king of acting tough. Not long after, the Hunters Association and the Gongdaik family sent congratulatory messages to the dog hunting team. When Aizen was busy sweeping in all directions, Yijuza had earned enough money and decided to bring his friends to Changeland. Illumi put down her cell phone and called her family. Li Dike's family never expected that even if they didn't take on any business, they would be able to earn back a quarter's profit just by gambling with Yijuza. What concerned them the most was that ever since Illumi and Yijuza came into contact, the second friend she made was from Aizen. Add medical fern? How could Huan Xie fan raise badgers for nothing? Nephew Huan Chi's stomach? Niamanshou now, the enemy puncher no longer cared about Illumi's friendship situation. He only hoped that Illumi would let himself go and make more friends. After all, the benefits that a powerhouse could bring to an enemy was not as simple as money. For example, Aizen would occasionally invite Illumi for a sparring session. Although Illumi had lost, she had learned a lot. Aizen didn't care at all how much good stuff Illumi was secretly learning. It didn't care about the so-called good stuff at all. He was just selling Li Dike a good idea. At the same time, he also told Enemy Puncher to stop thinking about him, not to accept his assassination orders, and not to mess with his dog-hunting brigade. Li Dike's family was very smart. Decades of survival wisdom told them that they must board Aizen's pirate ship. The relationship between Aizen and Illumi was like a good teacher and a good student. Their harmonious relationship also promoted a win-win situation for both sides. After a period of cooperation, the dog-hunting brigade was in the open, while the Li Dike family was in the dark. Bit by bit, they nibbled away at the new and old forces in the Republic of Bartogia. It was hard to avoid attracting attention when the momentum was too strong. Just a few days before Yijuza left, the vice president of the Hunters Association, Parstan, personally came to the Sky Arena and had a good talk with Aizen. Parstan was a blonde, beautiful young man who liked to wear shiny suits when he appeared. He dressed up like a gorgeous butterfly. With a smile on his face and a friendly tone, he tried to probe Aizen in many ways, but found that Aizen didn't fall for it at all. In fact, Aizen was even more cunning than him. Faced with Parstan's language trap, not only did Aizen's defense was watertight, they even launched fierce attacks. Parstan was also good at playing mind games. He often stirred the Hunters Association into a mess, but in front of Aizen, he couldn't do anything. In the end, Parstan came with the idea of recruiting Aizen as an underling, and left with the sorrow of being recruited by Aizen as an underling. After living for so long, this was the first time he met such a terrifying diatribe expert. He couldn't get along with them at all, and was even afraid of being dragged into a ditch. Parstan left, but the cooperation continued. The Hunters Association and the Dog Hunting Brigade communicated with each other, and the situation in Bartogia gradually changed. President Nitro specially met with Aizen. Then, to reassure himself, to make it easier to monitor Aizen, and more for his disciple's growth, Nitro shoved his own disciple, Kimimaro, to Aizen's side. At that time, Kimimaro exchanged glances with Aizen and Igyoza with a paralyzed face. In the strange silence, President Nitro laughed while stroking his beard. Aizen, I heard that you take good care of the young masters who beat up the enemy's guests. Then, you should take care of my little disciple as well. Aizen gladly took over, thinking that President Nitro was truly the community's warmest man. Of all people to shove Kimimaro, wasn't it like throwing a meat bun to a dog? Apui, he wasn't a dog anymore. Aizen happily took over the meat bun Kimimaro, asking him to apply for FDF and pull him into the big family of socialism. After not seeing him for a few years, Kimimaro had grown into a handsome and muscular young man. Perhaps because of the necklace Igyoza had given him, according to Kimimaro, the corpse bone veins hereditary disease hadn't come out for years. A few months ago, I found equality at the polar glacier. Kimimaro brought heavy news. Sir, equality is 9 orchid flower. Do you still remember? Igyoza nodded. He was already used to the dog turning into a human and a boss. Although he didn't like the boss faces, they were still dogs that he had raised, so there was still affection. What happened to him? After he thawed, he slept for a few more months and only woke up 2 weeks ago. Kimimaro continued, he's still in the lab now. After it's confirmed that he won't harm humans, he should be able to move freely. Should? Aizen caught the keyword and raised his eyebrows. There's nothing we can do. The equipment shows that his bone age is 10,000 years. Speaking of this, Kimimaro's head hurt. Normal needles can't penetrate the skin, and telekinesis can only cause minor damage. His physical defense is too strong, and only special silverware can cut through his skin. His blood contains energy that can make wild beasts go crazy. When he sleeps, he's surrounded by a strange power. Apart from me, almost no one can get close to him. After he woke up, many veteran hunters fought him and all lost. Plus, his staple food is human blood, so the association has no choice but to lock him up. That's why I said should. 9 orchid flower has always appeared harmless, but no one dares to let him live in human society. He's too strong, and unless it's an expert on the same level as President Nitro, no one can suppress him. Or, President Nitro might not be able to. As he spoke, Kimimaro looked up at Aizen. Now do you understand why the association sent me to you? Talking to a smart person was easy, and Aizen quickly figured out the crux of the matter. You're here mainly to test my temperament, right? If I'm strong and have a good temperament, then, as a friendly partner of the Hunters Association, I might take over the hot potato that is 9 orchid flower. Nitro is a sly old fox. Aizen sighed in admiration. He threw 9 orchid flower to me, but didn't say anything about 9 orchid flower's identity. He doesn't trust me or 9 orchid flower, so he simply wants us to keep each other in check. I don't know where 9 orchid flower stands, and will only think that he's an expert from the Hunters Association. 9 orchid flower doesn't know where I stand, and will only think that I'm a helper from the Hunters Association. That way, we'll only be on guard and testing each other, and we'll never work together. Aizen laughed. Your methods aren't bad. Not only can he keep me in check, but he can also test how dangerous 9 orchid flower is. If something really happens, it'll be my organization that loses. Interesting. As he spoke, Aizen leaned back on the leather sofa leisurely and smiled. Kimimaro, seeing that Nitro is your master, I won't cause trouble for him. But this isn't your master's idea, right? I think this dirty trick suits the rat I met a few days ago. Kimimaro nodded. Yes, Parston. Aizen memorized Parston and prepared to put on a good show, opening the doors of the organization to welcome 9 orchid flower's arrival. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hide his intentions from Igyoza and Illumi at all. Aizen, medicine master, calling sheepshead harmony moist and durable? Can you please give me a compliment? Good master? He was a man who wasn't afraid of anything. He was the best at scheming and plotting. If it wasn't for the mountain of dogshit on his back, he would have broken Bartogia by now. What prodigal son? What awakening? What villain turning over a new leaf? None of that existed. The reason why these troublemaking villains were content was because there was a Tai Sui above their heads. And this Tai Sui knew too much of their indescribable dark history equals on one side. Aizen and Parstun were plotting against each other, while on the other, Kimimaro and Yigyoza were happily reminiscing about the past. Since Kimimaro had a mission, Yigyoza could only bid him farewell regretfully. I'll travel around the world. My next stop is Whale Island, and then I'll attend Yuk Xion's auction. Yigyoza smiled. Come out to play after you're done. If there's any news about others, remember to inform me. Kimimaro looked at Yigyoza warmly. Even though they had been estranged for a few years, their deep feelings hadn't faded. He had grown up and was taller than her. He was no longer the little brat who only knew how to circle around her. He could finally fight side by side with her, instead of always being protected behind her. Master, have a safe trip. MM. The 8 airships scattered in all directions, heading for their distant destinations. Next to the window, Yigyoza rested his chin on his hand as he watched the sky arena getting further and further away. No one knew what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Illumi returned with cocktails, orange juice, and milk. After splitting the drinks between her brother and Yigyoza, she didn't mind how much money she had spent. Even a miser could pluck feathers. Did the sun rise from the west today? Yigyoza held the orange juice with a conflicted expression. Illumi, why are you willing to spend money? Don't you have a fever? Your value has exceeded my estimation. I didn't expect you to be related to the Hunters Association's Freedom Wave. A drink, an investment. Illumi's lips twitched. Yigyoza's mouth twitched. You didn't try to curry favor with me when Aizen rose. Illumi turned her dark eyes. Freedom Wave is a junior that President Nitro thinks highly of. There's a high chance that he'll be the next president of the Hunters Association. For some reason, Yigyoza felt a sense of pride that he shared the glory of the other party. It felt like his own child was getting into a top university. That can't be. June, Bofeng Yuji is only 15 or 16 years old, right? Age isn't a problem. Illumi explained. Xiao Jie's father, Kim Fullis, won't participate in the competition for the position of president. Senior hunters won't buy Parlston's tricks. Nitro has a son. He's strong and experienced, but he's not suitable. Yigyoza was taken aback. How is experience not suitable? Because they're father and son, they can't inherit the position one after the other, Illumi said. The Hunters Association isn't Nitro's private property, and Zicheng has to avoid it. But it's a pity to give it up after running it for so long. The best way is to personally groom an outstanding disciple who isn't related to him by blood. Yigyoza put down the straw and stopped talking. Even Aluja, who was messing around with the dog, quietened down. As long as Freedom Wave is outstanding enough, he'll be the next president. Perhaps due to Aizen's influence, Illumi didn't hide the information about her family. Nitro sent him to Aizen because he wanted to rope him in, just like how my family wanted me to follow you. Illumi stared at the side of Yigyoza's face and said frankly, you guys are like monsters that appeared out of nowhere. You've broken the world's definition of a straw and disrupted the precarious balance between the various factions. Roping in experts to increase one's own weight is a way for a clan to survive. According to the analysis of my family's intelligence personnel, you, Yigyoza, are the center of the entire network. Aizen is acquainted with you. They forfeited the competition because of you. Freedom of the Waves has a close personal relationship with you. Now, it seems that the humanoid monster in the Hunter's laboratory is also related to you. Yigyoza sipped his orange juice. Get to the point. The point is, in order to rope you in, I will spend money on you. Yigyoza. Illumi explained everything honestly and sincerely. She was so honest that Yigyoza could not bear to look at her. Was the invincible family's pet really a killer? He felt that no matter if it was Illumi or Ki, howling parasite, eggplant, fragrant danger, hairpin gun thin, Thin pan makes noise barium eggs sizzle kite. Sea region, Whale Island, deep within the forest. Saishomaru's fluffy tail was spread out behind him. He leaned against the soft tail and rested. Beside his ears were the two naughty children, Dead Fish Eyes Jin and Blind Jump, Corgi's playful voice. A month ago, he had finished learning the common language and characters of this world. He had wanted to fly to another place with Jin and Corgi, but before he could make a decision, he ran into two teenagers, Jay Fullis and Ki, Zington of Cape. Saishomaru smelled the remnants of Yijia's scent on them. Just a trace of the scent was enough to make him stop in his tracks. Not only that, but when he saw Ki, who had natural white hair and claw-like fingers in battle, Diluo? Despicable? Diluo's coffin was searched Mu Nua sword? Diluo's vulture dirty seal. In order to confirm something, Saishomaru took out his whip of light and tested Ki. Diluo's frame. It had to be said that they were both training children. Radon heat? Gongshan judged stunned, angry, and forgiving. His battle instincts, reaction speed, and explosive strength were already unrivaled among his peers. After a while, both sides became familiar with each other. Saishomaru and his group temporarily stayed in the depths of the forest. Xiaojie and Ki? Diluo? Diluo? Stu Posey, you knew and I. Saishomaru didn't stop them from approaching. He only occasionally sized up Ki. Diluo? Jinai? Diluo? White hair, sharp claws, poison resistance, animal instincts. Every generation of invincible family master had white hair, because only the successors who were born with white hair had obvious atavistic traits, which meant that they had the strongest potential and aptitude. Invincible family liked to raise dogs, and they were very fated with dogs. Regardless of whether it was a rare beast or a magical beast, as long as it was a dog, it would especially like to beat invincible family masters. Saishomaru really didn't expect. Chapter 252. Without Yijia's aura, Saishomaru would never have looked at the child. Without a half-demon brother, Saishomaru would not have been surprised. Argon? The sullen dusk of the sun. Sometimes, fate was such a wonderful thing, it would always inadvertently scare or surprise people. Saishomaru originally stepped forward with an inquiring attitude, but his aura was too strong. His expression was incomparably cold, and his power was extremely terrifying. He actually scared the two children into a state of battle when they met on a narrow path. If they could not win, they had to run. Based on the concept of not making enemies with strong enemies, Chi, Sistine, Neon, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He lowered his body and pretended to run for his life at any time. Saishomaru was not someone who would lower himself to coax children. He went straight to the point. As soon as he spoke, he inquired about the whereabouts of Yijia's. The territory of the New World was very large, and the sea breeze on Whale Island was too strong. Just by relying on the sensitive nose of the dog demon, he would have to go around in circles to find Yijia's. Since there was a clue that came to him, Saishomaru naturally would not let it go. But the great demon did not expect Chi, Shieji, and Yutan Twikyu, but he had a lot of thoughts. Perhaps these two children had a good time with Yijia's. Before they could determine his good or bad, Chi, radon 3 swollen, bubbling blood armaments plotting death? Huaiju, pray to choose Q source invasion? Desert Sistanch wall demon? Not only did he hide the news of Yijia's, he also said that he and Xiaojie were innocent. In the end, this child even raised a big flag for him, saying that if he encountered the so-called Yijia's, he would definitely report the other party's news to him. From the beginning to the end, Chi, Li Jiju disease 3 Liao K male bath? Is Mu an official in his twilight years? Panful Na? Neon strength is low? Tortoise? Even Tan, Poke coward? Lie mansion. However, even if they thought highly of him, if they wanted to make a fool out of him, Saishomaru, they would have to suffer a beating. The battle erupted abruptly just like that. It was completely one-sided. Saishomaru brought out the same attitude he had when he was whipping Inuyasha back then, beating the two frisky monkeys firmly. His face was cold, and he had a mocking smile on his face. in addition to some provocative words. It successfully made the two children feel indignant and resist. One day of resistance did not work, and the next day, they would continue to resist. Even though they were one-sidedly beaten by Saishomaru, they continued to fight despite their repeated defeats. The more they fought, the braver they became. Their willpower was so tenacious that it was almost unlike that of a 12-year-old child. And it was also because of this battle that Saishomaru noticed something strange. Dry milk, juicy, happy, and confused? Despicable? Fong Changxi Fongsu? Minjua Pota? Skid frame. The result was obvious. After several years of training in Meteor Street, Jin's telekinesis, spiritual energy, body arts, and saber arts had all improved tremendously. Dealing with the two children who had only been in school for less than half a year, he beat them up incisively the entire time. He used his venomous tongue and mocking face, successfully pulling the hatred of the two children. The relationship between enemies and friends lasted for more than half a month, and the two children who did not learn from their mistakes were the first to get along with them. With Saishomaru's tacit consent, Jin's indulgence, and Corgi's instigation, the two children moved deep into the forest and gradually became one with them. Jin was a smart person. Even if Saishomaru did not say anything, he could vaguely guess the big monster's thoughts. Xiaojie was a natural black. G. Hazy 2 Kong Ache? Retreating Yu Soen? Shirtless also? Climbing? Stopping Badger Glaze Harmony? Stripped Huan? Besides Paju Fades Qian Huang Limu X unit had only been 2 to 3 days of interaction, but Jin had not only gotten information about Yi Jiaozi from them, but he had also dug out the children's ancestors. He really did not expect that Xiao Jie and Ji, Huan Suo Chun Heng Huan Jun, Huan Suo Chun Kong Miao Ziyin Ting A, Ji Chuan Pin La slowly budding Chuan Thumb healthy. Especially Ji, Plot Dust, Pingy Imo, Niece Jia Xing Xiao Jun? Not my Yi, Despicable, Zan Yun, Guanshin Karmic Curtain, Grub Xing Yi? My house. It's okay to tell you. Pei, Ping Hao Mian Ji, Pry, Kai 7 Li Huan Ji Ba Ba Disaster, Pregnant Cow, Pegasus Fei Shi Shua Toad Cow, Ao Wu Shou Chong Kong Exin also sulfur, Yu Yi Xing Calf, Trace, I cupped back post-law and rake thief forgive. Why become a killer? Probably because money comes fast. Well, I don't know either. G. Tritium Snatch? Fearing to startle patients 3? Fei Exin Lu Fu? Stool D Sun? Collapse? Shrug back to 5? Antagonist v obituary follower? Rusty? Barge me Luozon? The whole process didn't take a second. It was as fast as instinct. Jin narrowed her eyes and quietly sized up Saishomaru's hand. After comparing the two, she became even more silent. When I was a child, I heard my grandfather mention that the family of the enemy seemed to have the bloodline of demonic beasts. Jibo Lu Yong Siu Paying? Joke? Jibo? Lu Yong Wan Mu Huan Hashtag? Bai Mu Jiju? Difficult? 2A and Ba Sun Ini? Vertical pupil. Jin's face twitched. She glanced at Saishomaru's dark golden eyes. Very good. It's also a vertical pupil. Equals white hair. White hair is a symbol of atavism. Jibo, Krypton Shuazan, punishment. Bai Chao Zan steals Qian Huang Wei Zan. Jibo chases Im Peddler 3 Yong Gong Ka. 2A personally seaside surrender pit frame. Moreover, the children who inherit white hair usually have a long life. Jibo, collapse, Bayimu, Jibo, Jibo-zan. His hair turned white or silver, and he lived a long life. Jin opened his dead fish eyes and looked at Saishomaru expressionlessly. Oh, this is the color of his hair. His age is based on 1,000 years equals. I heard that the strongest person in our ancestors had white hair, vertical pupils, fangs, and a red birthmark on his back. The inscribed board collapsed. Ong Ching Ci Ching 4 Scabbard Cutting Foundation? Fongdang Licking Sword Bitter Bowl? Tearing, swinging, and dragging? Forgive me. It's probably made up. Fangs are really no different from demonic beasts. Chi? Is it because of the reduction in funding? Happy magnesium swallow? She shun? Moose Scarface? It is difficult to measure phlegm, and it is difficult to steal it. The zinc ostrich at the Cape is in trouble at Na Kip Sea. Is it Kong Biao Pai to play? Chi-Hue? Lazybones Kiankashu Xiao Jez's eyes widened, and a worried look appeared on his face. Is the mother of the brain-threatening Huang Jianf? Why are you panicking? Gu Shiyue? To bow down and beg for forgiveness, it's okay. Chi? Lu Song Si Jiali? Fai Ko Liao Tuan Bo? Bai Miao Jinli? Chi Shan Mei? Finger poke? Play? Minamata Shirzwa Ji only panicked black soul? San Air Fan Kiankashu v Emperor's black soul? Why are you timid? The two kids laughed for a while, grilled fish, drank mushroom soup, and fought with Jin for a while. Then, they went home happily. Seeing that the two kids were far away, Jin approached Saishomaru and asked, "That Chi? Chi? Chi Xi and Wui? Fu Wu Danjun?" Saishomaru gave him a cold look. "Is he your illegitimate child?" Instantly, Jin was whipped away by Saishomaru's fluffy tail and accurately fell into the middle of the lake. In less than half a second, Jin jumped up from the center of the lake. Behind him, there was a giant piranha with its mouth wide open. Corgi, who was watching by the lake, was speechless. Although the airship ticket was expensive, it was very fast. From Bartogia's Sky Arena to Whale Island, which was surrounded by the sea, the distance spanned across half of the map in just 6 hours. It was indeed fast. Yi Jiuza was wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking youthful and beautiful. Illumi was wearing a long dress, looking conservative and elegant. Aluja was wearing a spaghetti-strap miniskirt, looking lively and cute. The three of them, 3 fake women, were more eye-catching than young ladies. It couldn't be helped. Only a man like Shinzi could make herself into the most charming woman in the world. When Yi Jiuza's scent was carried far away by the sea breeze, Shisomaru, who was deep in the forest, revealed a rare, relatively gentle expression. What's more, Yi Jiuza's scent has been carried far away by the sea breeze. He turned his head and looked into the distance, then instantly turned into a stream of light. Since she found this place, he naturally had to pick her up. However, in order to ensure a smooth journey and not cause any unnecessary commotion, Saishomaru turned into a white firewood and rushed out like an arrow the moment he landed. Then, he saw Yi Jiuza, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and the 2 fake women beside her equals Saishomaru was speechless. Then, he saw Gilgamesh, who was made of pure gold, and Kurolo, who was made of pure transparent 24K. Saishomaru was speechless. Yes, Yi Jiuza didn't seem to be lonely at all when he wasn't around. Not only did he have 2 big and small turtles, but he also got a new dog with a new eye. Saishomaru didn't move and rested 3 meters away from Yi Jiuza, waiting for this stupid woman to notice him. Unfortunately, Saishomaru had underestimated Yi Jiuza's scumbag. This dog, who had been on the verge of cheating, didn't see him at all. He even raised his hand and pointed in a direction, cheering, "Let's go. Let's go eat something delicious." After saying that, Yi Jiuza grabbed Alugia's little hand and held Illumi's little arm. He kicked the golden retriever and the Labrador's little buttocks and left in a hurry with his little leather shoes. Saishomaru was speechless. Start vindictive. JPG Yi Jiuza led his female friends into a local restaurant. Since Whale Island was surrounded by the sea, the restaurant's signature dishes were all seafood. Yi Jiuza took the menu and focused on ordering. From time to time, he would chat with the waiter, completely ignoring the lonely white firewood squatting next to his seat. Gilgamesh noticed him and looked at him with a horrified expression. Saishomaru responded coldly, "Keep vindictive." JPG Yi Jiuza waved his hand and ordered a bunch of food. Since there were too many customers in the hallway, he didn't notice anything when 7 or 8 pairs of long legs crossed each other. He took the wrappers and decided to go to the toilet before eating. Yi Jiuza lined up to enter the toilet. However, when women went to the toilet, they had to wait. In order to pass the time, he took out his phone and played a game. He was so focused that he didn't notice White Firewood, who was already squatting 10 centimeters away from his feet. Saishomaru was speechless, crazily vindictive. JPGE Gyoza ambushed a small boss and picked up 10 basic materials. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his calf. Coincidentally, the long-haired girl walked out. The toilet cubicle was empty. Yi Gyoza immediately put away his phone and rushed in. In the process, he seemed to have kicked something soft. Hey, don't tell me it's a girl's calf? Yi Gyoza turned around and saw that everyone was playing with their phones. He scratched his head and complained, weird. Then, he stepped into the cubicle. Saishomaru was speechless. Blood feud. JPG then, White Firewood used his last bit of stubbornness to turn around and climb onto Yi Gyoza's seat. But before his flesh could touch the seat for 3 seconds, he met a pair of inorganic black eyes. As he got closer and peeled off the layers of disguise, the smell of blood became more and more familiar. Saishomaru couldn't help but look up and stare at the little bastard in front of him who was more feminine than Yi Gyoza, Illumi. The tip of his nose twitched. Illumi stared at White Firewood expressionlessly. He raised his hand and pulled out a thin nail from under his ribs. He held the round nail in one hand and aimed the tip at White Firewood's face. He poked it forward lightly. Saishomaru raised his dog paw and smacked the nail askew. Illumi persisted and continued to poke. He thought this white puppy was very cute, especially when it glared at him as if it wanted to tear him apart. It was very similar to Chi, whose limited edition chocolate was snatched away by him. Chi. He had to build a relationship with a puppy like Chi so that he could bring it back to the withered mountain of carnage to play the pet game. Chi. Yao Xiang? Zai Chun Chui? Zai Jie Toad Shu? Tuan Tuan. Face Falcon Blow Copy K? You? Peeling Dysentery? Brother? Suyu Shun Shuwa Xing Fern. Illumi thought that he was a qualified hunter. Go down. Poke. Go down. Poke. Go down. Poke. Poke. Illumi unknowingly contributed to Yi Gyoza's hatred and enjoyed it. Saishomaru. Chapter 253. Yi Gyoza stepped out of the toilet. He was hugged by Alugia, who rushed over like a cannonball. The child seemed to be frightened. He cried until he was out of breath, and the moment he opened his mouth, he said, "Big sister, bad news. Brother Illumi was taken away by a man." Seriously. This sentence was the same as eldest senior brother. Bad news, master and third junior brother were both captured by demons. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. It scared Yi Gyoza so much that he shivered. He thought that he had transmigrated to the set of Journey to the West after going to the toilet. However, Illumi was taken away by a man. Yi Gyoza rubbed his chin. He felt that instead of worrying about Illumi, he should worry about the unlucky man who had taken Illumi. After all, there was a knife on top of the word lust. Under Illumi's disguise as a beauty, there was a real brother Condor hidden. Moreover, with Illumi's extremely amazing skills, if he didn't volunteer, who could forcefully take him away? In conclusion, the so-called Illumi was taken away by a man incident. There was no need to worry at all. When he had enough fun, he would come back. Even if there really was an accident, the dishes that were ordered were about to be served. How could he save someone if he didn't eat his fill? Yi Gyoza sat on the seat with Alugia in his arms. He comforted. "Don't worry, your brother will be back soon. We just need to eat and wait. Look, if your brother was really taken away, the surrounding diners wouldn't be so calm. They would have called the police long ago." But, Alugia sniffled. That man suddenly appeared and grabbed Big Brother's neck. Then, the two of them disappeared. They disappeared so quickly that Alugia couldn't even see the face of the snow-white man clearly. She only knew that Illumi, who had always been expressionless, revealed a rare look of astonishment. She didn't even have the time to transform her claws before she disappeared. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air, leaving only the warmth of the seat. Suddenly appearing, grabbing the neck, Yi Gyoza was a little distressed. He scratched his hair and said, "I'm a little worried." Illumi was a valiant killer. Since the throat was the human body's weak point, he naturally knew how to protect it. However, Even though Illumi had trained himself to avoid danger, he still wasn't able to dodge Seiji's attack. It could only be said that Seiji was indeed stronger than him. Forget it. I probably won't be able to finish this meal. Igyoza put a few large denominations of money and tips on the table, then dragged his family and dog away. Unfortunately, they could not find Illumi even after searching the area twice. His aura had also dissipated in the wind. Things were getting serious. Helpless, Igyoza could only ask Aluja, "I'm sorry, Aluja. This is an emergency. Why don't you bring out Nigeria? We can only ask her to send us to Illumi." Order, order. Aluja twisted her skirt, looked up at Igyoza, and said, directly, "Order me." I don't want to force you. Aluja and Nanaga shared the same body, and their friendship since they were young made him understand the rules of making a wish to Nanaga better than anyone else. Nanaga personally made a request to someone, which was the lowest difficulty level. Usually it was a kiss, a hug, or a lift, which was harmless. If he forced someone, the difficulty level would be higher, and the requirements would be more stringent. A slight mistake could cause a large-scale bloodshed. But what about Qi? Qi, Chongwei Yusu, Fangjia Cheichun, Zhong Tufumujian? Sway-skipping, request, and forced and directly giving an order could only be done by someone approved by both Aluja and Nanaga. However, although orders were convenient, they were very costly. After completing an order, Nanaga's forced request would follow, and the difficulty level would increase. Aluja only mentioned the convenience of orders, but did not mention the consequences of orders. However, Igyoza had suffered at the hands of Kudo, so he had learned his lesson. He no longer believed that there was a free lunch in the world. Tell me, Aluja, what are the consequences of orders? Igyoza squatted down and stared at him. The cost and the reward are equal. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others. Aluja pinched the corner of his shirt and bit his lower lip. After orders comes forced. Oh, it jumped straight to the hellish difficulty of the heart, liver, spleen, and kidney. Igyoza understood. He then got up and touched Aluja's head. You told me that you didn't want to force me, but you also told me that you wanted me to give an order. It's very contradictory. Then, Aluja, who do you want to impose the forced after orders on? Aluja wanted Aluja to enjoy the convenience of orders, but let others bear the consequences of forcing. If Aluja fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would only cause a disaster for the entire world. Fortunately, he discovered him early, before Aluja's view of right and wrong was set. Aluja's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes filled with tears. I want to save Big Brother, but I don't want to hurt you. I just, then after I command you, can you force on me? No, Aluja shouted. No. After spending a few months together, they had finally pried open Aluja's sealed heart. But I don't want Aluja to hurt innocent people. Igyoza sighed. Even if it's for me and Illumi. I'm very happy that you've learned to think about me and Illumi. You should know that Aluga could only think of Kiyoshi before this. Meridian, coin poison mist, coward, tea, moe, dark, silkworm M? How could the handsome man be as startled as Hui Yin? You want to blow enzymes? Dui Bao was stunned. Don't hurt others just because they have nothing to do with us. Igyoza rubbed his head. Aluja, don't ever try to open Pandora's box for the first time, because if you open it the first time, you'll feel guilty. If you open it the second time, you'll feel sad. If you open it the third time, you'll be numb. After the third time, you'll fall. Yeah? A weak voice sounded. Aluja looked up at Igyoza timidly. But Big Brother, it'll be fine, Igyoza said with certainty. Because I'm here. It didn't matter if Illumi was crippled, because he had Snow Return. It didn't matter if Illumi was killed, because he had Heartstring. It didn't matter if Illumi was chopped into pieces, because when he found Saishomaru, Tian Shengfang would be back. If even this didn't work, he would bring Grandpa Banshee and Aizen to the underworld. As soon as Igyoza finished his heroic speech, fate gave him a stage to perform. According to the saying, God teammates often die because of useless teammates who talk too much. After Yujiza finished talking, the wind carried the scent of Illumi's blood. The golden retriever rushed out in an instant, and the Labrador followed closely. It wasn't that they were worried about Illumi's safety, but Gilgamesh was used to Illumi's meticulous care and didn't want to lose such a considerate servant for the time being. As for Kuluelo, he just wanted to watch the show and satisfy his curiosity. They rushed into the forest and advanced into the depths of the forest at an extremely fast speed. Before long, they came to the side of a sparkling lake. Then, they saw dried salted fish lying on the ground. 4/5 of Illumi was dead, and 3/4 of Linan. A young man with light blonde hair was fishing with a fishing rod, and a man with long silver hair waved his hand and put away his long whip. The blonde boy turned his head, and his dead fish eyes were filled with light that said run, while the white-haired man turned his body sideways, and his icy face was filled with the message, "You're courting death." There were 3 corpses and a golden light bulb on the exterior, and the background music of Aluja shouting, "Brother, don't die," at the top of his lungs. Then, there were Hollywood blockbuster special effects such as broken trees, desolate wind, and silly fish hooked. Yujiza and Saishomaru stared at each other, and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if their love for each other had lasted 10,000 years. What the hell? There was no joy of reunion. Yujiza's style changed from elegant and classic to rough and violent. God, how could you do this to them? #shocking. A dog actually did this to 3 hunters. #shocking. Reuniting by the Daming Lake, the lovers of the past turned into murderers. Was this a loss of morality or a loss of humanity? #strange stories from a Chinese studio. Once upon a time, there was a dog named Killer. With 1/3 people died. Saishomaru was speechless. Even though she didn't say a word, just by looking at Yujiza's expression, he could guess that her mind was racing, the kind that couldn't stop. Yujiza quickly arranged the UC Shocking News Department, today's headlines, and classical classics. However, the person in question snorted coldly, and a pair of golden eyes stared straight at him, as if waiting for him to take the initiative to step forward. Yujiza took a step forward. Aluja burst into tears. Wah! He's dead. Brother Illumi is dead. Lying next to Illumi and pretending to be dead. Ding? Ding? Healthy rake forgive visit barium na? Zheng? So lacking a dress seat overcrowding? I visit Zhu Jun, who was eager to make a decision hastily. To Chi, who had grown up under the control of his big brother. Abundance? Rake forgiveness and visit Banda? Aspire to be unsheathed? Calf nut? Meitei haiku? Vulgar gluttons are waiting for the fault to fall? Trong truanki? Difficult sigma? Tired from squatting by the side? Chop e by jia hui pan yu emo chue lang? Feel despicable? At this moment, it was strange. The snail at the chewy sucks its ashes, forgetting to visit the Jue Mao short attempt? What is it? Brook High ambition? No. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe it at all. This cold, aloof, and beautiful mature woman who fit his taste was actually Illumi, who was wearing a skirt belt. So why did he risk his life to stop Saishomaru from beating him up? In order to save her from the abyss of suffering, he even helped Xiaojia. Why? I'm begging you, crazy. Chi? Misstitch stains? Juggle chi? Radon source? Festering bones, tyrannical clump curtain, Bishi blows an acre? To visit Zhu Jun, however, halfway through his sentence, the narcissist's imagination ran wild. Illumi opened her eyes and stared at Chi. Chi. Muffled oars. Yana? Dong Dang Rake Skeleton Saddle. Gue? Chan Wanji? Yana Nai Shao. Alugia was crying when he suddenly stopped. Chi? Hydrazine frozen you drought-plotting starling skeleton? You even stood in front of me to help me defend against the attack, and even sacrificed Xiaojia. Illumi nodded. It seems that compared to your so-called friends, you really value your family more. You deserve praise. You've grown up. Chi. Old skeleton? The blood and sweat he was sweating now were all water that got into his brain when he saved Illumi. Yigioza was moved by the scene of brotherly respect and joyful and harmonious. He felt that today was a beautiful day with no clouds in the sky. It was the perfect time to meet Saishomaru in the golden wind and jade dew, which was better than countless good times in the world. It was said that a day apart was like 3 years. He and Saishomaru hadn't seen each other for a few months, but it was like waiting for 1,000 years. Yigioza opened his arms wide, like a Susian who ran to buy Sujin on the broken bridge of Westlake and shouted wife. He was sprinting towards his target at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. At this moment, light and shadow intertwined. A gentle breeze blew. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, and golden light reflected off the surface of the lake, casting a soft halo on Saishomaru's body. It was as gentle as melting ice and melting snow. Yigioza saw Saishomaru stretch his delicate eyebrows, and the corners of his lips curled up elegantly, as if he was happy that Yigioza had thrown himself into his arms. Yigioza put on his brightest smile, like a husky who had finally met a female dog after being single for 300 years. He jumped and threw himself into his sweetheart's chest. Fu-chang, Daddy loves you. Yigioza leaped up like a tiger pouncing on its prey, drawing a beautiful parabola at a 45-degree angle, and then falling at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. Perfectly. Saishomaru, who had taken a step back, avoided him. His eyes met Fu-chang's calm gaze. Yigioza stretched out his hand, swung his arm, did a front somersault, and finally rushed into the lake in a posture with a difficulty rating of 3. 2. Splash. A beautiful splash was raised, startling the rampaging piranhas. Yigioza swung his long hair, like the most beautiful lake monster under the photographer's filter, if there weren't 3 or 4 piranhas biting on his hair. Yigioza. Everyone. Ouch! Yigioza screamed, jumped out of the lake while covering his butt, ran ashore like a monkey, and hugged Saishomaru's fluffy tail. Saishomaru. Yigioza was about to cry. That's not how you play. Saishomaru. So far, he couldn't quite keep up with Yigioza's jumpy thinking. Yigioza stretched out his hand and pulled out a fish from behind his buttocks. He then pulled out 2 fish from his hair. Then, he climbed down from the fluffy tail and jumped on the spot. After a few times, he shook off 3 more fish from his body. Yigioza seemed very sad. He sniffled, sadly pulled Saishomaru's fluffy tail, and buried his face in it, hugging it tightly. Saishomaru was a man after all. Seeing that she was showing weakness, his heart softened. He was about to write off all the old and new grudges and give her a good hug. Yigioza pulled his fluffy tail and smiled. Tell me if you want to eat fish. There are so many ways to fish. Why do you want me to go down? As he said that, he smiled and pulled the tip of Saishomaru's tail, and forcefully threw a large ball of fluffy tail into the lake. In an instant, waves splashed everywhere, dog fur flew, and piranhas came one after another. Saishomaru, deep-hated. JPG. Chapter 254. Although the piranhas had good teeth, they could not break the basic defense of the great monster. With this tail strike, he had caught dozens of fish at the cost of losing a small amount of dog fur. It could be said that he had gained a lot. Seeing that Saishomaru's paralyzed face was frozen 3 feet high, there was a hint of the azure dragon break erupting. Yigioza knew when to stop. He tactfully took out the carving transparent soap. He carefully rubbed a layer of soap on the fluffy tail. You might not believe it, I just want to give your tail a bath. Yigioza raised a 24K silly smile. He looked extremely loyal and upright. After all, you are a dog. What if you don / clean the lice regularly? In the silence, Saishomaru narrowed his eyes and stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he reached out and hooked his hand around the back of her collar. Where his hand touched, his hand was wet. Lice? Ticks? Saishomaru sneered. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me clean it up. As he said that, he pulled the fluffy tail and rolled up Yigioza, wrapping her like a silkworm cocoon, He walked up the mountain range without looking back. No matter how much Ijuza tried to please him, it was useless. The sound was getting further and further away. Jin spat out the dog S tail grass in her mouth and squatted in front of the piranhas. She took out a folding knife and neatly cut off the scales, cut open the stomach, dug out the intestines, and put away the inedible parts as bait for fishing. Xiao Jia rubbed his swollen face. He came to Jin S side to help. From time to time, he raised his head to look into the distance. Big sister will be fine, right? Saishomaru seems to be very angry. He won T beat her up. Will he? Saishomaru beat Ijuza up? Impossible. As a winery boss who had many mistresses for adult men, Jin really wanted to tell Xiaojia that men were generally more tolerant of their women. The so-called punishment was just a disguised form of flirting. Tisk, there's a hot spring on top of the mountain. Jin's hands did not stop moving as she stuffed wild vegetables and condiments into the fish's stomach. I guess there's no need to leave any food for them. As a simple-minded enhancer, Xiaojia was confused. Wasn't he not surprised? Paywalls? Cross-legged mourning pendants? Fan Shuo fought the mute Limai in June? Busong? Reef Ka Huai oyster soup, South fight pimple? Gue? Happy gown? Data retrieval different from Xiaojia's ignorance. Strange? Guanidine against rock calamity bull? Forgive and forget the tyrant? Benevolent and forgiving? And here I thought, strange? Brie? Sucking a spinulosa O is like smelling Huan Qi? Recovery sickness? Despicable? Fonggu A, Fongyu? Anji's incubus? How can a dried palm tree be so pure as to support a letter? Dizzy? Mao Mao. Which woman would be so unlucky to catch his eye? Then, the answer was revealed. Ijuza had won the prize. She who knew the answer. P. Poison my Lipa burglar, na tong de hua? Lei Nanjuan? Tiao Qin Qian Xian Shi Ai He Dang Qian Zif and Shanxi? Ash? Interrogatory. If they did not part, they would harm each other. If they parted, they would harm others. For world peace, for a better future. Qi? Guo Shiu Mbm? Qianhuai Fuqiu Si Ka? Pagoda tree slaying Shun? He covered his face that was hurt by Saishomaru's slap and squatted in front of the pile of fish to prepare his dinner. He saw that his scary older brother, Illumi, was typing on his cell phone, composing a text message. T.O. long-term ATM fat sheep Sisso. I met Ijuza's boyfriend today. I was defeated. He's very strong. Far away in a high-end Western restaurant, Sisso took off his clown costume and put down his torch. He wore a suit and flirted with the blonde girl. When he saw the text message, he almost spat out the red wine in his mouth. He barely managed to control himself and flirtatiously blew the blonde a kiss. He excused himself to go to the washroom and left the place. As soon as he stepped into the men's washroom, Sisso sent a sticky and perverted smile. He never thought that the cold Illumi would send him a text message to ask about his relationship. But it was not strange. After all, Ijuza was strong and beautiful. It was normal for men to pursue her. But compared to Ijuza, Sisso was obviously more interested in the boyfriend mentioned in Illumi's text message. A man who could defeat Illumi really excited him to the core. For example, Ijuza, Aizen, Illumi, Kaluwa, and the boyfriend, he wanted to kill them and taste them. Sisso licked the poker cards and did not hide his bisexuality. But now, he wanted to stand on the side and watch the show. So, he quickly typed a text message to Illumi. To delicious Big Apple Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, do you want me to join forces with you to kill him? I completely agree, I can't wait, trembling all over. Sisso wanted to fly to where Illumi was and spend a wonderful night with that man. Not long after, Sisso received Illumi's reply. From delicious Big Apple Xiao Yi. Kill him? Why? Isn't it good that he sent Ijuza away? I just want to ask you, what method should I use to snatch the dogs from the hands of these two experts? Take away their dog, dog. With a blank face, Sisso stared at the text message until the phone screen turned black. He sat on the toilet, holding his chin, and could not help but fall into a long silence. So, The reason why Illumi beat the enemy was single for 24 years was not because of her purity, nor was it because of her ability to be single, but because her interest in bed was completely different from others. He did not expect that the thousands of beauties in the world would lose to a dog. The most terrible thing was that this dog was someone else's. TSK, the road of love was destined to be difficult. However, he was happy to see it. Knowing such a secret, there was no reason not to let beat the enemy know. As long as he thought of Illumi's future being flooded by blind dates, and the other party's anger skyrocketing to thousands of miles to chase him, Sisso felt even more excited. He licked his lips coquettishly and typed a text message. To Red Apple Vigilante. Do me a favor, beat the enemy's young master's hobby in bed is a dog. Send this message to beat the enemy's family. Although he successfully sneaked into the Phantom Squadron, his interpersonal relationship had always been poor. Sisso was ready to be put on hold. However, he did not expect the Vigilante's reply to be so fast. From Red Apple Vigilante. I can help, but can I give a 5-star review? If you attach a picture and add 15 words of follow-up review, you can get a 50% discount card from Yuk Xian Express. Sisso stared at the text message. 5-star review? Attach a picture and 15 words of follow-up review? Yuk Xian Express? Discount card? What happened during the days when he was not in the Phantom Squadron? Was the Phantom Squadron invaded by a pyramid-selling organization? Was Captain Qualuo finally kidnapped and killed by the rich women who supported him? With a bang sound, his mobile phone smashed on the floor tiles, cracking like a spider web. Sisso suddenly realized that as a pervert, he was actually the most normal person in the world. Sisso on the other side entered the Sage Time and doubted the whole world. On the other side of the Whale Island hot spring pool, there were countless dreamy bubbles. The handsome man and the beautiful woman stared at each other affectionately. The man's golden eyes contained an undetectable smile, and the woman's cheeks blushed, her eyes full of tears. I was wrong. Can you stop? I really can't. Yijioza's hands didn't stop, and he felt that his arms were numb. He never knew that this thing could be so tiring. He would never ask for trouble again. You asked for it. Saishomaru leaned against the stone, enjoying her gentle service. Compared to cold water, it was much more comfortable in the hot spring. You haven't bathed me for a long time. Saishomaru said coldly, my original form is quite tall. It seems that you can't go back tonight. He saw Yijioza soaking in the hot spring with a sad face, rubbing his tail, submerged in the fine soap bubbles, at a loss. I can't. I really can't. My whole body is falling apart, and I still have to rub my dog later. When will this end? I can't stand it anymore. The next morning, Saishomaru, who exuded the smell of transparent soap, carried the exhausted Yijioza back to the camp with satisfaction. In the strange eyes of the people and the dogs, Yijioza was sleeping soundly between the tail, and there were obvious dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that they had a good fight yesterday, and it was so intense that even a King Kong Barbie like Yijioza was too tired to wake up. It turned out that not only was Saishomaru not frigid, but he was also good in bed. TSK, you really can't judge a dog by its appearance. In the silent criticism of the people and the dogs, Saishomaru still didn't fall behind in today's special training. Especially after he found she? Mingmu Reef is worth Xiong Polypus? Searching for the robbers? What's the moat? It was probably the sequela of whipping Inuyasha for a long time. Once he encountered a boy with a similar situation as Inuyasha, he always couldn't control the primitive force in his body. Jin tactfully took the fishing rod and bucket to go fishing. God knows why a boss behind the scenes who was busy killing people and conspiring in the underworld would live so peacefully. Sure enough, it was inevitable to bump into a dog after walking too much at night. 3 adolescent children, a psychic killer, a ferocious dog demon, 3 fake dogs with big stomachs, plus Yijioza and himself. The food consumption would only be faster, and the dozens of piranhas wouldn't last long. It seemed like he had to think of a way to fish up the water monster at the bottom of the lake. The giant water monster. Should be enough to eat, right? Saishomaru's light whip was very smooth, and it swept away thousands of soldiers like rolling up a mat causing a group of people to fall into disorder. With a sweep of his golden eyes, Aluja was struck out 3 times. This boy had not received any training at all, so he would only be beaten if he stood on the field. Saishomaru wasn't interested in bullying a real child, so he simply curled his long whip and sent him out of the attack range. However, he didn't expect his whip to curl around Aluja. Poke? Forgive me for bringing Zai Yongjin. How could I say something dangerous? Lu Qi? Argon Yellow Pry? Qi Luofeng asked Xiao. Sakura? Jimi Mountain Mo Dong Rao Ziying Xian Yin sparks and lightning flashed in the midst of the thunderbolts. Was he jealous of her? Treading on a cliff and despicable pine? Tombstone K? Abandoning the widow? Partridge in danger? Father's dream realm monkey woo? Is the Xuanfu Lao despicable? Chun. Lightning? Saishomaru's golden eyes flashed with a deep meaning. Although it can't compare to the profound azure dragon break, it's still a talent. Qi. Gua. The stalk is afraid to gather by the side? Ulcerative scar? Huan. Cut the stool. Lightning. Azure dragon break. Talent? Other than Gilgamesh, Shinichi Kudo, and Jin, no one could guess what Saishomaru meant. Only Illumi, the veteran assassin, looked at Saishomaru's long silver hair, vertical pupils, and sharp claws. An absurd thought came to her mind. Illumi looked at Saishomaru's delicate and handsome face, tall and straight figure, and his imposing manner. After thinking about it carefully, he finally couldn't hold back his restless hands and sent a text message to his family, along with a picture. To MOM. I think I met my dad's illegitimate child. At the same time, in the faraway Republic of Bartogia, on the towering withered mountain, Kikyo's hoarse scream came from the guest's house in the gloomy castle. Shiba, you bastard. How dare you keep a mistress outside? I'll kill you. Illumi was his mother's most outstanding child. Illumi had always been steady, and Illumi would never give false information. Kikyo slapped the servant away and smashed the hard wall. His scream echoed through the dry mountain, and his psychic pressure flowed crazily, shrouding the entire mansion in the shadow of death. I've given birth to 5 sons for you. What's wrong with you? Kikyo's electronic eyes flashed crazily. She raised her phone and rushed into Shiba's study. Bastard! I'll let you know why flowers are so red today. Shiba? Wait, what? Before he could do anything, a high heel smashed him in the face. Miji, who rushed to join in the fun, was shocked and ran away. Even Kurt, who was the quietest among them, opened his eyes wide and completely lost his composure at the scene of domestic violence. Then the question was, who should he help when mom and dad were fighting? Chapter 255. Sisso, as a qualified pervert, was like a passionate fire, burning wherever he caused trouble. In Vigilante's intentional or unintentional long line, Sisso simply acted as the big fish. He bit the bait from Yukaxian. Uchiha Madara, a man defined by Vigilante as the Devil King. He defeated 3 spiders with his own strength, sealed their telekinesis, implanted hints, and forced them to help him deliver the express. Although the profession of courier was too much to complain about and not in line with the taste of most strong people, a man who could make all the members of the Phantom Troop fear, and even Kurolo had to avoid him, was worth fighting. Sisso had always been a person who liked to court death, torturing Jin on Meteor Street, provoking Yi Gyoza in the Hunter exam, pestering Aizen in the Sky Arena. He was keen on provoking the strong and pursued the thrill of fighting to his heart's content. Even if he was beaten until half of his body was paralyzed, he would have no regrets even if he died in a duel. Unfortunately, Jin and Little Apple had not yet grown up, and Aizen had many fans around them. Yi Gyoza and Illumi ran together. Kurolo could not be killed for the time being. Sisso counted with his fingers, only to find that there were countless apples, but he could not pick one. Therefore, it was rare to meet Uchiha Madara, who was a tribute by Vigilante. Even if he knew that the other party was up to no good, Sisso did not intend to refuse. He almost excitedly used his hair gel hand to comb his torch head, changed into a clown suit, and stepped on his small leather shoes. He also took 4 brand new decks of poker cards. He could not wait to climb onto the private airship and rush to Yuk Exion. Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drip never imagined that Sisso not only rushed to Yuk Exion to die, but also rushed to the Tsukuyumi world to reincarnate. Perhaps ignorance was really a kind of happiness. Seeing that Sisso was about to join the logistics family for life imprisonment, they reluctantly mourned for him for 3 seconds. It was 10:00 in the morning, which was the busiest hour for the courier, Uchiha Madara. When he was about to drive to the city center on his motorcycle, he suddenly discovered that a strange psychic pressure had broken into the headquarters of the courier company. It was advancing like a hot knife through butter, accompanied by the screams of his colleagues. Something happened? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows and placed the package down gently. Then, he strode out with a majestic gait, glaring angrily. Daring to cause trouble in his territory, that little brat must be tired of living? As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw blood-stained poker cards flying in the hall. A group of security guards were lying on the ground, clutching their wounds. Some of them seemed to have their arteries cut and were bleeding profusely. It seemed like they were dying. A clown with red hair and golden eyes stood in the middle of the battle circle. He was tall and muscular, and his behavior was flirtatious. He kissed the bloody ace of hearts in a flirtatious manner. When he stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick it, he was like a black mamba staring at its prey. It was a deadly poison, the gaze of the grim reaper. The staff ran and shrank, many of them curled up in the corner, stimulated by the smell of blood. They were just a group of ordinary people living in an ordinary world. They never committed crimes, nor did they provoke others, let alone get involved in any gangster fight. Their lifelong wish was to warm the Kong bed of their wives and children, but they never thought that tomorrow and accidents would always come one step ahead of them. In the face of Sisso, all they had left was fear. Only when Uchiha Madara stood in front of them did they recover from their shock. Uchiha Madara's face was extremely gloomy. Just call the police and call the ambulance. I'm here. This was the promise given by the demon god Indra. Making a mess at his workplace, Uchiha Madara was not going to let Sisso off so easily. It was very convenient to use the Sharingan to knock him down, but compared to this, he wanted to break half of his bones more. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Madara's whole body shot out like an arrow in a straight line. Behind him, the hard granite immediately shattered, and before the raised dust fell to the ground, Sisso, who was not far away, was suddenly punched out. Uchiha Madara and Senju Takuma have been fighting for decades. In the field of taijutsu, except for Senju Takuma, he has not seen anyone stronger than him. No matter how good Sisso's strength is, he has not surpassed the limits of mortals after all. Even if his combat nerve reaction is extremely fast, he can't keep up with Uchiha Madara's speed at all. This punch, a solid slap in the face. His cheekbone was broken. Sisso crashed into the trash can like a cannonball, raising a piece of fruit peel. The staff were completely scared. They only knew that Uchiha Madara was very good at fighting, often driving away the gangsters who caused trouble, collect protection fees, and act violently, but they never knew that he was this strong. What are you waiting for? Call the police and call an ambulance. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh came from outside. When Uchiha Madara is angry, even Senju Takuma can't bear the consequences, let alone Sisso. The overbearing thunder fire chakra belonging to the Uchiha clan rose, like the fire of hell, burning Sisso's body. In the face of absolute strength, whether it is frivolous illusion or flexible love, they all lost the ability to use tricks. Even if his whole body was covered with entanglement, he used steel in battle and all kinds of techniques. Sisso can't defend against Uchiha Madara's fierce attacks. At this time, Sisso finally reacted. Uchiha Madara is not a big apple at all, but a poisonous apple. Him and Aizen? Plus medical lies? What is the point of the paper cone, the barren and noisy moat? However, the thinking of a pervert is always difficult for ordinary people to understand. Sisso was beaten like a broken sack, but he still obtained great physical and mental pleasure. Even the bumps in his body propped up the contour. He likes Uchiha Madara, a perfect, powerful poisonous apple. It is the invitation of death, the love of his heart. Sisso was excited, but within a few seconds, his ribs, elbow bones, and thighs were all broken. Uchiha Madara is a man of action. He said that he would break half of his bones, so he must break half of his bones. The one-sided violent beating, Sisso's blood flowed all over the ground. Not long after, he was thrown to the ground by Uchiha Madara. When he looked up at Uchiha Madara with a strange smile, he was caught off guard by a pair of gloomy and gorgeous red eyes. One day later, Sisso, who had half of his bones broken, his telekinesis sealed, and a suggestion implanted, was lying dead in the hospital. If he did not have a hunter's certificate, he would probably be in jail now. At the end of the day, the hunter's certificate is like a gold medal that exempts people from death. While it gives telekinesis to the top people, it also gives many scumbags the privilege to kill and rob. For example, Sisso, because of the existence of the hunter's certificate, the police did not dare to arrest him, let alone put him in jail. The more murders they come into contact with, the more they understand that even if they are all human, having and not having a mind are two different concepts. The cage of ordinary people can never stop a telekinesis user. The president of the Hunters Association has very few directors, and the vice president, Parstan, is a complete hypocrite. He will not offend Sisso for the sake of ordinary people. Instead, he will let the victim swallow the bitter pill. They really could not think of a way, so they could only ask Uchiha Madara to take care of him. Hunter's Certificate. Uchiha Madara flipped over Sisso's Hunter's Certificate, and he had a deeper understanding of the ridiculous system of the New World. Just a certificate can cover up his felonies? This really opened his eyes. Even a Rottenwood leaf did not dare to do this. How did it become a matter of course in a different world? The few police officers did not speak. They did not dare to initiate a conversation, but they did not dare to not answer. Ordinary people were always full of respect and fear towards telekinesis users. There was no other reason than that most of the violent and bloody cases in the archives were always the work of telekinesis users. In the eyes of the police, telekinesis users were no different from demons. Uchiha Madara lost interest in asking questions. He got up and pulled out Sisso's foreneedle. He dragged the man away by his patient's garb and locked him in the basement of the rented house, together with the pickled vegetables. Without the help of his telekinesis, Sisso was like a dead fish. Even though his thoughts were still perverted, his heavily injured body made him unable to move. The hunter's certificate was gone, his phone was gone, and his poker cards were gone. The only thing he had left was his life. The basement was dark. Not long after, Vigilante was thrown in by Uchiha Madara with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He seemed to have suffered a great blow, and even his spirit was low. Sisso turned his head with difficulty and laughed with a trembling voice. "Vigilante, we are fated to meet." Vigilante smiled with one of his front teeth missing. "Yes, it is fate. You will be my colleague soon." "Colleague, don't you know?" Vigilante wiped the blood from his nose, which was smeared all over his face. "If Uchiha Madara catches you, you will be a courier in the future. Don't worry, no one will come to save you even if you scream until your throat is hoarse." Sisso was speechless. For some reason, he felt a chill in his bones. Was it because his telekinesis was sealed? Whale Island, the tourist shopping street. Yigyoza and Saishomaru finally had some couple awareness and were ready to go shopping. Unfortunately, other couples usually had this kind of style when they went shopping. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. Aya, you're so annoying. It's so good to be with you. Oh my god. I love what you gave me. Yikazawa and Saishomaru's style of shopping was like this. Do you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, I'll eat. Damn, it smells so good. Just order the dishes. I'm paying today. What the hell is this? I'm not buying. On the same street, in the same jewelry store, it was also a man and a woman. The couple next door had this kind of style. The cute and delicate woman sat in front of the counter and smiled at the mirror. The handsome man behind her took the necklace and put it on the woman's neck with great care. In the end, the man kissed the woman's cheek and smiled. "It suits you, my dear." The woman couldn't help but hug the man's neck and give him a hot kiss. And Yijiuza and Saishomaru had this kind of style. The handsome man sat in front of the counter and sneered at the mirror. The woman behind him held a big pure gold chain and put it around his neck excitedly. In the end, Yijiuza sighed with emotion. "You are the flower of wealth in the world. The pure gold dog chain matches you so well." Then he was beaten equals in order to maintain the precarious relationship with Saishomaru. Yijiuza secretly opened the search engine and found 180 posts of "Teach you how to pick up a girl." Finally, he loaded the appropriate positions and was ready to practice. First, he had to take Saishomaru to see a movie, either a romantic literary film or a bloody horror film. The former could create an atmosphere between lovers and let them learn to cherish their relationship. The latter could increase the adrenaline, increase the man's sense of protection for the woman, and make the woman feel that the man is more reliable. Yijiuza thought carefully. As a monster, Saishomaru himself was a bloody horror film, and he, who chose to be with a bloody horror film, was a person worth relying on. So, why should he waste his money? He bought 2 tickets in a minute, held the popcorn and drinks, and pulled Saishomaru into the couple's seat. Everything was going smoothly. According to the search engine, they could kiss when they were in the throes of passion. Yijiuza was a little nervous. He had seriously decided to date Saishomaru, so it was good to have some progress. After all, Saishomaru was more passive, so he had to bravely take the first step forward. Unfortunately, halfway through the romantic literary film, Yijiuza was already speechless. The male lead has a cat cake, right? He ate up a good girl and then told her that he didn't love her? Yijiuza was shocked. Shit, the female lead has a cat cake. How can she fall in love with this kind of scumbag? Oh my god, my eyes are going blind. Accompanied by the low sobbing, touching, and comforting voices in the theater, Yijiuza's nonsense continued. "I beg you, put a sack on the scumbag and throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Oh shit, you actually want to give birth to his child. I can't stand it. What a script. Give me the pen. I'll write it." Yijiuza complained crazily, completely forgetting the steps of kissing until the entire film was finished. He staggered out of the theater, feeling that his view of love was on the verge of collapse. Saishomaru, tell me honestly, was there any unforgettable moonlight in the past 400 years? Did you date me because I looked like the other party's stunt double? After you've played with my body and mind, will you throw me away like you did to Yulmei? Saishomaru was speechless. He only had one question. What was Yulmei? After a while, Yijiuza returned to normal, and then wrote a negative review in his review. After that, he decided to go according to plan. He had to bring Saishomaru to buy some delicious food. According to the netizens, if he wanted to conquer the other party's heart, he first had to conquer the other party's stomach. Delicious food could shorten the distance between two parties, especially when he chose the other party's favorite food and shared it with him. Yijiuza thought about it and decided to bring Saishomaru to pick a few of his favorite dog food. Dog food was non-toxic and could be eaten by humans. For the sake of love, he would accompany him to eat dog food. So, why did he still eat dog food when he was no longer single? It turned out that Saishomaru loved him. He couldn't bear to suffer with him, so he firmly refused the dog food and chose a fragrant steak restaurant. Then, Saishomaru placed his favorite dog food in front of him and brought his favorite steak in front of him. Eating each other's favorite food, this was the highest level of sharing, and also the deepest level of understanding. Yijiuza was speechless. Chapter 256. Yijiuza, who was no longer single, lived the sour smell of love. Not only did he have to share food with Prince White Dog, but he also had to share his liver with him. As the saying goes, when one is full and warm, one thinks about the game. After Yujioza ate and drank his fill, he dragged Saishomaru to pick up his phone. His idea was very simple. In order to prevent himself from ending up in a miserable situation where he could not take care of the game and the girl and could only break up in the end, he had to first fence and keep his soul mate in a small space. His liver was earth-shattering. Moreover, Saishomaru's personality had always been conservative like an aristocrat. Even though he had traveled through many worlds with it, he had always abided by his original heart and was not obsessed with external things. Therefore, he knew what a phone was and had seen many humans use it, but he had never played with it himself. Saishomaru did not need a phone, but he could not fall in love without a phone. While Yujioza was saying, "Can you communicate with me without a phone?" Saishomaru still walked into the phone store with him. Although seeing his sweetheart busying herself for him made him feel very comfortable in his heart. But as a man with responsibility, Saishomaru could not let Yujioza take care of him with a clear conscience. However, although his awareness was high, he did not have a capital foundation in the new world. The idea of supporting a family was useless. Saishomaru, who did not have an ID card, had never even touched a nun. Once he left the forest, even eating and drinking became a problem. What was there to talk about? He could only follow silently, watching Yujioza quickly stroll around. He chose 7 or 8 high-performance goods. She was very focused. Her brows were slightly furrowed as if she was thinking about something. Saishomaru did not disturb him, nor did he size up a dozen good goods. He only quietly stared at the side of Yujioza's face, and the cold aura around his body unknowingly softened. Yujioza did not intend to save money. He would only date one person in his life. As long as he had the ability, he would give him the best. After a few comparisons, he finally chose a silver-white touchscreen. It was said to be the latest model. Not only was it waterproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof, but it could also be used to charge walnuts and bricks with solar energy. Even if it couldn't be compared to the special machine used by assassins to beat up their enemies in daily life, this model's performance had already reached the ceiling index. Yujioza bought it immediately and did not bargain. He also picked a pure yang blue for himself and a tycoon gold for Eugenia. "Come, I'll teach you how to use it." Yujioza's eyes were sparkling. He spoke quickly but explained in detail. He and Saishomaru sat on a bench in the park, surrounded by seabirds unique to Whale Island. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As time ticked by, Saishomaru had already grasped the phone thoroughly. His usually cold eyes couldn't help but reveal some curiosity. He had to admit that the intelligence of humans was indeed much higher than that of monsters. When Yujioza's exclusive number lit up on the screen, and he saw that she had marked his number as boyfriend, even though Saishomaru had been through 400 years of ups and downs, he still slightly widened his eyes at this moment, and it was rare for him to have a cute look on his face. He did not know how he should react in this situation. He only felt that his heart was filled with a strange sense of satisfaction. He wanted to get closer to her, and he wanted to hug her even more. "You know how to use it, right?" Saishomaru nodded and changed the keyboard slightly slowly. He typed "my wife" on Yujioza's note without hesitation, and then quickly changed the interface, pretending that nothing had happened. "It's good that you know how to use it. Come, download a FTF and I'll add you into the Build Socialism group." Yujioza laughed. Aizen, Kimimaro, Illumi, and 9 Orchid Flower are all there. Saishomaru's hand paused as he clicked on the software. He thought of his colleagues who deserved a beating, and downloaded the software in the end. The internet is a good thing. Usually, there's not a single person who can talk loudly and brag. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Kimimaro's reticence. But when it comes to scolding Aizen in the group, he can run away as fast as he can. Aizen is 100% troublemaking and 250% pretentious scum. Don't be fooled by how he lives like a proper person. Because of his standpoint, he's secretly tricked Kimimaro many times. He made Kimimaro an honest child, unable to restrain himself from scolding people. He's simply deranged. Saishomaru did not say anything and only listened quietly. Kimimaro is in the open in the Hunters Association and is President Nitro's official disciple. 9 Orchid Flower is in the dark in the Hunters Association and is a weapon to help Kimimaro rise to the top. Aizen has built an organization and is doing very well, preparing to push Kimimaro up. The relationship here is very complicated, but as long as they don't go crazy and want to destroy the world to take revenge on society, I don't care what they do. Saishomaru successfully entered the group, and not long after, he received a friend request from Aizen. As Ijuza complained, Saishomaru lowered his eyes and saw the message that Aizen sent him. Aizen, Kimimaro and I investigated for a while and basically confirmed who the raiders of this world are. Saishomaru stared at the dialogue box for a while without batting an eyelid and slowly typed. Seeing that Saishomaru was rarely interested in his phone, Ijuza did not disturb him and got up with a smile to buy snacks. Saishomaru, who is it? Aizen, Kaluluo Rizelu, the leader of the Phantom Squadron where the bandits gather. The new dog next to her should be him. 3 days ago, Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower went out and captured a member of the Phantom Squadron, Ku Bei. I used some tricks and found out that they will meet in Yuk Exion in September. Yuk Exion. If his memory served him right, Kirito? Sakura sled on the reef? Tragic? Bucking sword, Saishomaru, do it. Aizen, if I could do it, I wouldn't specifically inform you. This raider is in a cooperative relationship with Authentic. According to the information provided by Ku Bei, leader Kaluluo often trades with Authentic. I have reason to suspect, Aizen. Kaluluo is the bait placed by Authentic, and the main purpose is to draw out Ijuza. If she is drawn out and confirmed, then Authentic will definitely kill her at all costs. Saishomaru's face sank, and he almost crushed his phone. Aizen, so, for the success of my plan, don't say a word to her. Saishomaru, what do you want me to do when you look for me? Aizen, send her away and stop her from going to Yuk Exion. And you are responsible for killing Kaluluo. Aizen, Saishomaru, you will be the strongest chess piece in this game. Underworld Waning Moonbreak can clean up the traces on the scene. Manifestation can help you escape in case of an accident. And if Authentic can't be avoided, Natural Fong can protect your life. Aizen, most importantly, after killing Kaluluo, Authentic will have the misconception that you are the Guardian. Underworld Waning Moonbreak and Manifestation's spatial powers will confuse his sight and make him think that you have left this world. Aizen, and you are not us. Other than your human form, you also have a beast form. No matter how powerful Authentic is, they will never associate the Guardian with a puppy. Aizen, Saishomaru, avoid him before I find out more about him. Saishomaru did not say anything until Ijuza came back with a huge bag of snacks. Then, he got up as if nothing had happened and naturally took the things in her hands. While Ijuza looked at him in surprise, he went back with her. In the distant sky arena, Aizen stared at the dialogue box, held Mirrored Moonbreak in his hand, and injected his power into it. Mobile phones are good things, but they can easily leak information. The information they communicate can't be completely destroyed, but it can be covered with a layer of illusion, just in case. Aizen is a meticulous person, and he will only let people know the information he wants them to know. But no matter how meticulous he is, as an old antique, he still has a hard time with electronic products. In other words, other than Shinichi Kudo, no one in the dog group will mess around with this thing. Fortunately, there is Mirrored Moonbreak. Moreover, the penetration of spiritual power leaves no traces. Even if a telekinesis user uses condense, they can't see anything. It's much more convenient than the Sharingan that can only be used by people. Aizen thought about it carefully, and with the mentality of watching a big show, he changed the text communication. So, the dialogue box between him and Saishomaru was only left with the following dialogue. Aizen, dear, do you want to join the Sogu Brigade? Special Elder, monthly salary of 3 million. Including food and accommodation, weekends, year-end bonus. Don't ask about education, height, age, just fill in the registration form. Saishomaru, I'm very busy now. I can't go to the Republic of Batogia. Can you send the registration form? Will the postage be reimbursed? Aizen, dear, please rest assured, The postage and air tickets will be reimbursed by you. As long as you join the Sogu Brigade, we will give you the best treatment. Saishomaru. Okay. I now live in the nest of the tallest dead tree in the southeast of the withered mountain scenic area. If it's convenient, send it to my door. Aizen, dear, rest assured. Our service will make sure you are satisfied. An hour later, in the Hunters Association, in the office of the Vice President Parston, a handsome man with long blonde hair and the leader of the Phantom Troop, Krullo, who was disguised as a well-behaved high school student, sat opposite each other and chatted happily. I didn't expect you to come to me. Aren't you afraid of being recognized by the people of the association? Parston turned the image of the entire computer and smiled brightly. The people and information you paid a high price for me to monitor are all here. Krullo turned to the computer screen, his eyes flashing. Aizen? Add medical firm? Dear Buck and a nephew. Tail changed into Buckring. Who knows? Parston's eyes were sinister, but his face was full of smiles. I have a good cooperation with him. Of course, if I can kill him, I will be even happier. It seems that you two get along very well. Krullo's eyes swept through the recent movements of Aizen and the people they contacted online, page by page, looking at their chat records. Not long after, his face became darker and darker. It was so dark that Parston couldn't help but lean over. After a while, both of them fell into silence. Aizen's FDF was very clean. So clean that there were only Sogu Brigade and another dogmouth group, as well as some insignificant private chats. Sogu Brigade's records were considered normal, usually things like issuing missions and organizations movements. In this group, Aizen was a powerful boss, an existence worthy of respect. But in the other, dog-mouth group, this was probably a group that specialized in raising dogs? It couldn't be wrong. The young Master Illumi, who had a lot of experience in beating up enemies and raising dogs, was also here. So, Aizen had an unknown hobby of raising dogs? This group had fewer people, but they should all be dog lovers. Even Aizen's name card was Sammy Harmony, the unknown was Pomeranian Equality. There was also White Firewood Fuchiang, and a group leader, King of 10,000 Dogs. Their daily bickering, especially between Sammy Harmony and White Bone Goblin Freedom, had risen to a white-hot level, to the point that the verbal battle in the later stages had turned into a series of weird emoticons, full of an air of idiocy. Krullo x Parston. They closed the dog-mouth group and opened the private chats. In the next second, they were shocked by the row after row of kisses from Aizen. Chapter 257. Aizen's schemes were deep and their methods were ruthless. Even if they were not fully fledged and had a weak foundation, they could still sit on a fishing platform and strategize strategies. They could subdue all the overt and covert forces. After all, they were the villains who overturned Soul Society, conquered the Void Circle, and almost buried the Empty Town and the 12th Division. Without the suppression of the protagonists' aura and cheats, Aizen was more pretentious than anyone else. They were mentally strong, emotionally stable, emotionally indifferent, and smart. Aizen used the Sky Arena as a stronghold and expanded their forces step by step. Due to their proficiency in business and their outstanding diplomatic skills, their organization did not have the stages of being bullied, suppressed, and questioned that new forces must go through. Instead, it was like sitting on a rocket launcher. Riding on the clouds, they rushed straight to the peak. Probably because they were too good on the surface, the moment the leader of the underworld, Old Tin, realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Aizen's position was already established. Not only could they not touch him, but they also had to share the cake with him. No one knew what cards Aizen had up his sleeves, and no one could guess how high his strength was. He was like a raging fire in the darkness, attracting all eyes and hatred. And this was also a part of Aizen's plan. He was a ruthless person who could even use himself as a chess piece. There was no other reason. Standing at the height of the Spirit King, Aizen could almost see through cause and effect. Whether it was the Demon King, Spirit King, Psychic King, or the Hero King, they were all the strongest in their respective planes. They represented the highest level of each plane. They had the ability to fight against their own rules. But this was only limited to the plane. And the battle between the Raiders and the Guardians was beyond the plane. In other words, the Raiders and the Guardians were the ones who had the privilege to climb to the highest peak. They, the masters of the plane, needed a bigger opportunity. What was the opportunity? The opportunity was the side they chose. Whether they chose to rebel with the Raiders or choose to advance step by step with the Guardians, it was not hard to guess what happened to the main god. Just like a hero in his twilight years, it was inevitable that he would feel powerless after sitting in a high position for too long. It needed its own successors. Just like how it nurtured goo worms, it would send the chosen ones their own subordinates and forces to see how far they could go. Could he walk in front of it? Aizen had thought more than once that if Hijioza didn't have the means to suppress them, didn't have the ability to oppress them, and didn't even have the time to get along with them and successfully instill his ideas into them, what would she do now? The answer was to be devoured, oppressed, and swallowed by them. However, she was an exception. Her moral bottom line was too difficult to cross. Even though they were used to evil and evil, her persistence still moved them and even made them approve of her. Therefore, instead of letting a merciless plunderer take all the resources, it was better to elect Hijioza, who was familiar with his temperament, to take over. If the Orthodox controlled everything, they would definitely die. If Hijioza won, she would be grateful. He had yet to stabilize his position as spiritual king. He had yet to see the scenery of the plane. How could Aizen bear to die? He would do everything he could to assist Hijioza and suppress the Orthodox by any means necessary. No one would be able to stop his ambitions and plans. Was he Aizen? Was he Jia? The mystery cult's silence. Aizen gently swirled a glass of wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, and looked down at the world below. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments, and his mind was filled with unquenchable ambition. He wanted the world to be his subject. Beep, 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 sounds rang, interrupting the passionate theater in Aizen's mind. A FDF conversation window instantly popped up, and Aizen's expression was rather unfriendly. Which bastard? Pooey, it's actually the feeding master. Little tyrant's letter. I have to accept it. I have to accept it. Aizen grabbed his phone and quickly opened the page. He saw the following message from Hijioza. Hijioza. Aizen, have you heard of Avarice Island? Avarice Island? Aizen narrowed his eyes. Of course he had heard of it. Not only had he heard of it, but he had also specially looked for people to understand it. It was a holographic game created by Kim Fullis and his team, and the requirement to clear it was to collect all the cards. However, unlike previous games, Avarice Island was mainly populated by real people, and if a real person died in the game, then it would be a real death. Avarice Island was filled with dangers and adventures, and some people relied on it to rise to the top, and some lost their lives because of it. But even so, it couldn't withstand the waves of humans chasing after it. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Avarice Island had very few terminals, and if it still existed in the world, it would have been sold at a sky-high price. Aizen, why are you asking this? Hijioza, I heard the two kids mention it, and I want to play it too. That's why I'm asking you if there's any news of this game being auctioned or resold. Aizen pondered for a moment, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, he quickly pressed the button. I'll let you know if there's any news. After that, he put down his phone, put on his coat, and decided to find time to visit President Nitro. The Island of Greed was indeed a good way to hide and retreat. As long as it was used properly, the plan would be 100 times smoother. It was like the illusion of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, and the security measures must be excellent. Even if the real people were looking for trouble, they would have to find the right entrance to enter. Therefore, the entire game terminal was still a very necessary thing. Time passed in a flash, just like the Great Ants period. Today, a major event happened, which made Saishomaru reevaluate the ability of Tensiga. Tensiga was a fake Virgin Mary's sword, and although it usually pretended to be powerful in the end, there were times when it revealed its true colors. For example, that day, it happened to run into Aluga, who had activated the compulsion state. At that time, Jin was fishing calmly. Chi, ing flounder forgive me? Luo Luo? Poison Mist Morning looked at the dice. Kuroto? Aluga, who was next to him, suddenly put down the book, and his blue eyes were empty. He turned his head to look at Saishomaru and walked step by step towards him. Saishomaru, shake hands. This was the lowest level of compulsion, and it was easy to satisfy. Aluga's movements were extremely mechanical, and the aura around him was ominous. Saishomaru heard Yijiuza mention that this child was special, but he seemed to notice something and didn't immediately agree. Silence was a silent refusal. Saishomaru, hug me. Aluga leaned closer, and his voice was a little urgent. Saishomaru's cold gaze swept over him, and the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. The next second, he suddenly found that Tensiga on his waist was trembling violently. It was getting stronger and fiercer, and the power of life seemed to be roaring and targeting him. Tensiga, what's wrong? Saishomaru, raise your hand. This was the third compulsion. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly tensed up. It was as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him, and a pair of large hands began to squeeze him. An aura of death filled the air. Tensiga burst out with a flash as bright as day, and it actually unsheathed itself. A sword spirit emerged and directly transformed into a giant pure white dog. Its dark golden eyes stared at Aluga as it growled in a low voice. Not long after, Manifestation and Shattertooth trembled at the same time, and the surrounding space distorted for a moment. Yijiuza was immediately awakened. When he turned his head, he saw Aluga in an abnormal state. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away, because Aluga was opening his hand towards Saishomaru. It was obvious that he was in a state of compulsion. How could this be? Along the way, Aluga had never taken the initiative to force anything. He even thought that he was safe. But now, what was going on? Agree to it. Yijiuza shouted, and a backhand mountain river suppression landed on Saishomaru's body. Saishomaru pursed his lips. From the start of the compulsion, there was a murderous intent. In other words, even if Aluga was satisfied, his life would still be in danger. But the frightening scene did not happen. Aluga tilted his head like a marionette, and his mouth opened and closed, but he could not say a word. The Zanpakuto and Nanaga faced off against each other. Tensiga firmly protected its master, and Shattertooth fought against the rules. Surrounded by the powerful power of life and death, Aluga slowly retreated. His delicate and cute face gradually turned into the face of Nanaga's ghost doll. Nanaga tilted his head, and for some reason, his originally soft voice turned into a hoarse electronic voice. I can't. It's so strange. Why? Vaguely, there was a rustling sound, like an old radio. The flat, monotonous voice reminded Yijiuza of the system that he had not seen for a long time. I can't kill. Nanaga trembled as if he was suffering from epilepsy, and his face twisted. Don't move. Get out. Nanaga hugged his head and squatted down, trembling. Get out, ah. In the next second, a twisted and powerful evil suddenly exploded from Nanaga's body, spiraling upwards like a geyser. The pressure was so strong that it almost covered the entire forest. Birds and beasts screamed and fled, and fish dove deep into the water. Countless leaves fell from the tall trees, and the spirit of Tensiga's sword opened its mouth and swallowed the evil like a whale. That was something that it could cut. In less than 8 seconds, the forest returned to its original state. Aluga, who had recovered, fell to the ground and fainted. Illumi rushed over. Jin, Chi, Amaranth, Machine Hexagram, Locust Dada? Saishomaru squinted and pressed his hand on Tensiga. What's wrong with him? Yijiuza's expression was grim. He picked up the child and said, It feels like he's been infected by a virus. Nanaga was a product of the Dark Continent. Forcing and making wishes were like the system's way of giving out missions and rewards. If Nanaga was like the system, what was the connection between the system and the Dark Continent? He clearly heard Nanaga's electronic voice, and the key word "get out." It was as if someone was interfering with him. So the question was, who was interfering with Nanaga? Who was forcing things through him? Saishomaru. Yijiaza looked up at him and said solemnly, "I want to take Aluga away alone." Saishomaru's eyes sharpened as he disagreed. "He's dangerous. I'll be fine. Trust me," Yijiaza said. "I can only be sure if I take him away alone. Is he targeting me, or is he trying to kill you? I'll probably go with Illumi." "I don't agree." Yijiaza's attitude was firm. "With Shinshanha here, I'll be fine." Saishomaru's face turned cold. "I have Tensiga. My life is in no danger." "Saishomaru, the situation just now." Yijiaza stared at him. "I don't want to go through it a second time. If you didn't have Tensiga, would I be guarding your body now?" The two of them confronted each other. The atmosphere was tense, and neither of them was willing to give in. In the end, when Saishomaru wasn't paying attention, Yijiaza used this 7 stars encirclement on him. Under Saishomaru's angry gaze, Yijiaza picked up Aluga and left without hesitation. Chapter 258. If personal attributes were made into an online game interface, then Sapphiro's would definitely have a blood red E in the luck column. If Jin falling into Meteor Street was already extremely unfortunate, then Sapphiro's landing in the Darkness Continent was simply beyond redemption. Who knew how a Chinese countryside dog that had just matured was crawling and searching for food in the SSS-grade Darkness Continent? How did it escape in such a pathetic manner? But one thing was certain. If Yoshia Sakura had come 10 days to half a month later, Sapphiro's could only go to God no matter how unwilling he was. His soul was imprisoned in the body of a dog. He would feel hunger, cold, and pain. And he would also be expelled, trampled, and preyed on. The food chain of the Darkness Continent was complicated and terrifying. Every creature seen could not be simply evaluated by their size and appearance. Animals with bodies as tall as mountains and faces as ferocious as evil spirits might be gentle herbivores. But this harmless herbivore might be fond of poisonous plants, causing the flesh, blood, and scales to be filled with poison. Animals as small as mayflies that could be easily killed with a wave of their hands. Perhaps they were terrifying carnivores. For example, the chimera ant that went out to hunt in groups would not even leave white bones behind wherever they passed. Sephiroth relied on his extraordinary wisdom and mental fortitude to defeat the enemy. He survived the 3-month survival period in the body of a dog. When he finally fought his way to a territory, stored a lot of raw meat and fruits, wrapped himself in the fur of a giant beast, and prepared to survive the 5 to 6 days of blizzard, the space at the edge of the Darkness Continent was forcefully torn apart by someone. The powerful space-time wind blades slashed the ground. It was as easy as a knife cutting through tofu. In just a few seconds, they killed all the living creatures on land. Even the chimera ant was not spared. At that time, he held his breath and hid under the corpse of a giant beast. Through a gap, he saw the chimera ant coming out in full force. They brazenly and fearlessly fought with the people who crawled out of the spatial cracks. They sent themselves to their deaths one after another, using hundreds of millions of sacrifices in exchange for the queen's safety. The pregnant ant queen was finally able to enter the sea. They retreated from the borders of the Darkness Continent, disappearing into the vast ocean waves. 7 minutes later, the battle on land was over. The 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, swung the bluish-purple blood in their hands with a mocking look on their faces. They stepped on the corpse of the chimera ant and walked toward the center of the continent. They had a chilling aura and powerful strength, and the aura they unconsciously exuded was exactly the same as the raiders. The one that escaped was the chimera ant queen. "Aren't we going to chase after her?" the beautiful woman asked with a smile. "It's just an A-class dangerous creature. It's not worth raising." The handsome boy rolled his eyes and replied, "Even the weakest pet under me is S-class." "That's hard to say." A man in a suit with a bandage on his head and a book in his hand smiled. The reason why the chimera ant is only classified as a Class A danger is because humans don't know enough about them. The young man narrowed his eyes. Speak clearly, Kurolo. The chimera ant that humans come into contact with is only in the state of an ant. It's not the evolved type at all. Kurolo explained with a smile. The chimera ant queen that escaped earlier definitely has S-class strength. If it can give birth to an ant king. Ant king? The young man's eyes flickered, and his breathing quickened. An ant king is at least S-class strength, Kurolo said enticingly. And the chimera ant has a unique evolution method. Feeding, mating, and feeding evolution. It means that the genes of any creature it eats will be automatically integrated, fusing into the most perfect individual to be born and evolve. And there's no end to their evolution. Not to mention S-class, they can even eat SSS class. The young man's breathing became heavier. He could not wait to capture the chimera ant queen and give birth. But he was not a real young man after all. His mind only wavered for a moment before he calmed down. The human world is on the other side of the sea, right? The young man's eyes were filled with twisted malice. Well, let's not capture it for now. Let it have fun first, then I'll go capture it. The queen and the ant king are both mine. You guys shouldn't be interested, right? He glanced at the people around him, and the threat in his eyes was very strong. The beautiful woman sneered. She was both envious and jealous. Enough. No one is fighting with you for the ant king. We're not beast tamers. You're really lucky. Your starting skill is beast taming. SK. But the beast tamer in front of him was a man-eating beast. It was said that this young man had first arrived in a world of magical girls. The system issued a mission to protect a girl from Brother Ghost. But this young man, just to test how far he could go with his ability, commanded the rats in the sewers to divide and eat the girl he was supposed to protect. And the girl who died in vain was only 11 or 12 years old at the time. He was born with a sociopathic personality. To him, humans were no different from animals. With his beast-taming skill, he killed 7 guardians who were chasing him. With his frequent escapes, he had long become a plunderer who was in the dark. If only they didn't have the word authentic on top of their heads. The young man smiled innocently. He was very sunny. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the inner circle first. Boss is waiting for us there. The beautiful woman, the sunny young man, the elegant young man, and the silent big guy disappeared from Sapphiro's sight. But Sapphiros still didn't move. He waited and waited. 5 minutes later, the sunny young man suddenly returned to his original spot. He looked around as if he was looking for something. After a while, after confirming that there were no survivors, he finally left with a peace of mind. Sapphiros didn't move. He nested under the corpse until the mutated vultures circled over to look for food. Only then did he move his stiff body back to his cave. The mutated vultures were the most agile. They wouldn't approach even the slightest threat on the ground. Since they dared to look for food in groups, it meant that this area was already safe. Sapphiros rested in the cave until the snowstorm passed. The weather outside was clear and white, but he didn't know that under the snow were piles of bones. Sapphiros still cared. He finally took a step and headed toward the inner circle of the Dark Continent. This journey was another difficult 2 months of survival, until he finally smelled the plunderer's scent and found the system's remains that they had collected. The silent big guy called the remains God Fragment. There were 5 God Fragments, each the size of a mass-produced glass marble. 4 of them were already broken gray and black, and only one was still glowing. The woman's skill seemed to be control. She played with the glowing God Fragment from time to time and connected with it spiritually. She tried every day, and every day was a failure. Until a month later, she suddenly screamed in joy and shouted, "I found it! I saw it!" Then, Sapphiros saw the God Fragment connect with her spiritual power and projected a very familiar figure. Saishomaru, his companion. He has the Guardian's aura on him. He has it. The woman was even more excited, almost dancing. Go and inform the others. Lock onto him. I'll kill him now. Sapphiro's hair stood on end, and the vertical pupils in his eyes emitted ferocity. His body tensed up and his back arched as he stared at the god fragment in the woman's hand. He only had one thought: snatch it, destroy it. When her companions suddenly left, when the woman started to attack Saishomaru, Sapphiro's suddenly burst forth with the fastest speed of an ultimate expert and rushed out like lightning. He opened his mouth and his sharp fangs bit off the woman's wrist. Before the pain could spread to his brain, before blood gushed out from the wound, Sapphiro's spat out the hand and ran away with the god fragment in his mouth. Ah! The woman's sharp scream pierced through the silence, and an overwhelming murderous intent filled 1/3 of the forest. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sapphiro's was very calm. Even if he knew that he would die, he would never hand over the item to the raiders. If he succumbed to the raiders, what would the sacrifice of Takashi Akashi and Shirori count for? Perhaps even Saishiro would become a sacrifice. He couldn't. That was the little warmth and kindness he could hold in his hands since he was born. The people chasing after him increased from 1 to 3, and from 3 to 6. It was only at this moment that Sapphiro's realized that the number of raiders under the reel was comparable to the number of people under the feed master's command. With the mentality that he would die, he fearlessly broke into the dire beast's territory. But in a moment of life and death, he ran into Yoshie Sakura, who had followed his scent to save him. After that, Yoshie Sakura fought against 6 alone for 3 hours. The aftermath of this soul transcendence energy destroyed the entire forest. It distorted the space-time tunnel in this area. They didn't know if this tunnel led to another dimension, or if it was a storm that could crush them into pieces. But now, Yoshie Sakura was almost exhausted, and he was also seriously injured. They couldn't be picky. Yoshie Sakura carried him and rushed into the tunnel at an extremely fast speed. A raider behind him followed quickly, but when he slid out of the tunnel, Yoshie Sakura kicked him hard. Before he could climb out of the tunnel, he was twisted in half by the instantly closed exit. The raider crawled on the ground and cried out in pain. The next second, he was burned to ashes by the fire spirit. They staggered forward, took a short break, and finally decided to leave the Dark Continent. They followed the ocean currents and shoals to the human world to find Ichioza's whereabouts. They had to cooperate with their colleagues. The odds of winning against the raiders in a one-on-one battle were too small. Moreover, things like the god's fragment were useless to them, but in the hands of Ichioza, it might be a different story. A storm was brewing, and the road ahead was bloody. Hopefully, the raiders wouldn't notice too soon that they had already left the Dark Continent. Ding. Congratulations, hero. Raiders. Title. Reward. The hoarse electronic voice sounded, startling Ichioza, who had just escaped from Whale Island. He hugged Elugia, a little distracted. He hadn't killed anyone at all, so why was there a reward all of a sudden? Was the Godlord infected with a virus? Could it be that he had miscalculated the reward for someone else's kill to him? Ichioza. That was really fucked up. If the other Guardians were in urgent need of time to survive, this miscalculation would be murder. His conscience ached. He couldn't take it. Feeling uneasy, Ichioza desperately called out Little Sparrow's name in his mind. However, the system was a little bitch. It would occasionally come out to scare him, but usually it only knew how to lurk in the dark. The sea breeze blew, and the ship rocked. Ichioza sat on the deck, and Illumi, who was beside him, glared at Elugia. Illumi did care about Elugia, but this care couldn't compare to his feelings for Chiseong. Ceto Point Zinc Tomb Raider. If Elugia lost control, Saishomaru would be destroyed. Then, as the woman Saishomaru loved, Ichioza would also die. As Ichioza's partner and Ichioza's friend, Chiseong, would also die. Chiseong? Were they soft? Coincidentally, Ceto Point Zinc stopped? Jibagu? El. Illumi was a realist and a pragmatist at the same time. He made up his mind that the next time Elugia suddenly insisted, he would kill him. Now, he and Ichioza once again set off for Yuk Xian. But this time, the atmosphere was a little heavy. It was no longer as relaxed and cozy as when they first arrived. Yukexian, a completely unplanned location. Apparently, there would be an auction in September, and Greed Island would be up for sale. If he could temporarily isolate Alugia on Greed Island, it would be the best choice. Silence, silence. As if sensing something, Illumi suddenly looked up into the sky. He saw a huge beast shuttling between the clouds, weaving into the shape of some kind of stuffed animal. Illumi, did Sanmao become a spirit? Then, he shook his head to get rid of this strange thought. From time to time, he would regain his usual calm. Although the ship was stable on the sea, it traveled slowly. After about 7 or 8 days, it finally sailed into the port city and brought the passengers to their destination. Alugia finally woke up, but he didn't remember forcing Saishomaru at all. He only told Yujioza and Illumi with an aggrieved expression that Nanaga was injured and in deep sleep. That was good news and bad news at the same time. They didn't have to worry about forcing for now, but at the same time, they couldn't get any useful information from Nanaga. For some reason, they agreed that this information was very important. It was like the key to opening a Pandora's box, and they were only one step away. Yujioza booked an airship ticket with his family and dog, and went straight from the port to Yukexian. After finding the venue where the auction would be held soon, and booking a hotel near the venue, and settling Alugia down, the busy Yujioza finally heaved a sigh of relief and threw himself heavily onto the soft bed. As he relaxed, he realized that he was very hungry. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and he wanted to take the elevator downstairs to eat. No. He didn't want to get up. He was lazy. Fortunately, as a big city, Yukexian had a very complete food delivery system. Yujioza placed an order, noted down the room number, and paid for it. Then, he yawned and waited for the food to be delivered. As time passed, the doorbell rang. "Your food has arrived. Please sign for it." It's only been 20 minutes. That's fast. Yujioza opened the door in slippers, and his eyes immediately met Sisso, who had graduated from the Buried Love family and transferred to the electroconvulsive school for a major makeover and had even succeeded. Sisso put down his torch head. Not only was it dyed black, but it was also forced to be cut into a neat buzz cut. All the makeup on his face had been wiped off, leaving only the bridge of his nose wrapped in gauze, the corners of his mouth that had turned blue, and the yellow spots that had appeared due to hunger. He stood at the door in a courier's suit. Yujioza squinted and looked at him carefully. "You look a little familiar, bro. Have we met somewhere before?" Caesar trembled, and his perverted aura gradually rose. "Hee, you love me. You can even recognize me after I've become like this. Little baby, do you remember now?" Baby, bae. Yujioza suddenly looked like he had eaten shit. Other than Fei Yusi and Guadi Gang, there was only one person in the world who could make the word baby sound like a pair of lovers sending each other off. It was the rotten apple Sisso. Yujioza thought carefully and said, "Since we used to be friends, I'll give you a bad review." Sisso was speechless. "I'll sue you for sexual harassment in the rating section." Sisso was speechless. "You even cut your buzz cut? I thought you had turned over a new leaf. But when you open your mouth, you still don't smell like Tianchi." Chapter 259. Sisso's favorite sport in his life was to spread his wings on the edge of death. He was like a piece of chewing gum. Once he found a target of interest, he would press forward and stick to it without fear of death. Whether it was the time when he tried his best to tease Illumi, or the time when he chased after the Phantom Troop a few years ago, he enjoyed the joy and passion of battle. Even death could not stop him. Sisso longed to kill the strong, and also longed to be killed by the strong. His life should be burned to ashes in the battle to the death. His paranoia should be vividly displayed in blood. Therefore, he was not afraid of beating up the enemy, mixed in with the Phantom Troop, and even provoked Fullus. For Sisso, the more strong people hated and retaliated, the happier his life would be. However, Sisso never thought that the consequence of being hated by a strong person was not death, but teaching you to be a new person. He looked forward to being killed by Uchiha Madara, but he never thought that the other party would actually force him to deliver the express. Whether it was a beating, whether it was a bloodletting, Sisso was fearless. He only felt excited and excited. He wanted to have a big fight with Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, saying, "I've seen a lot of thorns like you. When I was on the battlefield, you were still wearing diapers. There's nothing that can't be solved by starving for 3 days. If there is, then I'll starve for another 3 days." Sisso returned an excited expression. He resolutely accepted the challenge. He was a powerhouse from Meteor Street. It was not a problem for him to starve. However, Sisso never expected that Uchiha Madara would be so shameless. Not only did he not give him food to eat, but he also called for Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Little D to sit in a row, face to face, and eat for him to see equals Sisso. What a terrifying mental attack. What a shameful way of doing things. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. Sisso achieved a phased victory. Then, a new round of enduring hunger began. After 6 days of starvation, Sisso was enlightened. He felt that as an unparalleled freak of his generation, it was too shameful for him to be reduced to a starving ghost. So he pretended to surrender and succumb to the evil forces. After signing all kinds of unfair treaties, he received a bowl of rotten mushroom mixed rice. Early the next morning, Sisso was forced to put on all his clothes and go to work, carrying the express delivery. He had run away, resisted, and even thought of killing all his clients. But your father is still your father. When Uchiha Madara comes to the moon, even Sisso has to kneel down. What else could he do? What else could he do? Of course, he would keep the delivery company in his heart. However, even a pervert couldn't stand the job of delivery, especially in the face of the client's strange delivery requirements and harsh evaluation standards. It could be said that Sisso had suffered a lot. His smile was too weird. His red hair was not decent, men wear high heels, and how he walked more awkwardly than his wife. Sisso lived in the baptism of the Sharingan every day. It was worse than death, but he still stubbornly resisted. The results were as follows. He learned to smile implicitly, cut his hair into a proper buzz cut, wore cheap sneakers, and corrected his seductive demeanor. Sisso sincerely realized his mistake. He swore that if he could start over, he would rather find trouble with Yugioza than Uchiha Madara. Perhaps God loved him. Rewinding time so quickly, Yugioza was sent to him in minutes. Sisso trembled, but he didn't expect Yugioza to be so ruthless. Not only did he give a bad review, but he also complained that he was sexually harassed. The burden of life completely crushed Sisso's young shoulders, making him cry like a 200-pound dog. Unfortunately, the plot was a little fairy that always liked to take a sharp turn. The next second, Uchiha Madara stopped checking the bad review rate. He took down the address at a glance, threw the food to them, and left through the window like the wind. 3 spiders and a pervert were left looking at each other, not knowing what happened. After a moment, Sisso laughed in a low voice. "Haha, interesting, that pervert actually left." Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Shouty's expressions twisted. To be called a pervert by a pervert, Uchiha Madara is indeed the devil himself. The devil himself, Uchiha Madara rushed to the hotel as fast as he could. Thanks to his frequent deliveries, the front desk staff basically knew him. Seeing a 5-star courier enter the door, not only did they not check, but they also quickly let him pass. Courier Uchiha, the legend of the logistics industry, the king of the best reviews of the year, the only time he failed was because a customer was accidentally killed by a robber and did not sign for it. Such a responsible courier, tall and handsome. Why did they stop him from going through the procedure of searching and questioning? Which of the waiters present had not let him deliver packages? Which of them had not been subdued by his personality and charm? Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Madara climbed up the stairs. Yugioza lived in a 5-star suite on the 23rd floor. Instead of taking the elevator directly, it was better for him to move his feet. The speed of the elevator was too slow, Uchiha Madara did not want to take the elevator. He would never admit that it was because of the sudden power outage when he took the elevator to deliver the package, which caused him to have to tear the elevator apart and scare the naughty kids. Uchiha Madara rushed to the 23rd floor as fast as he could, confirmed the room number, and pressed the doorbell of Yigyoza. A few seconds later, the door opened gently, and Uchiha Madara came face to face with Illumi, who had a long, straight, black, and expressionless face. Delivery? Illumi tilted her head, not seeing the package in Uchiha Madara's hand. Uchiha Madara took a step back, looked at the room number, and looked up and down at Illumi with a twisted face. You are a man. As an elder who often went on missions, Uchiha Madara was 100% confident in his memory and ability to handle affairs. In this new world full of European-style names, the name Yigyoza was strange. She must have ordered the meal, and she must be in this room. Then there was a problem. At about 10:30 p.m., in Yigyoza's room, a man with a long, straight, black, and expressionless face appeared. This time, this place, this gender, everything was wrong. It was not right at all. Uchiha Madara had always turned a blind eye to the relationship between Saishomaru and Yigyoza. After all, Saishomaru was his colleague in the kennel. Taking away Yigyoza could be considered as a domestic sale, but if it was someone else, it was like the daughter raised by the Uchiha family was taken away by a wolf. Where is Yigyoza? Uchiha Madara did not want to talk to Illumi and threw out a dog. Where is she? Get out of the way. Illumi accepted the dog and stroked it a few times to see if it dropped any gold. She's eating. Uchiha Madara snatched the dog back and strangled its throat. At this time, eating. Illumi grabbed the dog's hind legs and started a tug-of-war. She is very tired and hungry. I am very tired and hungry, and I need to eat. Now, please go back. You are delaying our meal time. Late at night, very tired and hungry, eating time. So what did you do before? Uchiha Madara smashed the dog's head and threw it into the hot pot. If you don't want to die, however, in the history of the game, only the Rocket Squad could say such harsh words at the end of every episode. Just as Uchiha Madara organized his words, he saw Yigyoza coming out of the Star Suite with a large chicken drumstick in his mouth. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Yigyoza was shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. He opened his oily arms and pushed away Illumi to hug Uchiha Madara. Hey, Mr. Banshee, what a rare guest. What brings you here? This tone of voice, for some reason, it gave people a bad feeling. Yigyoza pulled Uchiha Madara aside and invited him in. Illumi, what are you waiting for? Go and receive the guest. Illumi x Uchiha Madara. I suddenly want to kill her. Uchiha Madara was pulled into the Building Socialism group. His business card was labeled Tibetan Mastiff Democracy. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the old acquaintances popping up one by one in the group. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged. Good. Aizen, Kimimaro, Saishomaru, 9 Orchid Flower, and Jingya are all here. Presumably, it won't be long before the Inaguchi Gumi becomes the globally wanted SSS class Mad Dog Brigade. Kimimaro was in the Hunters Association. With 9 Orchid Flower by his side, he would be fine. Aizen created the Search Dog Brigade and made it their king. Now, he also had his own logistics organization. When he gathered a nest of spiders, he would be able to establish the strongest intelligence network. And the reason why they were working so hard was because, is there any news about the others? Uchiha Madara glanced at Kurolo and Gilgamesh. These 2 dogs should be safe with their owner. Half of the people have gathered. There is no reason why they haven't arrived yet. It probably fell in some corner of the world. Yigyoza patted his belly after eating and drinking his fill. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you asking if the others have arrived? I don't see you guys so united usually. Uchiha Madara pursed his lips and glanced at Illumi, indicating that there were people around and it was not convenient to talk. Yigyoza smiled and said, Don't be defensive. Illumi is one of us. Irumi was expressionless and didn't say a word. Madara stared at him for a while with his Sharingan spinning, and then he raised his chin by 1 centimeter, looking extremely arrogant. I have been in Yukexien for a long time. Because of some special reasons, I usually deal with the Yakuza, so the information I get is very mixed. Uchiha Madara said coldly, but there are a lot of them. There was a mafia boss who was assassinated in Yukexien 7 days ago. Because he happened to be my client, I saved him. After that, I became his bodyguard for 5 days and accompanied him to see a lady with the ability to foresee, Neon. As soon as the name Neon came out, Illumi raised her eyes. Obviously, the ability of this prophet was known even by Shinigami. It's very strange. Her telekinesis can foresee what will happen in a month. Uchiha Madara said slowly, in order to win me over, the boss personally paid Neon to foresee what will happen in this month. Then, Uchiha Madara took out the flat paper from his arms and spread it in front of Yujioza. Neon's divination will not directly write what will happen, but only vaguely tell others what will happen. The language of divination is presented in poetry, and the meaning of this poetry is ominous. Yujioza took the paper and slowly read it word by word. The red leaf moon sent the devil, the pure white angel fell to the dust. The blue giant stepped on the shore and sank into the deep sea when the frost fell. The light of the Tachi passed through life and death and gave birth to a new regime in a pool of blood. The distant nature gave birth to a king. He is light and darkness. The snow moon is a red sea of flowers, and the plum moon accumulates white bones. When the world is burning with fire, God is still smiling and looking down on the world. Uchiha Madara looked up and stared at Yujioza. What do you think after reading it? Yujioza couldn't help but fall into silence. After a long time, he broke the stiff atmosphere and said with a sigh, "It's not easy to be a fortune teller these days. I also have to learn how to write poems for you." Chapter 260. What was the meaning of the poem? Yujioza really couldn't understand it. He had learned the New World's common language for less than a year, and his understanding was still at the stage of a young child. Although he could pronounce the poem correctly, he was still far from being able to understand it. Nyan's divination poem had a profound meaning, and its expression was more of a stream of consciousness. It was only suitable for knowledgeable, imaginative, and sorrowful literature lovers to interpret it. It would not fall into Yujioza's hands and be explained to such an extent that it would fall apart. I get it. Yujioza's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Madara and Illumi, he immediately displayed the full score of reading comprehension in the college entrance examination. A devil has descended in the red leaf moon. A great villain will fall from the sky in September. How did the villain fall from the sky? Of course, it's because the airship he was on crashed and fell from a high altitude. Yujioza answered the question seriously. A pure angel falls to the dust. The good and the villain ride the same airship and perish together. This sentence tells us not to buy the airship ticket in September. The good and the villain will fight in the sky, and there will be an air crash. Uchiha Madara x Illumi. For some reason, he felt that what she said made sense. The blue giant steps on the other shore. Blue is the color of my great pure yang, and I, the pure yang, am the giant who stands at the peak of martial arts. Stepping on the other shore means conquering. Yujioza raised his head and chest, full of confidence. The key of this sentence is to praise my martial arts skills. Sooner or later, I will conquer the world. Take the other side of the strait. Uchiha Madara x Illumi. I'll just listen without saying anything. Let's see what kind of flower you'll praise. Sinking into the deep sea when the frost falls. Isn't it winter when the frost falls? Sinking into the deep sea is easier to explain. Not only do I want to conquer the land, but I also want to conquer the sea. The light of the katana transcends life and death. It tells us to sharpen the katana before fighting. This way, the reflection of the sun on the katana can blind the enemy and give us an opportunity to take advantage. Kahlua talented student Lu Shilu was speechless. A new regime is born from a pool of blood. A pool of blood is red, which means the rise of a red regime. It is a beautiful prospect for the development of socialism. Far away, nature has given birth to a king. It's everyone's responsibility to protect nature. When the environment is good and the quality of life is high, the happiness of humans will increase and the fertility rate will increase. Maybe one of the newborns will be a future president. He's both light and darkness. Isn't light white and darkness black? This means that he's a hybrid of a lucky king and an unlucky king. His future development will depend on his face. Uchiha Madara yawned, Illumi sharpened her nails, and Kurolo crawled into the kennel to sleep. Gilgamesh felt a slight stomachache, so she squatted down to see if she needed to excrete. The snow moon is a sea of red flowers, signifying the success of the revolution. The plum moon is full of white bones, signifying a memorial to the martyrs. When the world is ablaze, it signifies that the corpses have been burned to ashes. God is still smiling as he looks down on the world, signifying that some people have died, but he will bless you from the heavens. In summary, this prophecy is mainly written in a stream of consciousness to tell us that a revolution is coming, and that political power will emerge from the barrel of a gun. Yi-Gyuza folded the paper and returned it to Uchiha Madara. Do you understand? Everyone. No, no, no. I don't understand. I don't understand. Kurolo poked his head out, his eyes filled with indescribable complexity. He had always been interested in Nyan's prophecy ability, and if he had the chance, he would definitely steal it again. But now, a perfectly good prophecy poem had been dismembered by Yi-Gyuza, and even he no longer yearned for this unique psychic ability. If everyone analyzed prophecy like this, what was the point of stealing the prophecy ability? To pollute one's mind? Kurolo was speechless. In all his life, he had never seen a person like Yi-Gyuza, whose brain was wired in a straight line. Uchiha Madara felt that he was indeed an idiot for handing the prophecy poem to Yi-Gyuza to interpret. He clearly had Aizen and 9 Orchid Flower as support, so why did he have to look for Yi-Gyuza? Yi-Gyuza could read fortunes and analyze them? Not really. Uchiha Madara was well aware of Yi-Gyuza's ability to fabricate nonsense. Her so-called divination was nothing more than an impromptu brainwashing. However, Uchiha Madara had forgotten that every time Yi-Gyuza read someone's fortune, after going around in circles, it would always develop in a strange direction before slowly moving down a similar path. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara refused to think too deeply. The moment she opened her mouth, she said, "It's late at night. I'm tired, and I'm going back." She firmly chose to bid farewell and took the new dog, Kurolo. The new dog could only be a dog by Yi-Gyuza's side, but after he brought him into the moonlit world, he might be able to provide a lot of intelligence and information. For example, are you a native of this world? Do you know the past or the future? Which one is your true form? I'll help you kill it. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara gave Gilgamesh a meaningful look. There was only one meaning in it. Why are you still a dog? Gilgamesh was rendered speechless. The Hero King's dog face contorted. In fact, it wasn't his fault for not being able to take on a human form for a long period of time. If there was anything to blame, it was because every divine armament in the Gate of Babylon needed spiritual energy to be repaired. Vamona, Sword of Defiance, and Heaven's Lock needed a massive amount of spiritual energy to nourish them. Because of the king's treasure, he had lived a difficult life. He swore that he would never randomly throw artifacts again. He would pick up a few he threw out. This was all because of his brain. He must cherish it. After sending off Uchiha Madara and Integrity, Illumi carried Golden Retriever back to the room next door. For a moment, only Yi-Gyuza and the sleeping Aluja were left in the large suite. The atmosphere was very tranquil. After tucking Aluja in, Yi-Gyuza took a combat bath and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in loose pajamas, overlooking the brightly lit Yuk-Exion city. After a while, he sent a message to Saishomaru. "Are you asleep?" After a while, the other party gave him a short reply. "No." The corners of Yi-Gyuza's mouth curled up slightly. Without Saishomaru by his side and separated by FTF, even if he let loose, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, he began to roll in the waves. Did you miss me? The other party fell into a mysterious silence. Gyoza persisted. I missed you so much. Saishomaru obviously didn't know how to flirt back. Or it could be said that he couldn't give a reaction that a couple in love should have based on his ability as a single person. He could only silently watch Gyoza's performance and then put it into action equals equals. If she said that she missed him, then Saishomaru put away his cell phone and jumped down from the top floor of the hotel. His fluffy tail fluttered like a flowing cloud as he slowly landed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 23rd floor where Gyoza lived. At that time, Gyoza was still typing furiously, and there was a strange sense of excitement in his eyes. Saishomaru raised his hand slightly and gently knocked on the glass window. Dong, dong, dong. Then, he saw Gyoza raise his head and meet his eyes. In an instant, a blank expression appeared on her face. After a while, her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. She held the cell phone and trembled slightly. Didn't she miss him? Why did she look like she had seen a ghost? Saishomaru floated to the beautifully carved balcony, landed lightly, and walked in steadily. With the slightly cold temperature of the night, he walked straight to Gyoza. Actually, you only need to call my name. Saishomaru looked at her stunned face and said, I will come to your side. He was just stating a fact, mainly to express that as an excellent summon beast, he had the wonderful quality of being on call. Between them, there was no need to do unnecessary things like taking out his cell phone and sending messages. Moreover, words like, I miss you, could only be satisfied when he heard her say it in person. But he didn't know that when this statement fell into Gyoza's ears, it caused a strong chemical reaction. A man who was usually serious used a serious tone to say ambiguous words. Not only did he not seem frivolous, but he also seemed cautious and charming. Why was he being pretentious? She missed him so much. Gyoza immediately gave Saishomaru a bear hug. As the hot-blooded one, it was better to take advantage of him when the passion was aroused. He took the initiative to hook his arms around Saishomaru's neck, opened his fiery red lips, and kissed her mouth like a dog. Accompanied by a soft, pop sound, Saishomaru's eyes dimmed slightly. The big demon turned from guest to host. He lowered his head and sucked on her lips, and as he tossed and turned, he hooked a silver thread. There were some things that practice made perfect. It came from emotions and existed in one's nature. There was no need to learn too much, and it would come naturally. His hand slid down, and he lifted her buttocks. It was rare for her to cooperate, and she hooked her arms around his waist like an octopus. This time, the armor seemed a little disgusting. He took off her pajamas, and she accidentally tied his belt into a tight knot. The silver white and jet black intertwined, and they barely reached the edge of the bed, and it was hard to separate them. At this time, it was actually meaningless to worry about who was on top and who was on bottom, and whether it was a man or a woman. Life was so short, and who knew what would happen tomorrow? It was better to enjoy the moment. But, at the same time, Gyoza and Saishomaru suddenly turned their heads and saw Aluja biting her finger, staring at them with her pure blue eyes without blinking. Gyoza x Saishomaru. What was with this awkward feeling, as if parents were being intimate, but the child bumped into them? Wait a minute. They hadn't even had the time to do anything, and now they had to start explaining to the child? What are you guys doing? Aluja was extremely curious. Why are you biting each other? And taking off your clothes? Saishomaru paused, and just as he was about to reach for the manifestation at his waist, he realized that the Zanpakuto had already fallen onto the carpet. At this moment, Saishomaru deeply understood what it meant to be troubled on the road to love. What kind of sin had he committed for something like this to always happen at critical moments? Aluja, right? He remembered it. Gyoza didn't know how to explain, so he could only say dryly, that, we're playing wrestling. Yes, wrestling. Aluja nodded, not really understanding. The so-called wrestling was to press each other down, bite each other, and strip each other's clothes. The location was the bedroom, and the battlefield was the Simmons. Big sister, I want to play too. Aluja was eager to try. Yi Gyoza was speechless. Ancestor, I beg you to stop. Saishomaru didn't say anything. He just pulled up the quilt and threw it over Aluja's head. The child was excitedly holding the quilt, so Saishomaru picked up Yi Gyoza and went to the bathroom. Actually, this location was fine. It was just that facing the high-definition half-length mirror was a little too exciting. Aluja felt his way to the door and started scratching the wooden board. I want to play too. I want to play too. Yi Gyoza covered his face numbly. Saishomaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Can I kill him? Yi Gyoza, your thoughts are very dangerous, young man. Forget it. He's still a child. Yi Gyoza comforted him, his fingertips sliding down his abdominal muscles. He decided to give the pitiful man a little something. I'll help you, Sai. At the same time, Kaluo, who had been taken away by Uchiha Madara, saw his old friends, Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Little D, who had turned over a new leaf, as well as Sisso, who had successfully reformed through labor. Kaluo. Chapter 261. In Ku Lualua's memory, the exploration team would gather in Yuk Xian in September and launch a wanton massacre to plunder valuable auction items. In the blend of blood and fire, Wajin would die in the hands of Kalapaka, Parker would die under restrictions, Sisso would show his claws and teeth, and he would be sealed and could only choose to leave the exploration team and travel far away. Until he met the psychic exorcist. Although time went back to the past, everything had yet to happen, but the beginning of everything always had its inevitability. Even though the exploration team had lost him, the head of the spiders, he firmly believed that, on the day of Yuk Xian's grand auction, the spiders would still go all out. Killing and robbing were rooted in their instincts. They were vicious bandits who committed all sorts of crimes, burning, killing, and looting. From the moment they were abandoned on Meteor Street, the so-called human nature and bottom line were just a joke in their eyes. If they liked it, they would snatch it back, and if they were not interested, they would kill it. They would not change their original intentions of doing evil for anyone, nor would they compromise their code of conduct to reality. They only chose to see things in the dark, and only chose to move forward in the dark. The spiders were a whole. Even if they lost themselves, there were also heroes. Even if they lost heroes, there were also Parker and Maggie. The Phantom Troop would have a new leader and members. They would step on the bones of the dead and be arrogant forever. The above was the fantasy in Ku Lualua's mind. After Yi Gyoza set foot on Yuk Xian's land, he thought of countless ways to meet the exploration team, and he also decided to strike first, leaving a code to remind the exploration team to kill Kalapaka. But he never expected that he would meet his three friends who worked as a courier as a dog. The most crazy thing was that he actually saw Sisso, who worked hard and knew his place. Ku Lualuo felt that the world was broken. What had happened to the spiders? Could it be that after losing him, they had to change their career to become a courier to make a living? And what was going on with Sisso? Did he not cultivate Little Apple and not look for toys? What the eyes saw was not necessarily real, but it must be very realistic, and without PS equals Kurolo, felt that this was even scarier than the entire adversary family renouncing their past and starting charity work. This was even more shocking than having a PhD student or having a flying tank grow to a height of 6 meters. Uchiha Madara pinched the back of his neck and placed him on the floor. The starving Fei Tan, Vigilante, Little D, and Sisso stared at him intently. The atmosphere was rather sinister. While Uchiha Madara was taking a shower, they extended their evil claws to Ku Lualuo. Not bad. It's very heavy. Vigilante stared at the dog's round belly. There's a lot of fat. We can use it to make oil. Next time when we go to the garbage dump, we can use some bread to eat. Fei Tan had already taken out a knife from the kitchen. Regardless of whether we'll be beaten up later, let's kill it first. I'm good at dismembering human bodies, so I'll cut open its stomach. Do you have any objections? Sisso was excited. Eat it up after you dismember it. If Uchiha Madara asks, tell him that the dog ran away from the front door. Little D had taken out a bowl, chopsticks, and wasabi. Dog sashimi? I'm ready. Phaeton raised his knife, his eyes glowing with a hungry green light as he approached Ku Luolo step by step. It wasn't until he became the meat on the chopping board that Krullo finally understood how the victims felt when they were killed by them all those years ago. However, Ku Luolo never regretted what he had done, nor would he repent for his sins. Even with death looming over his head, he remained calm and did not bark. He only sharpened his claws and lightly drew words on Vigilante's arm. I'm Ku Luolo. Naturally, he used the code word of the exploration team. Vigilante trembled and his eyes narrowed. He suddenly reached out to block Phaeton's knife and turned to look at Ku Luolo. His face was extremely distorted. Group, let go, Vigilante. Phaeton passed the knife to his other hand, but he did not expect Vigilante to move faster and restrain him. Phaeton was instantly annoyed. What are you doing, Vigilante? If you delay any longer, my supper will be gone. No, stop. This is, Captain, Vigilante yelled, his face full of disbelief. The Labrador nodded its head in satisfaction. Phaeton, Little Drop, and Sisso were all petrified. It steadily raised its paw, rubbed the pin on the short table, and began to write. He could even help others cheat in the Tower of Despicable Traps, let alone recognize a member of the exploration team. I'm Ku Luolo, your captain. Due to some accident, I became a dog. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Little Drop trembled as she held her bowl and chopsticks. Behind her glasses, Kazalin's big eyes were filled with tears. You're the captain. You're actually the captain. Yes, Little Drop, I'm the captain. Little Drop's tears fell as she held her bowl and chopsticks tightly. Looks like there's no supper tonight. Coincidentally, the stomachs of the 4 people rumbled, and the room was instantly filled with a dispirited atmosphere. They were like vengeful spirits squatting in the corner, so unlucky that mushrooms could grow out of them. Ku Luolo was speechless. Fortunately, Vigilante was still rational. After all, he was the brain of the exploration team, and his IQ was still there. He squatted down and looked at Ku Luolo. After confirming some obscure information with him, he took out his phone and looked for someone to contact. After a while, he stared blankly at the flashing light on his phone. Then, he put away his phone and lowered his voice. The Ku Luolo in the exploration team is a fake. He had asked 2 Ku Luolos about the same private message. One Ku Luolo didn't answer, but a dog gave the correct answer. What did this mean? It meant that the dog beside them was the real one. And Ku Luolo, who held the lifeline of the exploration team and made the decisions, was a fake. How could a fake be compared to the real one? It seemed that on the day of the team's assembly, they had to first plan to kill the fake one. Fake? Phaeton snorted. We've been fooled by a fake for so long. Yeah, the plan has to be rearranged. Vigilante rubbed his chin. The fake one told us that in order to steal Nine's telekinesis, we have to kill a chain hand. TSK, the enemy of our enemy, can be used. We can work with the chain hand. Ku Luolo didn't interfere with Vigilante's plan. After all, it was a good thing to get rid of Ku Luolo with Kalapika's help. Maybe once the other party died, he would return to normal. After all, being a dog was very inconvenient. But Captain, how did you become a dog? Vigilante hesitated for a while, but still rubbed the Labrador's fur. Could it be? Could it be? Vigilante suddenly turned his head and looked into the depths of the apartment. In the bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard. He thought he understood something. Captain, I understand your difficulties. It was your misfortune to meet Uchiha Madara. Vigilante wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't worry, Captain. Although you are a dog, as long as you deliver packages with us tomorrow, you can still make a living. Ku Luolo. Wait, what packages? When Ku Luolo had just figured out the cause and effect of delivering packages, Uchiha Madara came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He was wearing a dark blue bathrobe. He raised his chin and told everyone that it was dark. Go back to bed and sleep. The four of them quickly rolled away, and even Sisso was tamed to be very obedient. Ku Luolo silently looked at the back of the flying titan and the disobedient Sisso. He decided that a wise man submits to the circumstances and doesn't want to be an enemy of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara asked him to follow and walked into a minimalist living room. When the handsome man with long black hair sat in the center, Kurolo finally saw the magnificent and treacherous pair of Sharingan. The Magatama turned into a line, turned into a new pattern, and spun faster and faster. Ku Luolo saw himself being pulled into a barren world. The land was barren, the Torii was dilapidated, and even the moon above was filled with ominous scarlet. Not far away, there were piles of bones, and the river was dripping with blood. Huh. He heard Uchiha Madara sneer, looked around, and then turned around. This is your spiritual world. It seems that many people have died in your hands. His spiritual world? No, that's not right. At this height, he returned to human form? Ku Luolo smiled gently. Killing is a habit, and I'm sure you are used to it. Heh. Uchiha Madara glanced at him. Your smiling face is as uncomfortable as Aizen. But compared to Aizen, your strength is like an ant. Aizen, what a familiar name. Are they in cahoots? What's your name? Ku Luolo Ruzalo. Ku Luolo didn't hide it. Ku Luolo and Sisso's strength was comparable, and Aizen was a strong person who KO'd Sisso in one move. But when Uchiha Madara mentioned the name Aizen, he was still arrogant and casual, as if the other party was not a big deal. Ku Luolo studied psychology, so he could naturally distinguish whether the other party was bluffing or relying on real strength. Obviously, Uchiha Madara was the latter. This analysis further increased the fear Ku Luolo had for him. In the world woven by the Sharingan, Ku Luolo's spiritual fluctuations couldn't escape Uchiha Madara's perception. But he didn't say anything and let the other party carefully test him, and he even used his sarcasm to attack the other party's strength. Weak, on the same level as Phantom Squadron. Uchiha Madara sneered. Your strength in Inaguchi Group is only comparable to Jinnya and Shinichi Kudo. Ku Luolo. What is Inaguchi Group? A new Yakuza force? Jinnya is just a child, and he will go higher than you in the future. In other words, Ku Luolo was at the bottom of Inaguchi Group, and the new dog didn't have time to cultivate feelings with his seniors, and he didn't have the friendship of the previous few worlds. If he encountered something in the future, he would most likely be beaten badly by his colleagues. Since you've become a new dog, except for those who must be killed, I advise you not to kill innocent people. Uchiha Madara sneered. I'm not interested in knowing what your relationship with Phantom Squadron is, but you have to think clearly before you do anything. How many times can your dog life be tortured by the owner? Owner, Yi Gyoza? She hates indiscriminate killers. Uchiha Madara said meaningfully. She won't ask about your past, but she will intervene in your future. When Ku Luolo quickly calculated the pros and cons and guessed the deeper meaning of Kuroto's words, he found that the illusion had disappeared, and he returned to Guzi's body. He looked up and found that the hour and minute hands were still at the original point, unmoving. In the blink of an eye, the second hand began to rotate, one tick after another, and the stagnant time and space slowly flowed again. Is this the power of the Sharingan? It's really enviable. When Yugyoza woke up, Saishomaru was no longer by his side. But there was still a residual warmth beside the pillow, indicating that Saishomaru had not left for long. There was a hot breakfast on the bedside table, which was a silent consideration. However, there was only one portion of breakfast. It seemed like Aluka really had a grudge against Saishomaru. Gyoza got up and found that his hands were red and swollen. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he didn't go to bed. Otherwise, according to Saishomaru's size and energy, his body would be crippled even if he didn't die. Being a single dog for 400 years is really scary. Wait, where's Aluga? He only remembered that Aluga scratched the door outside the bathroom, and then there was the passion of almost having sex and Saishomaru's teasing moans in his ear. In the end, he got tired of playing and fell asleep with futon tail in his arms. So, where's Aluga? Don't tell me he was silenced? Yigyoza got up and called out Aluga twice. Finally, he followed the moans and dug out the silly child who was tied up in the half-open closet. Yigyoza. Saishomaru's tolerance is a little smaller than a soybean. After washing up with Aluga, thinking that the child had been wronged all night, he could only give him the love breakfast. After 20 minutes of eating, Aluga seemed to have amnesia and didn't mention a word about last night's wrestling game. Yigyoza breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take advantage of the good weather to go to Yukexian. He took Aluga out and bumped into Illumi, who had faint dark circles under her eyes, and the golden retriever, who looked dispirited and obviously hadn't had enough sleep. What's wrong with you guys? Was there an enemy attack last night? Yigyoza was surprised. For the first time, Illumi's dark eyes showed a sense of condemnation. My 5 senses are very good. Even a good soundproof wall is no different from paper to me. Yigyoza. I heard Aluga scratching the door. Under Yigyoza's awkward expression, Illumi's tone remained flat. You can't wait to get married. You don't even care about your children. Is it because it's exciting? Yigyoza. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. Aluga. Illumi stretched out her hand and rubbed Aluga's head. Did you enjoy the bed exercise last night? Aluga raised his face with a smile. Yes, I've learned a lot. In the future, he would like to work with Qiguang. Guanidine yellow Ren picking fiber? Ugue Illumi nodded and didn't say anything wrong. The sex education for the enemy guests was very early. Only Aluga was locked in the depths of the main house because of his special physique. Now that he was outside, it was time to understand. So, in front of Yigyoza's thunderous face, Illumi said, "Then I'll remember." He showed a scary smile, as if he understood something. When I get married in the future, I'll let my brothers watch together. Free live education. Not only is it exciting, but it can also save money on late-night premium channels. Yigyoza. He really understood how Illumi lived to the age of 24 with her own ability. Her brain circuit was so clear that even Shiba and Kikyu would cry if they heard it. Let your brothers go. They're just a group of children. And you can't get a wife at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Before the gathering day of the Phantom Troop, Maki and Nobunaga arrived at Yukexian. It was 8:00 in the morning, the peak hour of the breakfast street. They sat together under a big umbrella and asked for enough food and drinks. Regular payment or murder? Nobunaga took out his pocket to show that he had no money. I lost my money to the slot machine. Maki spread out her hands. I don't have money either. Old rules. The spiders never paid for their meals. When they were in a good mood, they would eat and dash and leave. When they were in a bad mood, they would slaughter a lot of people after eating and dashing. Only a few times when they were satisfied, they would be merciful and take out money. This time was the same. If the waiter came out to collect the debt, then they would all be killed. Nobunaga and Maki chatted, and 3 tables away from them, Yigyoza and his friends just sat down. Because middle-aged people couldn't afford to be injured, they all eat healthy food. The food that Yigyoza ordered was more in line with Huasia's breakfast style. At that time, when he was just half full and was about to enter the next bun, he saw a waitress rushing out with a shy look and stopped a man and a woman. Sorry, 2 guests. I'm really sorry to delay your time. The 2 of you haven't paid yet. So, Nobunaga slowly pulled out his knife, and his eyes were cold. Do you want money or life? Little girl. Maki frowned slightly, and her 6th sense seemed to tell her that something was wrong. The waitress took a step back, but still firmly said, Sorry, please understand our difficulties. The 2 of you haven't paid yet. Crash, in an instant, the knife struck like lightning and crossed the waitress's face. The waitress's body burst into a large piece of blood, and she was split in half like tofu. The bun in Yigyoza's hand fell to the ground. Maki, kill them all. Okay. In the next second, the perception line that was as thin as a steel wire instantly penetrated into the crowd, crisscrossing and cutting the living people into pieces in minutes. Screams sounded, and the crowd scattered. Blood filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood completely cut off Yigyoza's rational nerves. "Fuck you." Yigyoza jumped up, pulled out a long sword, and cut the wire that was as sharp as a steel wire. He backhanded and instantly cast Flying Shield, hitting Maki's face. Then, he tiptoed and shot out like a sharp arrow, but with a clang sound. His sword had already collided with Nobunaga's knife. Sparks flew, and Yigyoza blocked the knife with his right hand, and slapped Nobunaga's face with his left hand. "Fuck you. If you are so powerful, then go to the battlefield. Motherfucker, you are showing off here. I will fucking kill you." Maki went straight for Yigyoza's back. Without saying a word, Yigyoza took out a sword from his backpack and immediately activated Seven Excellency's ultimate skill. Along with a blinding light, Nobunaga and Maki were sent flying and crashed into the wall. They couldn't be pulled down no matter how hard they tried. Yigyoza stepped on the blood on the ground, took out the pot lid from backpack, walked in front of the two, and mercilessly slapped them, breaking their ribs and leg bones. "Death is too easy for you. Go repent in the Tower of Scum Traps." Yigyoza sneered. "There are many prisoners on death row." Then, he took out his phone and live-streamed Kimamaro's call, informing him to arrest them. After that, before the police arrived, Yigyoza finally remembered the great use of the summoned beast Saishomaru. He opened the map channel, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Fuchiang, save them." Almost immediately, a ball of milky white light came from afar and paused in the sky, as if it understood Yigyoza's intention. Saishomaru pursed his lips, but he still took out the innate tooth and floated down, harvesting the netherworld envoys one by one like harvesting chives. A minute later, Illumi, who had already finished dealing with the cameras, returned to the original spot with the dog and Aluja. Together with Saishomaru and Yigyoza, they tied up the two terrorists and left. The street that was dyed red with blood showed the following scene from a horror movie. First, there were screams, then panicked roars. When they realized that everyone was about the same, the group of dead people suddenly calmed down. "I'm not dead yet. Oh my God. I'm not dead even after being broken into pieces. Wait a minute, make way. That's my leg. Yes, it's my leg. Pass it to me, thank you. Please, you're pressing on my intestines, fuck. Get up. That's my kidney. This is too much. This pair of B cups is yours. Give me back my C cup." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.